Hello everyone, welcome back to the channel. The long-awaited part 3 of From the FBI Moment I Was Investigated, I Unlocked an Arms System. A DF-5C missile costs only $1,000 is officially starting. Chapter 4:01 World-Destroying Crisis. Commander's Order. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Yang and his 10 men swept across the battlefield. The so-called tank onslaught was crushed like toys in their hands. Boom, boom, boom. Tot. The sounds of artillery fire and explosions mingled together as Qin Yang and Qin Air seized air superiority, turning the 100 fighter jets into lambs to the slaughter. The ground tank units were also smashed to pieces. The next second, the thrusters behind Qin Yang suddenly activated, and he appeared directly in front of Blue, smiling as he asked, "You must be their leader, right? Want to show me the way?" Blue froze, and when he came to his senses, he realized that the battlefield had fallen silent. His entire army of 10,000 had been wiped out, and although the remaining support personnel could also fire their guns, charging forward with rifles was simply suicide. Qin Yi and the others also gathered around. Bru gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yang, if I take you in, can you spare my life?" Qin Yi exclaimed, "Oh dear, he dares to make demands?" Blue's lips twitched, and he continued, "Or you can take off your armor, and we'll fight. If I win, you let me go." Qin Yi then added, "Even better, he actually wants a one-on-one fight." Qin Yang tilted his head, looking puzzled. "Who gave you the courage to challenge me to a one-on-one fight?" With that, he removed his Black God armor and stood before Bru. Bru immediately provoked him, saying that since they were both men, they should fight hand-to-hand. Qin Yi continued sarcastically from the side, "Oh ho, you're using reverse psychology." Bru brought up Xiaomi again, saying that she dared to save Qin Yang with her bare hands, but Qin Yang didn't dare to fight fairly. Qin Yi's voice became even more exaggerated. "Oh my, you actually dared to mention Sister Xiaomi." Blue couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Qin Yang, can't you control your subordinate? I say one sentence, and he echoes it. Are you trying to tell me a joke?" Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he glared at Qin Yi with annoyance. This guy was clearly bored now that he was healed. Then Qin Yang pointed to the glass dome in the distance and asked, "If you want a one-on-one fight, tell me first, what's in there?" He'd sensed something was off about this base long ago. Its weaponry was clearly excessive. But if it was so important, why hadn't any reinforcements arrived yet? This only deepened his suspicions. Blue sneered, "Want to know? Beat me first." Before he could finish speaking, he slammed a punch at Qin Yang's face. Qin Yang casually raised his arm and caught his fist. "No, that's it. Well, you'd better hold on, grit your teeth, and don't die." The next instant, Qin Yang delivered a backhand punch to Bru's stomach. Bru's internal organs shattered instantly, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, you can't take a joke. You almost got hit." Qin Yang cursed and jumped away, spraying a large amount of blood all over Qin Yi. Qin Yi was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. "Are you guys crazy? Am I part of your play too?" He looked up and saw that Blue's eyes were bulging, blood was gushing from his mouth, and he was still in a punching stance, but he was already dead. Then Qin Yang looked up at the sky. Qin Yi's lips twitched. The culprit was obvious. He wouldn't believe it was unrelated to this posture, even if you beat him to death. Qin Yi said speechlessly, "Boss, that was a clever move. Weren't you going to ask me questions?" Qin Yang casually remarked, "To crush an ant without killing it, the force required is truly difficult to control." Qin Yi and the others simultaneously gave him a thumbs up. "Boss, it has to be you. We can't pull off this act." Qin Yang smiled and said, "This guy clearly has no intention of telling us. Why don't we just go and see for ourselves?" A few minutes later, Qin Yang and his group arrived at the experimental building. Almost all the researchers inside had fled, but where could they have gone? The 1,000 men Qin Yang had brought had already surrounded more than 40,000 people. Qin Yang instructed Xiao Jin to copy all the documents inside and find out exactly what the Heavenly God cult was up to here. Looking at the 2 layers of titanium alloy doors and one-way glass in front of him, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. "Qin Yi, come in with me. Qin Air, you two stay outside. With such tight security, I'm getting more and more curious." Qin Yang and Qin Yi walked through the gate. The space inside was enormous, almost endless. Qin Air and the others outside could only be seen through the dome-shaped cameras. He hadn't walked far when Qin Yang suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. A slight tremor came from the ground, as if something enormous was rushing towards them. Qin Yang frowned and said, "This commotion seems familiar." Qin nodded, like 1,000 troops charging in. The two spoke, almost simultaneously. Enhanced humans? The next second, a group of emerald-green monsters appeared in front of them, covered in bone spurs like monsters that had crawled out of a laboratory. Qin Yang was stunned on the spot. Holy crap. Where did they get the Hulk from? He knew that the celestial god cult was going to create aliens, but he didn't expect that they would even create a resident evil. Qin asked in a deep voice, "Boss, what do we do?" Qin Yang grinned, "What do we do? Of course, I'll handle it. You stay put." As soon as he finished speaking, he bent his knees slightly and suddenly rushed out. The ground where he stood was blasted into a crater by the enormous force. Qin Yang charged forward and punched the leader of the Hulks squarely on the head. With just that one punch, brains splattered, yet the monster wasn't immediately dead. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. Its vitality is quite strong. Before dying, the Hulk delivered a powerful punch. Qin Yang raised his arm to block, but was forced back 2 steps by the impact. He looked at the fallen monster, his expression shifting slightly. It's no exaggeration to say that this single Hulk was enough to wipe out the previous 10 warriors and him. Immediately afterwards, countless Hulks charged forward, trampling the earth like wolves. Beneath some layers of soil, titanium alloy steel plates were even exposed, clearly to prevent them from escaping through underground tunnels. Qin Yang was also stunned. "What the hell? What kind of monsters are you?" Before he could continue, Xiao Jin suddenly spoke up, his tone more serious than ever before. "Old Qin, the double doors cannot be opened again. There is something else inside. Once we get out, it will be a world catastrophe or even a world-ending crisis." Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. "What's going on?" Xiao Jin said in a deep voice. "The progress of the Heavenly God sect has far surpassed that of this world. Now we must alert the entire world." Qin Yang asked, "What do I need to do?" Xiao Jin replied, "I will send the data all over the world. But if what's inside isn't removed, you won't be able to get out, and you might even die here. What do you choose?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "Xiao Jin, do you think I'm someone who's afraid of death? My journey has been exciting enough, and I have no regrets in this life." Xiao Jin replied, "You truly are the person I've chosen. Anyway, I'm bound to you for life, and I'll be with you through thick and thin." Qin Yang then ordered Qin Er and the others outside. "I am now issuing the regimental commander's order. No one is allowed to enter without my permission. Those 2 doors must not be opened." Qin Er and his companions were taken aback, not understanding why Qin Yang would suddenly issue such an order, but a strong sense of unease rose within them. The Golden Leopard mercenary group was clearly invincible, so why were they facing one crisis after another lately, becoming increasingly absurd? At the same time, a document signed by the Golden Leopard mercenary group appeared online. It revealed the research being conducted by the celestial cult in this laboratory and the true origins of these monsters. These Hulks were all members of the celestial cult, or more precisely, those who aspired to higher ranks. The decision-making body of the celestial god cult must be able to withstand a half-finished celestial god elixir. Moore was a successful example, but it wasn't perfect. His appearance changed drastically, and his strength hadn't reached its peak. As for the other losers, they are all imprisoned here. They have lost their minds, driven only by killing and bloodlust, and even the celestial cult cannot control them. What's even more terrifying is that these monsters grow stronger with each kill they commit. Chapter 402, The Hulk Army. The Ghost Hunters. Then let them never return. But that's not the most troublesome part. What's truly chilling is that there's a group of ghost hunters among them. These hunters are actually cyborgs, and they're 100% infectious. If you're scratched by them, a minor injury will cause you to mutate within 3 hours, while a serious injury will result in you being assimilated into a bio-zombie within minutes. What's even more terrifying is that these creatures are extremely intelligent, naturally adept at hunting, and capable of stealth and invisibility. They have no body temperature and do not reflect any detection wavelengths. So, as long as they do not actively expose themselves, there's almost no way to deal with them. Unfortunately, the experimental area where they are being held has been damaged, so the entire dome has been sealed off, and even the Hulk outside can only keep an eye on what is happening inside. The news sent shockwaves around the world. Holy crap! Is the end of the world coming? This is even more outrageous than the movies. The Hulk was already ridiculous enough, But there's something even more terrifying. Countries that were originally preparing to hold a joint conference suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that the world was far more dangerous than they had imagined. The next second, countless people's phones and computers were forcibly pulled into the live stream. Seeing this familiar operation, everyone knew that no one but Qin Yang could do such a thing. As soon as the screen lit up, everyone's pupils contracted sharply. The camera showed a densely packed group of green monsters, each over 3 meters tall, their bodies gleaming with an eerie green light. The very Hulk army from the documents. After a few comments flooded the screen, everyone fell silent again. They realized that Qin Yang's head was directly above the massive glass dome, meaning he had entered the most dangerous area. In a video, Qin Yang punches a Hulk away, his hands covered in green blood, and chats with Xiao Jin. Why are you streaming now? Unlocking the next weapon doesn't seem to be of much use. Xiao Jin retorted confidently. We're fighting for the whole world. How can no one see it? Besides, every bit of war value we accumulate is a bit more. Qin Yang chuckled. You really know how to calculate things carefully. Just then, the call connected, and Xiaomi's anxious voice came through. Brother Yang, how are things on your end? Qin Yang's tone remained relaxed. I'm fine. I ran into some interesting opponents, having a lot of fun. Xiaomi, however, couldn't manage a smile. I'm watching a live stream, and there's a ghost hunter in it. Qin Yang said calmly. They can't get out, and neither will I. I won't leave until I've killed them all. If I really can't get out, remember to meet up with Qin Air and the others. I'm starting to not understand this world either. With that, he hung up the call. The live stream fell completely silent. Everyone understood that Qin Yang had prepared for the worst. Watching the man fighting bloody battles among the monsters, everyone felt a respect they had never felt before. He was usually arrogant and domineering, but when it came to this, he was the one who stepped forward to stand at the forefront. Even Biden paused for a moment, then whispered an order. If Qin Yang dies here, the whole nation will mourn and send him off. At this moment, all nations abandoned their thoughts of scheming and fighting. These hulks before them were merely failed experiments. Yet, even so, they could crack the ground with a single stomp, and even Qin Yang, after taking several punches, had to retreat several steps. Just how powerful would a truly successful experimental subject be? Meanwhile, the members of the Celestial God cult were also watching the live stream. The cult leader sneered. Did he really think our base was so easy to breach? His ability to decipher the data so quickly is somewhat unexpected. Immediately afterwards, he issued a sinister order. Tell your men to spread the word. Say that if the Celestial God cult cannot rule the world, this virus will break out in full force. I want the whole world to descend into chaos. By the end, he was laughing uncontrollably with excitement, as if he could already see himself controlling the world. Inside the dome, the battle grew increasingly fierce. With a deafening boom, Qin Yang smashed the Hulk's head with a single punch, but the next second, several heavy punches came crashing down from all sides, forcing him to stagger back several steps, his blood churning. Just as the Hulks charged forward again, a figure suddenly burst onto the battlefield. With a sweeping slash of his longsword, several Hulks were nearly cut in half at the waist, their green blood splattering everywhere. The person who arrived was Qin. He was wearing that conspicuous pink battle armor and stood in front of Qin Yang, saying in a deep voice, Boss, leave these guys to me. You focus on dealing with the rest. Qin Yang glanced at his armor and even had the mood to tease. You actually wore that pink armor. Qin Yi's lips twitched. Boss, isn't your focus a bit off right now? Qin Yang smiled and said, Let's ease the tension. Chiefin is probably quite nervous right now. Joking aside, Qin Yi quickly became serious and said, Boss, I'll hold them off. You try to open a crack. Maybe we can still break through. Qin Yang shook his head. I can't afford this risk. There are indeed many people in this world that I don't like, but there are also many people I care about. If I release those things, no one can bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi suddenly laughed. Then it seems we really might not be coming back this time. Qin Yang's eyes sharpened. Then he burst into laughter. Then let's go and not come back. They outnumber us. We'll kill them all together. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped his feet and charged forward again. The killing stick instantly transformed into a pair of combat gloves. He smashed the shoulder of a Hulk with one punch, and then crushed its head with his other hand. Qin Yi was equally resolute, drawing his sword and charging into the monster horde. The two of them fought fiercely amidst the encirclement of over 500 green giants, their feet stained with green blood. A truly gruesome scene. But there were simply too many Hulks. They couldn't kill him instantly with every blow. Qin Yang endured several heavy blows, his internal organs trembling, and he could only suppress it to prevent himself from vomiting blood on the spot. Chapter 403 Terminator? That's fucking cool. I really want to raise one. Silence fell once more in the live stream. If it was a one-way trip, then so be it. No one had expected that Qin Yang, who used to retaliate 100-fold against anyone who provoked him, and who never considered the consequences, would now choose to trap himself inside for the sake of the entire world. Bang! Boom! Qin Yang and Qin Yi were still locked in combat amidst the horde of green giants. With each punch, green blood splattered everywhere. Qin Yi could have flown into the air, but that would have placed all the pressure on Qin Yang, so he could only grit his teeth and endure the close-quarters combat. He had plenty of ammunition, but couldn't find an opening to suppress them. These Hulks gave them no chance, swarming forward like a tide. With a thud, Qin Yang took a punch to the chest, and blood gushed out. Black God Armor. Qin Yang roared, and the armor instantly materialized, the powerful impact sending the surrounding green giants flying. The next second, he charged into the monster horde, wielding a lightsaber, finally turning the tide of the battle. The two armored vehicles began to push back, but Qin Yang knew in his heart that his energy was not sufficient. He had originally intended to save it to deal with the more dangerous ghost hunters, but if he didn't use it now, he might not even have the chance to see the ghost hunters. Outside the battlefield, the cult leader watched all this with a cold smile. In his eyes, Qin Yang was already a dead man the moment he stepped into this place. The ghost hunter's attack power even surpassed that of Moore, and he could also use weapons. Tearing through Qin Yang's armor would not be difficult for him. A barrage of pessimistic comments appeared in the live stream, claiming that only by joining the celestial cult could the world avoid destruction. However, these comments were quickly suppressed, and various countries simultaneously issued strict orders to prosecute anyone who could be traced as a traitor. At this moment, for the first time, the nations of Earth truly united in their hatred of the enemy. Time passed slowly, and after a full 3 hours, Qin Yang and Qin Yi were both forced to exit their battle armor, their energy completely depleted. Before them lay only a little over 100 Hulks. Qin Yang's chest heaved violently as he gasped for breath, cursing, "I'm exhausted. These guys are really tough." Even with his physical strength, he was now feeling incredibly weak. Dozens of wounds, large and small, covered his body, the red and green blood mixed together in a gruesome sight. Qin Yi was in an even worse state, suffering multiple fractures in both legs and forced to stand still, brandishing his sword to keep going. He wanted to take over the remaining enemies, but Qin Yang retorted irritably, "With your physique, you could be blown away by a gust of wind, and you're still trying to be brave?" Having said that, Qin Yang raised his green dragon crescent blade and charged forward again. With a single strike, he cleaved a Hulk in two. Then, he leaped high into the air, slamming his heavy blade down, splitting the earth and causing the titanium alloy steel plates beneath to vibrate with a piercing groan. A fissure tens of meters long ripped across the horde of monsters, instantly slaying an entire row of Hulks in the middle. Asterisk whoosh. Thud! Asterisk Qin Yang swept his blade across the area, and Hulks fell one after another wherever the blade passed. A dozen minutes later, the group of monsters covered in bone spurs was finally wiped out. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid ground, but layers upon layers of corpses. Everywhere they looked was green blood, as if the entire space had been submerged by monsters. Qin Yang, leaning on his green dragon crescent blade, stood atop the mountain of corpses, staring intently ahead and roaring, "Is that all you've got? Come at me again if you dare." The words had barely left his mouth when a rumbling tremor suddenly echoed from afar. Qin Yang leaps twitchet. Seriously? He was just showing off, and they actually came? Qin Yi said helplessly, "Boss, are you satisfied with your jinx now?" Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him. "You level 2 cripple, go stand over there. How many of these ghosts are there?" The system reminded him that in addition to the ghost hunter, there was another terrifying creature in the data, and the ghost hunter and the Hulk could not coexist. Qin Yang's eyes widened immediately. "Don't tell me there's something even more outrageous inside." The system indicated that some data was encrypted and would take time to decrypt, but there seemed to be something called Terminator, which was keeping the ghost hunter in check and preventing them from fighting each other. For a moment, Qin Yang didn't know where to begin his Tu Chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or critical comments. Is the heavenly god cult crazy? 10-year veterans? Why are they always coming up with this kind of weird stuff? After this conversation reached the live stream, everyone's hearts sank. The Hulk alone had already crippled Qin Yang and Qin Yi, leaving one half-crippled and the other nearly useless. There were even two stronger monsters inside, making Qin Yang's chances of surviving almost zero. Outside the glass door, Qin Air and the others could only watch in utter despair, completely helpless. After the tremors subsided, over 200 more Hulks reappeared in front of them. Behind them floated 5 enormous figures. Even the Hulks, with their massive size, appeared tiny in comparison. There were 5 Terminators, their skin entirely blue, feet off the ground, arms crossed, their posture domineering, as if victory was already assured. Looking at them, Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these Terminators are fucking cool. If I could raise one, it would be so awesome." The system was speechless, reminding him to first consider whether he could win. Qin Yang grinned. "Whether I can win or not, we'll only know after we fight. Before, I was wondering what kind of funeral would be worthy of someone as awesome as me. Now, looking at these 5 guys, they're not bad looking at all." Although he had taken a mid-level enhancement potion, he could still feel a strong threat emanating from these 5 Terminators. Their strength was probably far superior to Moore's. Qin Yang didn't think he could definitely win, but dying on this battlefield wouldn't be a loss. The system couldn't help but complain about his optimism, starting to make his final arrangements so soon. Qin Yang laughed. "Doesn't this also prove one thing? I'm already invincible on Earth, which is why they sent me alien creatures." The live stream was still running, and world leaders were connecting online. Just then, Biden suddenly spoke up. "No, Qin Yang can't die. He must live." Everyone was stunned. No one expected that the person with the deepest grudge against Qin Yang would say such a thing at this moment. Biden said in a deep voice, "No matter how outrageous Qin Yang is, no matter how much he displeases him, he's still an Earthling. Besides Qin Yang, who else can rival the celestial god cult? Those monsters are no longer something that nuclear bombs can easily solve." Silence fell over everyone. Indeed, they couldn't just drop nuclear bombs wherever the monsters appeared. Besides, no one knew if these creatures would be killed by nuclear weapons. The Hulk already glowed green. If nuclear radiation made them even stronger, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yangwa No. 1 also confirmed that Qin Yang could not die. Data showed that both the Hulk and the Ghost Hunter were 100% infectious. Currently, only Qin Yang and his group possessed antibodies. Earth could not function without them. The problem was how to save them. Qin Yang judged that he couldn't come out, otherwise it might trigger a world-ending crisis. If he could come out, he would have already done so. Lei Qingzi suddenly said, "Don't worry about that now. Send troops. When the time comes, don't let them be completely useless." Ghost Hunters are simply unstoppable. They don't dissipate heat, don't reflect any waves, and can become invisible. Now they could be anywhere, perhaps even right at the doorway, just waiting for someone outside to open it. Chapter 4, 04 Death. So close, so very close. Looking at the horde of enemies before him, Qin Yang took a deep breath and shouted out a single word. "Kill." The next second, he charged forward with his green dragon crescent blade, sweeping the blade horizontally, and the Hulk at the front was instantly forced to retreat. But the monster roared, and layers of green light shields rose around its body. The blade struck it, but it was as if it were hitting a mountain of steel, remaining completely unmoved. Qin Yang's eyes darkened, and he flipped over to close the distance, slamming his fist into the light shield. The first punch created a crack, and the second punch pierced through the defense, penetrating the green giant's chest along with it. But just as he succeeded, attacks came crashing down from all sides. Qin Yang used the force to retreat, managing to pull out the green dragon crescent blade stuck in the monster's body while still in midair. Even though he absorbed most of the force, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood when he landed. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but curse. "Damn, this thing even has skills? You're telling me it's a half-finished product?" Xiao Jin's analysis followed. These Hulks had clearly been modified by the Terminator and were no longer the creatures in the original data. The Celestial Cult thought it controlled everything, but in reality, they were mostly just being used as experimental subjects by aliens, or even as pawns in the destruction of the world. Qin Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disdain. The people of the Heavenly God sect treated their opponent like a god, unaware that in the other's eyes, they weren't even cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the Heavenly God sect began to turn strange. Many people turned pale, clearly realizing that something was wrong. The cult leader, however, spoke coldly, telling everyone that they had long since run out of options. Now, with the so-called blood of the gods flowing through their veins, they either trampled everything in their path to dominate the earth, or they would die without a burial place. Silence fell over everyone. Just then, the horde of hulks roared again and charged at Qin Yang. Qin Yang sneered, gripped his sword with both hands, and met the attack head-on. Amidst the deafening roar, he once again plunged into the monster horde. But these hulks were coordinating more and more fiercely, crashing down from above one by one, attacking from both sides. Coupled with that eerie green shield, even Qin Yang's sword was blocked by most of its power. Soon, everyone witnessed an extremely oppressive scene. Qin Yang was engulfed layer upon layer by countless hulks, the monsters lunging upwards like madmen, eventually piling up into a giant ball of flesh, constantly writhing and rolling, as if trying to crush him alive inside. Qin Yang, with both legs broken and unable to move, could only roar furiously with bloodshot eyes, urging the monsters to attack him. But the hulks seemed to have received a death order, completely ignoring everyone else and focusing solely on attacking Qin Yang. Seeing this, the members of the Heavenly God sect were almost certain that Qin Yang was dead, and some even began to celebrate prematurely. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of various countries remained deathly silent. If even a combat power of Qin Yang's caliber was being suppressed like this, what could the others do? Soon, the nuclear-armed superpower issued an order to immediately nuke the area once the Golden Leopard mercenary group withdrew, ensuring no survivors. Inside the base, Qin Air tried several times to force his way out, but ultimately restrained himself. Someone urged him urgently, saying that if he rushed out now, he might still be able to save the boss. Qin Air, however, stared intently ahead and replied in a deep voice, "No one is allowed to open the door without Qin Yang's next order." In a live stream, countless ordinary people were completely stunned. The almost invincible Qin Yang in their eyes had actually been forced to this point. If even he couldn't hold on, was there any hope left for this world? Zai gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath, "Impossible." Qin Yang had come this far, experiencing so many life or death situations. He shouldn't have fallen here. Meanwhile, on a secluded island, Hong Luo remained seated in the sky, suppressing the massive dome below. Within the dome, the one-horned man laughed loudly, convinced Qin Yang was dead, and mocked Hong Luo, saying she couldn't hold out much longer and that this world would eventually fall into their hands. Hong Luo didn't respond, only gazing into the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. She had clearly seen Qin Yang from the future. Even if he were to lose, it shouldn't be now. But the future had already been altered once, so at this moment, even she was somewhat uncertain. At this moment, Qin Yang was not dead. He was being crushed beneath countless hulks, his green dragon crescent blade transformed into a shield, stubbornly withstanding the immense pressure from above. But the monsters were like they were on steroids, relentlessly pounding him with punches, making his arms numb, and even causing tiny cracks to appear on his once indestructible shield. Qin Yang spat out another mouthful of blood, but he was still cursing, "Even if I'm going to die, I'll die a glorious death, not be dismembered by you." Just then, Xiao Jin kept muttering, "Almost there, just a little bit more." Qin Yang's forehead veins throbbed as he listened, and he immediately pressed for details, asking what was missing. Xiao Jin then explained that the Black God armor would soon undergo an upgrade. Although it was far from its final form, once the upgrade was successful, it would be more than enough to deal with these imposters. Qin Yang was stunned, almost cursing out loud. So fast. Little Gold explained that it was live streaming to leverage its greater influence to accelerate the armor's upgrade. The Black God armor was too powerful. Qin Yang's current body couldn't withstand it for long, and he'd need the medical bay to slowly recover afterward. Qin Yang gritted his teeth, enduring the increasingly terrifying pressure above, and muttered, "What's the point of explaining now? Let me fight my way out first." Chapter 4:05 Black God Armor. Subduing the Terminator. Being alive is a blessing. Who cares about being injured? Everyone outside thought Qin Yang was dead, given the sheer power of those hulks and the silence below. At this moment, Xiao Jin reminded him, "Old Qin, that's enough. The Black God armor is upgraded, but with your current body, it can only last for 3 minutes at most." Qin Yang grinned. "If it's really as strong as you say, 3 minutes is enough." He shouted, "Black God armor." The next second, black and gold armor instantly covered his entire body, its surface shimmering with light, and golden rays trailed from the corners of his eyes. His body, which was originally over 3 meters tall, was compressed back to near normal height. He shrank, but he also became stronger. With a deafening boom, the giant ball of flesh formed by hundreds of hulks exploded, and countless enormous figures flew in all directions like scattering flowers. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Qin Yang slowly rose from the center, knelt on one knee, slammed his fist into the ground, and roared with laughter. "Ha ha ha! Grandpa's back! You bastards, prepare for your judgment." The moment he finished speaking, he vanished. The next instant, he appeared on top of a hulk, smashing down with a punch that turned the giant into a bloody pulp, even creating a large crater in the titanium alloy plate beneath him. The cult leader abruptly stood up, unable to contain himself, and cursed. What the hell is this? How did his armor get upgraded again? And how exactly did it change? Below the mysterious island, the so-called celestial being's expression changed drastically upon seeing the Black God armor. How is this possible? How could this thing appear? You're the ones who did this. You Earthlings love doing these kinds of things. Honglu sneered. How dare you say that? How many eras have passed, and you still manage to find Earth first? If you can recognize the Black God armor, we're all equally capable, so let's not talk about who's who. Qin Yang soared into the air, clenched his fist, and felt the surging power within him. At the same time, a sharp pain shot through his entire body, clearly indicating his time was running out. He descended from the sky, slamming his fist into the ground. Seismic wave. The entire ground churned up like ocean waves, and everything in front of it was blown away. The hulks were thrown into the air one after another, powerless to resist. Qin Yang's eyes blazed with golden light, and in the next instant, 2 golden rays swept out from his eyes. Although the range was only a few hundred meters, they were like 2 sharp swords slicing across the sky. With a single glance, the hulks in midair were all instantly cleaved in 2, their corpses falling to the ground. Everyone gasped. Only a few seconds had passed since Qin Yang's flip, yet these terrifying hulks had been instantly killed, and the dome remained completely undamaged. Qin exclaimed, "Holy crap, boss, are you Superman? Is that heat vision?" Qin Yang had no time to pay him any attention. The pain in his body was becoming increasingly intense, and his skin was even starting to crack, with blood flowing down from the gaps in his armor. Only then did he realize that the 3 minutes Xiao Jin mentioned were the limit of his body's endurance, not that he would be unharmed within 3 minutes. Qin Yang flashed forward, heading straight for the 5 Terminators. These 5 monsters, who had been exuding an imposing aura since their entrance, froze in place upon seeing Qin Yang charging. He pulled out a heavy machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire at the Terminator's protective shields. All the bullets were blocked, and even the exploding grenades caused no real damage. Qin Yang immediately discarded the heavy machine gun, flipped his hand to retrieve a lightsaber, and cleaved through the first Terminator's protective shield with a single strike, the blade embedding itself deeply into the opponent's shoulder. Only then did the Terminator react, swinging his arms in retaliation, crackling electricity exploding everywhere. Qin Yang dodged, unable to help but curse. "Holy crap, you can even generate electricity? What kind of monster is this?" He roared half-moon slash. His lightsaber swept out, leaving a blinding trail in the air. Even a Terminator as powerful as him was directly decapitated by this strike. After taking down one, Qin Yang was about to continue his attack when the remaining 4 Terminators suddenly knelt down in unison, actually kneeling on one knee after canceling their levitation. Qin Yang's lightsaber paused, and he quickly sheathed it. The 4 Terminators growled, and Qin Yang tilted his head, looking puzzled. "I know you guys are smart, but have you all learned to surrender?" Xiao Jin explained. "Old Qin, they said they want to join you." Qin Yang was taken aback. They all look incredibly imposing, so why are they so afraid of death? Those hulks never showed any fear, even in death. Xiao Jin said, "You're overthinking it." They recognized the Black God armor. It's something etched into their genes, which is why they chose to follow you. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why did that one attack me just now? Xiao Jin replied, "They're all genetic creations, fused with different genes. The core genes of these four come from that one, so they retain their awe of the Black God armor." Without further hesitation, Qin Yang deactivated his Black God armor. The instant the armor disarmed, he staggered, his wounds gruesome, blood gushing forth, leaving him almost covered in blood. Everyone held their breath, in suspense. No one had expected him to be so badly injured, much less that he would dare to disarm himself in front of four terrifying monsters. Qin Yang stepped forward, the four Terminators remaining kneeling in place, without making a move. He said in a deep voice, "Since you've chosen to follow me, firstly, you cannot disobey my orders. Secondly, you cannot kill your own people. And thirdly, you cannot infect others." The four Terminators growled again. Xiao Jin translated, "They said they're not interested in those things. Deep within their genes, they submit to the Black God armor and will become stronger because of it." Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, Xiao Jin, you can even translate this? Your foreign language skills are pretty good." Xiao Jin was speechless. "Foreign language, my ass. This is a program that was implanted in me before I came here. Someone studied their language before." Qin Yang smiled. "Well, you're awesome." Then he looked up at the sky, his tone smug. "Cult of the gods, you really gave me a great gift. I'll accept these four top-notch henchmen without hesitation. Don't worry, they'll definitely be used on the battlefield against the aliens." Ha ha ha. The cult leader's face instantly darkened. He looked down at the champagne in his hand and angrily smashed it on the ground. "Damn it, if I ever open champagne at the halfway point again, I'm a dog." Chapter 406 Nuclear Saint? Humanoid Nuclear Bomb. The cult leaders were dumbfounded. The monsters they couldn't handle had actually been subdued by Qin Yang. Forget the Terminator. The first wave of Hulks alone would have been enough to give them a run for their money. Now, this whole operation looked like aiding the enemy. Hong Luo, on the other side, was laughing uncontrollably, directly mocking them for daring to use her sister's genes. They were practically idiots hired by a monkey. The aliens below blushed, but couldn't utter a single rebuttal. There was nothing they could do. Hong Lian and her group were simply too strong. If they didn't use their genes, what were they going to do with their own? The result was already clear, a crushing defeat of 4-1. Qin Yang turned to the four Terminators and said, "You four protect the two of us. We'll heal our wounds first." The four Terminators responded with low growls, and Red Lotus thoughtfully translated, saying they were fine. Qin Yang couldn't help but admire the translator's competence. Then, Qin Yang conjured a large amount of supplies out of thin air, even 2 medical pods. Ever since he nearly died last time, he'd carried several with him. Arrogant as he was, he still valued his life. People from all countries were dumbfounded. Good heavens, Qin Yang isn't even pretending anymore? They're taking the technology route, but Qin Yang is going straight for the cultivation route. No wonder they can't beat him. The live stream chat exploded, with everyone joking that it was just a spatial ring. Qin Yang, however, laughed and explained that space inherently possesses infinite potential, so carrying a spatial element around is perfectly reasonable. It's as easy as having hands, isn't it? The top scientists listened, their lips twitching. Their worldviews were practically shattered. You call this science? They didn't believe it, not even if you killed them. Qin Yang and Qin Yi lay down in the medical pod. 3 hours later, they opened their eyes. Qin Yi's injuries had healed completely, and although Qin Yang's wound hadn't completely disappeared, the bleeding had stopped. Qin Yi asked him why he didn't stay a little longer. Qin Yang shook his head, saying that his injuries had stabilized, and all that was left was to slowly recover. How could such power come without a price? Qin Yi fell silent. Just a minute ago, Qin Yang had acted like a god of war descending, his destructive power, methods, and physical strength far exceeding his expectations. Qin Yang then asked number 1 what else was inside besides them, and how many there were. Number 1 growled, and Hong Lian translated, "There are 13 invisible beings inside. They're very annoying. They can only retaliate when attacked, and a single strike from them can shatter their bioforce field." Qin Yang nodded. The so-called biofield was the blue protective shield they had seen before. It was what allowed them to levitate. Qin Yi looked at Qin Yang strangely, and asked if he could understand the Terminator's speech. Qin Yang nodded seriously and said it was simple, just ho ho ho. Qin Yi actually believed him and asked him to repeat it slowly. Qin Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing, completely shutting Qin Yi up. Qin Yang then teased him for being too naive. No wonder he still had a princess's heart. Even his armor was pink and delicate. Now that the armor had been exposed to the whole world, he asked him what he wanted to say. Qin Yi's face froze, and he gritted his teeth as he squeezed out, "I want to die right now." The live stream chat instantly erupted in laughter. Some viewers had already analyzed that the armor's color would change according to the user's inner state, and that Qin Yi, a tough guy, actually harbored a girlish heart, creating a huge contrast. Qin Yi, annoyed, told Qin Yang to stop teasing him and get down to business. Qin Yang then explained that number 1 said there were 13 bodyguards inside, each one incredibly fierce. Qin Yi couldn't yet unleash the full power of his armor, and more importantly, he was out of power. Qin Yi's lips twitched, and he thought to himself, can't Qin Yang be serious for once? But feeling the surge of power within him, he still confidently declared that he could take on 10 of them. Qin Yang rolled his eyes, saying that he'd struggle to take on even one. Those things were assassins, guaranteed to strike first. Someone as fragile as Qin Yi would just get hacked to pieces. Qin Yi squatted on the ground, drawing circles, completely withdrawn. He had finally seen a surge in strength, but he kept running into obstacles everywhere he went, and all he faced were monsters. He was either getting beaten up or on his way to getting beaten up. Qin Yang asked number 1 if there was any way to find them. Number 1 growled, and Honglien, the translator, said there was no way, but they would come and slash him every now and then, and he might get bored soon. Qin Yang had no choice but to wait. He simply sat on the ground, took out a barbecue grill, threw on a whole roasted lamb, and started eating. At the UN General Assembly, the leaders of various countries watched this scene with twitching lips. What exactly is going on? Qin Yang, explain yourself. Why are you eating? Just then, Lei Qing's called. Qin Yang answered and casually said, we can only passively wait for the attack. There are 13 of them. They're very strong. One strike is enough to break through the Terminator's defenses. Lei Qingze then asked what kind of firepower the Terminator could withstand. Qin Yang replied that a few rockets wouldn't be enough to break through the force field. Small missiles should be able to penetrate its defenses, and powerful missiles, if they hit the core area, could cause serious damage. Lei Qingze was speechless, telling him to stop bragging. Qin Yang, however, stated in a deep voice that he was currently no match for any of the 4 Terminators, and that they were still evolving, currently only at the lowest level. He added, don't underestimate your lightsaber. Its single-unit power is comparable to a medium-sized missile. Lei Qingze gasped, finally unable to resist complaining. Qin Yang isn't cultivating. He's practically becoming a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Qin Yang waved his hand, saying he wanted to keep a low profile, but his smile was actually quite smug. I know I'm awesome, as long as my family knows. Lei Qingze hung up the phone immediately. Ha, shameless. He said it was just his family, but he's broadcasting it live like this. Does he think he doesn't know what Qin Yang means? Chapter 407 Beating Up the Ghost Hunter. This henchman really does it when he's in trouble. Lei Qingze shrugged at the group of leaders, his meaning clear. That's how things are. Everyone was both amused and exasperated. Qin Yang, as expected, had always been this way. On the other side, Qin Yang was eating a whole roasted lamb with gusto, his mouth dripping with oil, making countless viewers in the live stream drool. Because the incident had such a huge impact, almost everything outside had come to a standstill, and even ordering takeout was impossible, so everyone could only watch him eat with envy. Qin Yang ate for a full hour, but the so-called 13 protectors remained completely still. Just as he was pondering this, a sudden change occurred. With a soft poof sound, a wound suddenly split open on the Terminator's shoulder, green blood spurting out instantly, and even the force field was shattered by a single strike. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed, and the Black God armor instantly materialized. He unleashed a series of combos with a swift backhand. A seismic wave blasted the target away, followed by a death ray, and finally, a crescent slash crashed down from above. With a deafening boom, a massive crater was blasted into the ground, and blood splattered continuously from midair. Qin Yang, clad in the Black God armor, pressed his lightsaber firmly against the ghost hunter in front of him, but his expression was somewhat strange. Logically, this strike should have been enough to instantly kill the Terminator, yet it had only inflicted this small wound, immediately arousing his suspicion. At that moment, Xiao Jin immediately reminded him to quickly collect the blood. The Black God armor could analyze it, and perhaps it could break the opponent's stealth ability. The next second, the ghost hunter in front also revealed its true form. All 13 bodyguards had arrived, but it wasn't just one who actually took the blow. Instead, all 12 ghost hunters stood in front, kneeling on one knee, gripping their swords with both hands, and using the backs of their blades to block Qin Yang's sword strike. The Terminator's wounds were inflicted by the backs of their blades. Seeing this, Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that his damage had decreased, but rather that these guys had collectively withstood the attack. No wonder he hadn't been killed in one strike. In that case, let's continue fighting. Qin Yang swept his sword horizontally, and the Terminator pounced at the same time. In terms of raw strength, the Terminator was no less powerful than the Ghost Hunter, and now, with Qin Yang's direct suppression, the situation immediately reversed. The Terminator force field was activated at full power, causing the surrounding ground to collapse again, and the Ghost Hunter's movements visibly faltered. Immediately afterward, a fist crackling with lightning slammed down, knocking a Ghost Hunter blood out with a single punch. Qin Yang followed up with a sword strike, which was mostly blocked, but the blade still embedded itself in the opponent's body. The Ghost Hunter roared, and his figure vanished again, disappearing back into the air. Little Jean could even translate simultaneously. The opponent's meaning was, "This is troublesome. Retreat first." Qin Yang's lips twitched. These 13 protectors not only knew how to become invisible, but they also spoke with a roguish air that was simply outrageous. What was even more troublesome was that once they entered stealth mode, their wounds would quickly stop bleeding, completely eliminating any trace of them. Qin Yang had no choice but to withdraw from the Black God armor, panting heavily, sweat pouring down his forehead. This thing was incredibly taxing. He couldn't last much longer. Qin Yi, suppressing a laugh, deliberately teased him, saying he couldn't last even 10 seconds. Qin Yang rolled his eyes at him, saying that the armor was inherently difficult to control, and even at his peak, he could only last 3 minutes at most. Qin Yi laughed on the spot and immediately gave him the nickname 3-Minute Man. Qin Yang's face darkened upon hearing this, and he almost kicked him out. Although the armor had deactivated its possession, its analysis function was still running. He wouldn't be able to sleep soundly at night until the 13 protectors were dealt with. The expressions on the faces of the Celestial God cult members grew increasingly grim. The situation had just been in their favor, but now it had completely reversed. Although Qin Yang couldn't wear his armor for extended periods, if he seized the opportunity and cooperated with the Terminator, he could easily take down enemies one by one. The Black God armor quickly completed its analysis, and a pair of high-tech glasses covered Qin Yang's eyes, instantly revealing 13 blurry humanoid phantoms. Qin Yang immediately began calling out names. Number 1, 5 meters ahead, go all out. Number 2, number 3, number 4, 3 meters to the right front, fire. The Terminator never wastes words. Upon receiving the order, he unleashed a punch. With a deafening boom, a mouthful of blood erupted in midair, clearly indicating that the Ghost Hunter had been struck. Qin Yang, wielding his green dragon crescent blade, charged forward and slashed backward with a fierce strike. The blade abruptly stopped in midair, clearly having struck something, and blood spurted out immediately. He used his arms to fling the unseen Ghost Hunter away. The Terminator reacted quickly, throwing a punch at him. Qin Yang simply sheathed his broadsword, stomped his legs on the ground, and shot out like a cannonball, throwing punches simultaneously from the left and right of the Terminator, creating sonic booms in the air. The next second, a crisp crack rang out. When the figure reappeared, the Ghost Hunter's head had already been blown apart on the spot. This scene stunned everyone. Qin Yang had actually used only his physical strength, along with the help of a Terminator, to instantly kill a Ghost Hunter. Right rear, throw a punch. Qin Yang spoke it again. Terminator number 1 suddenly turned around and threw a punch. The impact was so solid that it made the opponent cough up blood again. The Terminators were ecstatic. They'd always been the ones getting beaten up when fighting these invisible monsters before, but now it was finally their turn to get revenge, and even their roars were filled with glee. Seeing this, Qin Yang immediately handed Qin Yi 4 headsets, instructing him to put them on the other Terminators. These headsets could connect to Xiao Jin's projection glasses, allowing them to also see the ghost hunter's location. The remaining ghost hunters were completely dumbfounded. They had just gone invisible, and one of their companions was instantly killed, and 2 others were seriously injured. Now, even the Terminator could pinpoint their location. How were they supposed to compete? Sure enough, the Terminators who had just put on the devices saw the afterimages in their eyes and immediately charged out like they'd been injected with adrenaline, roaring. Qin Yang retreated to the back, watching these guys excitedly chase after them, and couldn't help but laugh, saying they were like children weighing over 500 pounds each. Qin Yi's lips twitched. A child was one thing, but what was with weighing over 500 pounds? Qin Yang gave him a sinister look and asked if he'd been acting too cocky lately, suggesting he take off his out-of-power armor and send him inside to play with those Terminators. Upon hearing this, the Terminators who were beating up the ghost hunter in the distance actually turned around and glanced at Qin Yi. Qin Yi instantly cowered, quickly waving his hands in apology and saying that he surrendered, and that the boss was the biggest dog among dogs. Qin Yang was amused and waved to the Terminators, telling them to continue and not worry about this. It has to be said, these underlings were truly worth recruiting. They had sharp ears, strong execution skills, and were genuinely there for the task when needed. Chapter 408 Gaia Energy Cannon. Holy crap, is this divine punishment? Qin Yang casually conjured a sofa, leisurely lay down on it, crossed his legs, and watched the show, not forgetting to make a few sarcastic remarks. Too cruel. Wouldn't the heavenly god sect be heartbroken to see this? Their greatest achievement has been brutally beaten by you. On the other side of the screen, the leader of the celestial god cult was so enraged that he smashed several glasses, his face extremely grim. Qin Yang's words had thoroughly ignited hatred. On the Federation's side, a president suddenly spoke up. Shouldn't we pop the champagne? Haven't we won already? Number 1 was speechless. Opening champagne at halftime is not a good habit. This problem needs to be corrected. Then someone raised the crucial question. So we've been discussing this for so long. What does winning have to do with us? The scene fell silent instantly. Everyone then realized that they had spent half the day in meetings, only to find the enemy's battle nearly over, and all they had done was offer empty words. Even more embarrassing was the fact that even if they did go to provide support, it might not be to support Qin Yang. That infectious ability was too outrageous. If ordinary troops went, they might only cause more infections. They then remembered that Qin Yang and Qin Yi were practically immune to all poisons. Even the Skull and Bone Society's poison, which could turn a person into a skeleton, had no effect on them. Now, this virus, which guaranteed infection, had riddled them with holes, yet they remained unharmed. Number 1 looked at Biden with schadenfreude. Do you still want to have a go at Qin Yang? Biden's face turned red with anger, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, from now on, Qin Yang is my father. He can beat whoever he wants. There's no way around it. The aliens have already arrived. If such an army appears in the United States, they have no way to resist except for indiscriminate destruction. If that really happens, they'll probably have to ask Qin Yang for help. Biden glanced at the leaders below, and everyone nodded. He took a deep breath and then brought up another matter. We are prepared to work with other countries to develop Area 51. We cannot sit idly by and wait for our demise. Number 1's gaze darkened, and the Emperor frowned as well, asking, is the legendary Area 51 real? Biden nodded. It is indeed an alien ruin, but calling it a ruin is not quite accurate. It's more like a battlefield. Number 1 pressed. Where? Australia. Everyone froze. Australia? That's Central Island? After a brief silence, leaders from various countries pledged to send their most professional teams and strongest special forces. It was certainly dangerous there, but the rewards clearly outweighed the risks. Meanwhile, the battle on Qin Yang's side was nearing its end. It must be said that those 12 monsters were incredibly resilient. Their long swords had long been knocked away, yet the Terminators still pinned them to the ground and hammered them for 10 minutes before they were finally on the verge of death. Qin Yang said calmly, kill them, we should go. The Terminator immediately nodded, smashing down with both fists, instantly shattering the heads of the 12 monsters, killing them beyond any doubt. Then Qin Yang instructed, you guys retreat with Qin Yi first. Just in case, I'll level this place. Qin Yi reminded him, boss, be careful, don't cause any more trouble. Qin Yang said irritably, shut your jinx. A dozen minutes later, Everyone withdrew from the base. Qin Yang took a deep breath, a wild smile spreading across his face. Finally, I can try going all out. You scum of the Heavenly God cult, watch closely, I'm about to show off. The cult leader's lips twitched. He wished he could strangle him on the spot. Showing off was one thing, but to specifically name and mock him was just too annoying. Previously, Qin Yang had been holding back, not even daring to fire his lasers carelessly, for fear of accidentally blasting through the dome. But now he had no such scruples. Black God armor. With a deafening roar, Qin Yang soared into the sky, smashing through the specially designed dome above the base. That was glass that even Terminators and Ghost Hunters couldn't break, yet he smashed it open with his bare hands. Immediately afterward, he hovered in mid-air, palm down, a blinding white light emanating from his hand. Palm cannon. The white light roared down, instantly shattering the ground and tearing apart even the underground titanium alloy steel plates. The blast radius spread wildly from a single point. In just a few seconds, nearly half of the area beneath the dome was destroyed. Qin Yang shouted excitedly, "Take this again, Gaia, energy cannon." He raised his hands high, and a blue light screen appeared between his palms. The two palm cannons erupted simultaneously, but did not explode immediately. Instead, they continued to merge under the blue energy, and the white light rapidly expanded. Soon, a gigantic sphere of light, 10 meters in diameter, took shape, its outer layer covered in a thin layer of blue light, as if it might shatter at any moment. The viewers in the live stream were practically swallowing hard. Holy crap, is this world-destroying? The palm-sized cannon was already outrageous enough, but this thing could actually charge and stack its power. It was like it had cheated. The next second, Qin Yang hurled the light sphere down, simultaneously unleashing his palm cannon again, sending the massive sphere hurtling towards the ground. The moment the sphere struck the earth, the blue light membrane shattered like a bubble, followed by a deafening roar. Outside the base, Qin, Yi, and the others felt the earth tremble violently. The strong tremors could be felt for miles around. A blinding white light shot into the sky from the valley, destroying all the trees near the base, which was reduced to fragments in the explosion. When the light faded, only a massive crater remained, with no trace of human activity visible. Even Qin Yang himself was shocked and couldn't help but shout, "Holy crap, that's awesome. This must be divine punishment. I have to get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a black streak of light and disappeared from the live broadcast screen in an instant, so fast that no one could see clearly. Chapter 409, you're 77 years old, and you're calling me brother? Qin Yang was stunned. He hadn't expected the attack to be so powerful. The live stream was silent. Qin Yang had flown away, but all that remained of his place was a crater created by the blast. The only difference between this scene and a nuclear bomb is the absence of nuclear radiation. Even after a nuclear bomb explodes, some ruins remain, but here, even traces of human activity have been erased. Biden hesitated for a long time before finally uttering only two words, "Awesome." He truly understood now that the humanoid nuclear bomb was no joke, and he'd better avoid Qin Yang from now on. Meanwhile, casinos in Las Vegas were in complete panic, frantically raising funds. Who would dare owe Qin Yang money now? Paying to avoid trouble was the only sensible option. No one in the entire United States dared to protect them. Qin Yang returned to the warship, removed his Black God armor, took a deep breath, and shuddered in pain. He muttered to himself, "The advanced enhancement potion must be developed as soon as possible. This stuff is just too painful." He then ordered all his soldiers to be injected with enhancement drugs to unlock their genetic potential. Today's battle made it clear to him that if they were to face an alien army in the future, other countries would likely be unreliable, and in the end, they would have to rely on their own people. Qin Yang, hands behind his back, looked up at the sky and sighed sadly. "Alas, in the end, I've carried it all alone." Xiao Jin couldn't help but complain. "He's not even streaming now. Nobody can see him. What's he pretending for?" Qin Yang retorted, "Can I earn points from him?" Xiao Jin instantly bristled, feeling that Qin Yang was a jerk. She treated him like a brother, but he used her to farm points. Qin Yang was silent for a moment, then seriously stated that he had always treated her like a daughter. Little Gold was so angry it wanted to come out and fight, but Qin Yang just grinned mischievously. Unfortunately, it couldn't come out and could only foam in frustration. Not long after, Qin Yi and the others returned. Qin Yang looked at the 4 terminators and said he might do some research on them when they got back. The other side roared, and Qin Yang had little gold translate. Xiao Jin said sarcastically, "You only remembered it now?" implying that there was no problem. Qin Yang didn't pursue the matter further. This trip had indeed cleared up many of his doubts. The points gained from this battle were almost equal to those from destroying Xiao Rizi. Clearly, the system's ultimate goal was for him to resist that alien force. This put Qin Yang at ease. He had always wondered what was behind the system, and now it seemed he had a clue. It might have been created by his future self, or it might be related to the Dragon Kingdom that Hong Luo had mentioned. But regarding that dragon country, he investigated extensively but found absolutely no clues. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un was vague about the matter, clearly knowing something. Just then, his subordinate reported that Biden had invited him to a joint meeting the next day to discuss Africa, which would be broadcast globally to give the world confidence. Qin Yang nodded and had someone inform him that he would attend on time tomorrow. Now that all countries have ceased hostilities, even the Northern Bear Nation and its neighboring countries have temporarily laid down their arms, and the Lighthouse Nation is even less concerned with other matters. The most important thing right now is to unite against external threats and avoid internal strife. However, a coup occurred in Afghanistan. The government forces, which had been backed by the United States, lost their support, and the rebels seized the opportunity to advance into the capital, establishing a new regime. These rebels were also very tactful. Immediately after issuing their statement, they came to pay their respects. After all, everyone knows who the true hegemon of the Middle East is now. Without Qin Yang's approval, even if they conquered the country, they wouldn't be able to maintain their position. Qin Yang sighed. Life really is as lonely as snow. Little Jean immediately scolded him for racking up points again. Qin Yang leaps to Chet. He'd only made a casual remark. Why was it responding so readily? A day later, Qin Yi and the others had all completed their injections. Looking at the map, Qin Yang suddenly pointed to the Middle East region and said, "Look, it's almost there. Isn't it a bit off?" Qin Yi and the others blinked, reminding him that the world was now united, and it might be inappropriate to start a civil war. Qin Yang retorted irritably, "Is war all they think about?" He simply sent someone to inform the smaller countries that he had obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't sleep because there were territories nearby that didn't belong to him. Qin Yi and his group immediately understood. Wasn't this a blatant threat? Upon receiving the news, the smaller Middle Eastern countries promptly surrendered, immediately raising the flag of the Golden Leopard mercenary group. The largest remaining power was the Camel Kingdom. The king looked at his officials below, asking them with a headache what to do. Some expressed their helplessness, saying they had no choice. While Camel Kingdom's military strength was considerable, they didn't fully control the launch rights of their key weapons, and Yin Kingdom wouldn't support them in a direct confrontation with Qin Yang. More importantly, Qin Yang himself was a walking nuclear bomb, and he also had a swarm of smaller nuclear weapons under his command. In a real war, they had no chance of winning. The king sighed. He had originally asked them to come up with a solution, but they had all been telling the truth. In the end, he waved his hand and ordered someone to transfer $10 billion to the Golden Leopard mercenary group's account as a bribe. The officials were somewhat shocked, feeling that such a drastic measure was unnecessary. The king, however, scolded them for failing to grasp the situation. Even the United States was now trying to cultivate good relations with Qin Yang, so what could the Camel Kingdom offer besides money as a stepping stone? In the afternoon, Qin Yang received $10 billion in his account, raising an eyebrow. The Camel Country was indeed wealthy and powerful, spending billions so readily. He was very satisfied and sent someone to reply that the other party had done a good job and that he liked it very much. The next morning, Qin Yang took a helicopter to the Federation. By then, almost all the representatives from various countries had arrived, and this time they were all truly heavyweight figures, no longer ordinary diplomats. At the very least, it was at the vice presidential level, and many countries' top leaders attended in person. Biden from the U.S. and the great emperor from the U.K. were present, but France and the U.S. seemed hesitant, with their presidents not daring to show up. After all, the alliances Qin Yang had participated in often ended up in hand-to-hand combat. With his current strength, one slap from him could probably wipe them out on the spot. Lei Qingze from Yin Country was the only one there, as he had the best relationship with Qin Yang. The leaders from various countries arrived early, their gazes frequently drifting towards the entrance, all waiting for one person. Without Qin Yang, the meeting couldn't proceed. Nearly 10 billion netizens were watching the live stream simultaneously. If it weren't for the supercomputers of the United States, they wouldn't have been able to handle such a massive audience. These figures, who normally command national attention with a mere stomp of their feet, were all eagerly anticipating the event, waiting for a full hour. It wasn't that Qin Yang was being arrogant. They had simply arrived too early. They were all shrewd people. They'd rather wait longer than make Qin Yang wait for them, unless they were out of their minds. With a soft hum, the door slowly opened. Qin Yang, wearing his signature black trench coat, walked in with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat surprised to see the crowd. He chuckled and said, "Wow, you're all here? Looks like you were waiting for me." With that, Qin Yang strode to his seat, crossed his legs arrogantly, and acted as if he were at home. He glanced at Biden beside him and greeted him with a smile. "Hey, isn't this old Biden?" Qin Yang casually mentioned that old bastard from the United States who had stepped down, saying that he had seen him giving speeches all the time recently, shouting that he would run against Biden for president in 3 years. Biden, however, smiled broadly and said that he didn't expect Brother Qin to be so concerned about their country's affairs. He assured him that the old man couldn't cause any trouble and that he would handle things perfectly. Qin Yang's expression immediately turned strange as he stared at Biden and asked, "Have you been possessed? Brother Qin, you're 77, aren't you? I'm only 23, and you're calling me brother?" He genuinely couldn't understand where Biden had learned this way of addressing him. Did he learn all of Yin culture by reading martial arts novels? Even more outrageous is the United States, where two nearly 80-year-old men are competing for the presidency. They'll both be 80 in 3 years. It's uncertain whether they'll even live to see that day. Biden responded with a smile. Qin Yang sighed, saying that Biden's current tone sounded like a sycophant. He preferred Biden's old, rebellious self. This new tone was no fun at all. Chapter 4, 10 Death Note? I'm indifferent to life and death. Let's go down for a drink. Biden's lips twitched, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. Qin Yang said it was fun, but it seemed like he was about to make fun of him. Even so, he could only force a smile. The reason was simple. Qin Yang could not only solve the biohazard problem, but more importantly, while he might not be able to destroy the United States, killing this old man would be a piece of cake. Qin Yang sighed, saying that Biden's attitude made him a little embarrassed to take action. Then he suddenly pulled out a notebook and made a couple of marks on it. Everyone present was stunned. Lei Qingze leaned over to take a look and found the notebook filled with the names of world leaders, with a tally mark next to Biden's name. A mark Qin Yang had just crossed out. Qin Yang casually explained that this was just a precaution. After all, he had too many enemies, and if something really happened one day, he wouldn't know who did it. In that case, he could just have the survivors deal with the list. As for Biden, he had originally noted it down 5 times, but since he was being nice, they crossed one out first. Everyone's lips twitched. This wasn't a notebook, it was a death note. It didn't matter if they couldn't find the killer. They could all be buried alive with him. Lei Qingze couldn't resist taking a look, and Qin Yang casually tossed him the notebook. Lei Qingze flipped it open and almost fainted. A notebook of over 100 pages, already more than half full. He glanced at the list and noticed that most of the names were on it. Qin Yang, however, seemed unconcerned, saying that being on this list meant the person had some ability and had at least earned his approval, so they should feel honored. The group of leaders below were on the verge of tears, wondering if they should thank Qin Yang for his presence. Just then, Lei Qingze suddenly screamed because he was also on the list. Qin Yang waved his hand with a smile, saying that Lei Qingze was now the second in command, so he needed to be more composed, take life and death lightly, and not value his life too much. The two of them were such good friends. If they really had to go, they should go together, and then they could have a good drink together. Lei Qingze broke down instantly, 1,000 curses almost escaping his lips. Forget about taking life and death lightly. He just wanted to live. Finally, he irritably tossed the notebook back to Qin Yang. Qin Yang put away his notebook, surveyed the room, and asked them what the core idea of this meeting was. Was it just about staring at each other blankly? A moment of silence fell over the room. If he hadn't suddenly pulled out the death note, who would have been so terrified? The chairman coughed lightly, finally steered the conversation back on track. The United States was preparing to unite with other countries to develop Area 51, hence this meeting. The news had obviously been communicated to all parties beforehand, and the internet was in an uproar. After all, various versions of Area 51 had always circulated, and the public announcement of its development naturally caused a huge sensation. Qin Yang became interested and asked if the United States really harbored alien ruins. Biden shook his head, saying that the term ruins wasn't quite accurate. He had sent elite soldiers in to explore, but few came out alive. It was more like a battlefield. Qin Yang pressed for details about how the people died, suggesting it might have been the work of aliens. Biden indicated that it was possible. He acknowledged the existence of some terrifying creatures, but stated they only operated within the battlefield area. He added that the United States had obtained the enemy's DNA and discovered that their genetic makeup was actually that of ordinary Earth creatures. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. A battlefield? He was quite certain that no country in this current era of Earth civilization could contend with extraterrestrial forces. This so-called battlefield was intriguing. He immediately agreed to participate and asked Biden to send over the time and location. Biden breathed a sigh of relief, then cautiously added, "Now that the whole world is united, could Qin Yang please take a break these days?" Qin Yang was speechless, wondering if he looked like someone who loved causing trouble. Everyone stared at him with strange looks, as if asking how he could have the nerve to say such a thing. Qin Yang's lips twitched. He immediately realized it seemed quite plausible. Then, the guild leader announced in a deep voice that, from this moment forward, all members of the Heavenly God cult would be wanted worldwide. A hefty reward would be given to anyone who reported them, for they were traitors and deserved to be killed by everyone. Qin Yang was speechless. They were even using yin-style idioms. It seemed that when it came to cultural invasion, might made right. While Qin Yang was in a meeting, the Heavenly God sect was also holding one. However, the atmosphere on their side was noticeably more oppressive. After a long silence, someone spoke up, asking if they should do something. Last time they stirred up public opinion, it resulted in the arrest of many peripheral members. If this continued, the morale of the group might be destabilized. Chapter 4:11 Exploring the Battlefield. An engineer's shovel splits open an alien's head. The cult leader scratched his head in frustration, his face grim. They already possessed the power to destroy a country. Yet Qin Yang, this outcast, had to appear and completely disrupt the situation. His subordinates seized the opportunity to suggest that just because they couldn't penetrate Tali province didn't mean the rest of Yin Kingdom could be protected. No matter how strong Qin Yang was, he was ultimately alone. The sect leader immediately perked up, deciding to attack elsewhere first, and then make Qin Yang pay the price once the Heavenly God broke the seal. Meanwhile, the conference was nearing its end. Qin Yang's appearance was primarily to stabilize morale and, incidentally, finalize the next steps. With the current turbulent situation, various forces vying for power and morale inevitably wavering, he needed to personally oversee the proceedings. After the meeting, Qin Yang immediately ordered that the first exploration must be carried out with extreme caution. An aircraft carrier fleet, 10 generals, 5,000 soldiers, plus 4 terminators, all went with him. Qin Yi and his group's lips twitched as they listened. When others said, "Safety is the best policy," they meant to conduct a light and cautious reconnaissance mission. But Qin Yang said, "Safety is the best policy," and he immediately ordered tens of thousands of people to go, even bringing along an aircraft carrier fleet. This wasn't exploration. It was clearly like going to fight a full-scale war. Qin Yang didn't find it exaggerated at all. He had already read the information sent by the United States, which mentioned a bioengineered being similar to the Hulk. Although it had lost its ability to infect, it was extremely difficult to kill. Even if it was left with only a breath of life, it was still impossible to kill it. That's why he specifically reminded everyone that they absolutely couldn't be careless this time. Being unable to defeat them wasn't the worst thing. Being unable to kill them was the most troublesome. Even if enhanced humans had strong regenerative abilities, heavy firepower could handle them. But this kind of thing was clearly different. The world situation has changed rapidly in the past few days. Although countries have not yet found the true location of the extraterrestrials, they have successively destroyed several strongholds of the Celestial God cult. In particular, after the Celestial Society officially appeared, it launched a devastating attack on the Celestial God cult, making countries realize for the first time that this organization existed specifically to oppose the Celestial God cult. More importantly, the soldiers sent by the Sky Dome Society all exceeded the theoretical limits of human capabilities. Clearly, the forces behind the scenes had also been secretly conducting biological experiments for some time. Upon seeing these messages, Qin Yang actually smiled. He increasingly felt that the world was more complex than he had imagined, and the monsters lurking in the darkness were about to surface one by one. Meanwhile, progress in the laboratory was also extremely rapid thanks to the accelerated points system. The advanced potion would soon yield results. Qin Yang then casually inquired about another matter. Why was his current strength significantly greater than Qin Yi's and the others? Xiao Jin's answer was simple. The first potion he took was never as ordinary as he had described. Qin Yang then realized that he had been passively relying on his past achievements. 3 days later, 7 strongholds and 3 military bases of the Celestial God Cult were destroyed in succession, a series of victories that greatly boosted the morale of various countries. Subsequently, Qin Yang personally led a large army to Australia, where exploration forces from other countries have been waiting for a long time. But when they saw Qin Yang's extravagant troop formation, everyone fell silent. Others brought around 100 special forces soldiers for coordination and reconnaissance. Qin Yang, on the other hand, brought an aircraft carrier fleet, 10 top generals, and a Terminator. They'd brought it all. Lei Cheng's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but ask Qin Yang whether he was there to explore or to start a war. Qin Yang was quite frank, saying that he was just afraid of losing his life, and if a monster like a ghost hunter appeared inside, it would be easiest to just blast it flat. Lei Chengze could only concede after hearing this. The Qin Yang of today was completely different from the reckless person he once was. He was now so steady that it was chilling to the bone. Soon, Qin Yang waved his hand and led his team into the battlefield. Seeing this, the other special forces from various countries could only helplessly follow. As they passed through the entrance, it was as if they had crashed into a transparent membrane, instantly and completely isolated from the outside world. Upon entering, Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The light membrane before him was clearly some kind of advanced technology beyond comprehension, not only isolating space, but also preserving the battlefield to this day. Looking around, the entire area was riddled with craters, bearing the marks of explosions and impacts, clearly indicating that a fierce battle had taken place here. Thanks to the protective light barrier, many of the remains were not severely corroded, and even the skeletons were remarkably well preserved. He hadn't gone far when Qin Yang suddenly heard a crisp sound under his feet. He looked down and realized he had stepped on the end of a shovel. This discovery made him frown immediately. He immediately ordered the surrounding area to be dug up. All of this was simultaneously broadcast live to the world. Qin Yang did this not just for popularity, but also because Xiao Jin had already told him that humanity ultimately won this war, though the process and details remained unknown. Outside the live stream, many people didn't understand why a shovel was such a fuss. But soon some people realized that this was a battlefield against aliens. So how could an ordinary shovel be buried here for no reason? As the soil was gradually cleared away, the scene below was finally fully revealed. It was the skeleton of 2 people who had fought to the death. One was clearly human, the skeleton still in a striking posture, gripping a military shovel tightly. The other was not an earth creature at all. Its skeletal structure was completely different, and it was clutching a damaged high-tech firearm. Judging from the traces at the scene, the human had shattered half of the other's head with a shovel before he died, while his own chest was also pierced by the gun, resulting in severe bone damage, and they ultimately died together. Qin Yang immediately had Xiao Jin scan it. The results confirmed his suspicions. The alien skeleton was indeed not from Earth, and the bones even contained elements never before discovered on Earth. But then a problem arose. That alien weapon was clearly no ordinary weapon. A single shot could create a huge hole in a person's chest, so it should have completely crushed them. Yet, in the end, the one who won was actually a human wielding an arsenal. Not only Qin Yang, but everyone present was stunned. The outcome seemed utterly bizarre. Just then, Xiao Jin analyzed even more crucial information. The truly terrifying aspect of that gun wasn't just its power, but its ability to target elements lacking on Earth. If this special element wasn't destroyed, the target would regenerate at an extremely rapid pace, with virtually no limit. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang instantly understood. No wonder they used this kind of weapon. These alien creatures possessed an almost insurmountable regenerative ability, making them virtually unkillable by ordinary attacks. He slowly squatted down, picked up the military shovel covered in the marks of time, looked at the white bones on the ground, and said in a low but firm voice, "What you didn't finish, I will continue. I will make sure that their race is wiped out." As soon as the words were spoken, the bones in the skeleton's hand suddenly cracked open, and the shovel slipped from its grasp. The sight sent a shiver down everyone's spine, as if across countless ages, someone was still responding to that promise. The conversation between Qin Yang and Xiao Jin was broadcast live. The previously tense and anxious people from various countries suddenly felt a surge of confidence. Since this monster wasn't invincible, humanity still had a chance to win. At the same time, the celestial god cult's expression changed drastically. If this thing that could restrain alien creatures could really be unearthed again, then the celestial god they had always placed their hopes on would probably no longer be invincible. Chapter 412, The Sixth Era, Hundreds of Millions of Years. Brothers, follow me and kill. Qin Yang collected the remains and immediately ordered them to be taken back for analysis, demanding that the Weapons Research Institute decipher them as quickly as possible. After receiving a positive response, he continued, leading his team deeper into the battlefield. As Qin Yang continued digging, one corpse after another emerged from the ground. Most of the skeletons were in the posture of wielding melee weapons, such as shovels, fighting against the aliens, and some also showed signs of gunfire. This meant that such special power wasn't limited to melee weapons. It could also be applied to firearms. For Qin Yang, this was undoubtedly another piece of good news. Just then, a roar suddenly came from the depths of the battlefield, followed by a tremor in the ground. Qin Yang immediately shouted, "All troops prepare." The rear troops quickly set up machine guns. This area was unmonitored by satellites, and visibility was obstructed by various obstacles. Qin Yang didn't use missiles or self-propelled artillery. He wanted to see for himself what lay hidden deep within this battlefield. Soon, dozens of figures, their faces filled with terror, rushed out, kicking up dust behind them as thousands of beast-like monsters gave chase. Qin Yang gave the order, "Fire!" A hail of bullets erupted instantly, whizzing past the Special Forces soldiers and striking the cyborg army behind them. The Special Forces team, having escaped danger, immediately regrouped and turned to coordinate their attack. Qin Yang nodded inwardly. These were truly elites from various countries. If it were an ordinary warlord, they would probably have vanished long ago. 5,000 soldiers unleashed their full firepower with ample ammunition, instantly pinning down the cyborgs. But soon, everyone watching the live stream realized something was wrong. The cyborgs charged forward wave after wave, yet not a single one actually fell. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Qin Yi, bring one back for us to see." Without hesitation, Qin Yi instantly donned his pink battle armor and charged directly into the horde of monsters. He grabbed the shoulders of a cyborg with both hands, ripped off one arm, and then severed the other with his lightsaber. The next second, Qin Yi kicked out, sending a group of cyborgs flying and carving a clearing in the midst of the monster horde. He then flew back carrying the howling cyborg, which was still frantically gnawing at his armor. The snap sound continued as the cyborg's teeth fell out and grew back. Qin Yi, after landing, cursed, "Boss, is this thing poisonous? It's already chewed off over 30 teeth, and it still won't let go." Qin Yang glanced at it and laughed. Obviously, it's brainless. Its strength isn't that great either. For you to achieve this effect with a single kick, it's at most at the peak of human theoretical ability. Qin immediately objected, "Boss, it's very impolite of you to use me as a unit of measurement." The hail of bullets continued, but Qin Yang noticed that the arm Qin he had torn off had grown back, while the one severed by the lightsaber hadn't. This meant that the killing staff, like those other weapons, could effectively counter these monsters. Qin Yang immediately asked Xiao Jin, "What are the scan results?" Xiao Jin replied that these are indeed assimilated organisms, hybrids that have evolved over hundreds of millions of years, with their elements completely integrated into their bodies, thus possessing regenerative abilities, but their strength has not increased. Qin Yang was stunned. "Wait, hundreds of millions of years? You're saying this place has been around for hundreds of millions of years?" He was completely dumbfounded. It's true that Earth has existed for billions of years, but human civilization has only been around for tens of thousands of years, hasn't it? Xiao Jin retorted. Does he really think that humans now are the first humans on Earth? Qin Yang's lips twitched. and he couldn't help but tell it to speak properly. Xiao Jing then explained that Earth is divided into eras, and each era is equivalent to a reboot. Currently, it is the 6th era. Qin Yang's eyes flashed, and he pressed for details about whether there had been a country called the Dragon Kingdom in previous eras. Little Jean only replied with 3 words, "I don't know." Qin couldn't help but ask what had happened. Qin Yang exhaled and briefly explained that these monsters were indeed alien hybrids, and that their weapons were called particle weapons, capable of destroying the elements within their bodies, and could be used by ordinary people as well. Qin asked if they should retreat. Qin Yang shook his head. "No, we can kill. Everyone listen to my command. Take turns providing cover as you retreat from the battlefield. Leave this to us. Your attacks will not cause any effective damage." The main force quickly withdrew, leaving only Qin Yang and his group of 4 terminators in the center of the battlefield. Qin Yang drew his green dragon crescent blade, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Brothers, it's finally time for us to have a real fight." Qin and his companions burst into laughter. They didn't know why, but the sight of these monsters filled them with an overwhelming killing intent. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with bloodlust as he coldly said, "Those are etched into our genes. We are destined to be enemies, mortal enemies." The next moment he roared, "Kill!" Qin Yang slammed his legs into the ground, instantly cracking the earth, and shot out like a cannonball. Qin and the others followed closely behind, disappearing from their spots like a thunderclap. The 4 Terminators hovered in midair, their bodies slightly leaning forward, blue lightning exploding behind them, plasma flowing around them, and a blue force field shield rising in front of them. The live stream chat instantly erupted. Viewers hadn't seen such a thrilling scene in a long time. The moment Qin kicked out the vacuum, they knew Qin Yang and his team were destined to win this battle. Chapter 4:13 Tyrant. Your punch shattered my worldview. Qin Yang and his group didn't use their armor, because they had already realized from their initial exchange that these cyborgs were only SOSO, unable to withstand their explosive attacks. Qin flipped his hands, and the winning hearts and minds with virtue double axes, which had disappeared for a long time, reappeared. The 15 men charged into the battlefield and began to wreak havoc. Qin Yang slashed down diagonally, instantly splitting 2 cyborgs in 2, blood splattering as they fell to the ground lifeless. Qin went even more berserk, swinging his double axes so fast they were almost blurry, an excited smile on his face, his blows not aimed at heads, but specifically at the chests. After a round of slaughter, not a single cyborg could even touch them. The Terminator was even more outrageous. Its enormous hand slammed down like it was hitting a toy, capable of crushing a head with a single blow. Moreover, these cyborgs seemed to instinctively fear the Terminator, daring not to approach at all, which allowed the Terminator to kill even more recklessly. The livestream chat exploded with excitement. It felt like Chinese New Year to anyone who didn't know better. Qin Yang and his team were equally engrossed in the fight, with Qin Yang bursting into laughter. This is more like a proper storyline. Those previous crises were completely off. Another blade fell, and Qin Yang suddenly found himself facing an empty space. He turned around and saw that only a few of the more than 1,000 cyborgs remained. He immediately shouted, "Leave one for me. Slow down." Qin panicked. "Don't come this way." I managed to stay here with great difficulty. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his double axes, which spun in midair and cut off the heads of the last few cyborgs, before flying back precisely into his hands. Qin breathed a sigh of relief. "You scared me to death. You almost stole it from me." Qin Yang said irritably, "Look at you, so stingy. You think there won't be monsters on such a big battlefield? If Rocky follows you, he'll be a huge loss." Qin Yi's lips twitched. He felt his leader's words were too hurtful, a pure magical attack. After clearing the battlefield, Qin Yang and the others exchanged glances and continued deeper into the area. The viewers in the live stream were laughing hysterically. No one had expected them to even fight over monsters, acting like a bunch of old children. On the other side, the cult leader looked at the screen with a gloomy expression. "We didn't even discover this battlefield. What were you all doing?" Someone whispered, "Cult leader, is it possible that the Celestials knew about this place, but didn't tell us?" Upon hearing this, the cult leader surprisingly found it quite reasonable. The situation here clearly resembled an alien defeat, with humanity still possessing weapons capable of killing them. So what was there to fear? He said in a deep voice, "We can no longer sit idly by and wait to be killed. Qin Yang's influence is growing, and those countries want to make him their national symbol. The stronger he becomes, the more disadvantageous it is for us." Someone nearby immediately suggested that they start with the people around Qin Yang. Qin Yang's emotions were unstable, and he cared a lot about the people around him. If they could wipe them all out, he would definitely go crazy. Some even mentioned the death note, saying that if Qin Yang lost control, he might actually help them kill even more people. The leader's eyes lit up, and he immediately made the decision. "Let's do it this way. We also need to make a move on the Kami side, get everything ready. Also, notify Aizen and tell him to stop running around." Meanwhile, Qin Yang had already slaughtered through 3 waves of cyborgs. If it weren't for the fact that only the intimidation baton could completely kill them, he would have even considered tearing them apart with his bare hands, since that would have looked cooler. Just then, a heavy thud came from ahead. Thump, thump. Qin Yang and the others stopped in their tracks. They could only see about 100 meters ahead. Beyond that, everything was shrouded in white mist. Along the way, they saw many battlefield wreckages, similar to those before, but with even more alien remains. This further suggests that the Great War was very likely a decisive victory for humanity. Boom! A huge iron hammer suddenly flew out of the mist and slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. The thing looked more like a meteor hammer, covered with spikes, weighing at least 10 tons, and dragging a long iron chain behind it, pulling it back little by little. Immediately afterward, a gigantic black shadow emerged from the mist, easily 5 meters tall, its muscles bulging, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. Qin Yang tilted his head. A tyrant? They even have something like that? What kind of species are aliens anyway? The monster growled, "Humans die." Qin Yang was taken aback. "You can speak in language?" The monster repeated, "Humans die." Qin Yang was immediately disappointed. "So it's just a parrot. That's all it knows." "Fine, let me have a go at you." Qin Yi quickly reached out to stop him. "Boss, leave this to us. The black-eyed armor can't be used casually." Qin Yang glanced at him. "You think I'm weak? I was only at the initial stage of potion fusion before, but now I've reached the peak. I might not be able to beat this thing." Qin Yi looked at the giant meteor hammer, and his lips twitched. "Boss, I don't mean to look down on you, but that hammer weighs at least 10 tons, and the impact force when it's swung is over 100 tons. You're just a mortal. How can you fight it head-on?" Qin Yang's face darkened. "Are you implying that I'm not good enough?" Qin Yi said helplessly, "Boss, you should ask Sister Xiaomi whether you're good enough or not. There's no need for us to fight head-on. After all, this thing isn't exactly a normal creature." Boom! Qin Yang punched Qin Yi's head in the ground and said irritably, "You talk too much. Just watch from behind. Today I'll show you what it means to be invincible as a carbon-based life form. As long as it's still a carbon-based life form, I can smash its head into a fart." After saying that, Qin Yang took off his shirt. Bulletproof vests were becoming less and less useful to him these days, since his opponents were no longer ordinary people. Moreover, his physical strength was no less than that of a bulletproof vest, and might even be stronger. Qin Yi, rubbing the large bump on his head, cried out in despair, "Boss, don't get carried away. Stay calm, don't be reckless." The tyrant roared again, "Humans die." Qin Yang cursed, "I'll die your grandpa." The next second, he leaped forward, instantly creating a gust of wind. Qin Yi, who had just regained his footing, was thrown back a step, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't help but shout, "Holy crap. Boss, the potion they gave us wasn't effective, was it? How can it be so much worse?" Qin Air and the others were dumbfounded. They had clearly agreed to improve together, but Qin Yang had suddenly left them far behind. The tyrant roared and swung his massive meteor hammer, creating sonic booms as it slammed down on Qin Yang. Qin Yang's eyes remained unmoved, a smile playing on his lips. His hands were already covered with silver gloves formed from the killing staff. Boom! A small figure unleashed a punch beneath the massive meteor hammer. It seemed like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, yet after the deafening roar, ripples visibly spread through the air, the terrifying shockwave instantly dissipating. Qin Yi and the others quickly raised their arms to shield themselves, bracing themselves against the impact. He stared wide-eyed, muttering, "My goodness, our boss is inhuman." Not only him, but the viewers in the live stream were completely stunned. Who would have thought that Qin Yang, who had been quietly accomplishing great things, would unleash a punch that shattered everyone's worldview. Chapter 414, all his distant relatives are here. Why don't you apologize, boss? The ground beneath Qin Yang's feet instantly cracked, sending dust billowing into the sky, almost burying him completely, leaving only his head and a fist exposed. That fist held the meteor hammer firmly in place, but Qin Yang's body didn't bend in the slightest. However, the ground beneath his feet couldn't withstand the force and shattered into pieces. The next second, he unleashed another punch, sending the meteor hammer flying. Had it not been chained, the thing would have been sent flying, crashing to the ground some distance away. The tyrant was clearly taken aback, seemingly not expecting anyone to withstand its hammer. Then it roared and charged forward, dragging its meteor hammer, which spun wildly above its head, its power even more terrifying than before. Qin Yang's figure flashed, and he leaped into the air. The meteor hammer whistled through the air, and he twisted his body in midair, stepping on the hammer's surface to accelerate again. The huge recoil caused the tyrant to stagger forward, and Qin Yang seized the opportunity to punch it squarely in the head, sneering, "You think I'm stupid? I'm an agility type." He took that punch purely to prove he wasn't a greyhound. It looked cool, but it really hurt. The punch sent the tyrant staggering backward, each step leaving a deep crater in the ground. Qin Yang didn't stop. He rushed forward and unleashed a barrage of blows to its head. "Ora, ora, ora. Fight back, fight back." Qin Yang got more and more excited as he fought, constantly taunting. Qin Yi's lips twitched as he watched, and he couldn't help but retort, "So, who's the freak here? Do we even need to say it?" Qin Er, speechless, reminded him, "Brother E, you still dare to pay attention to this? What if the boss hears you and punches you? Should we be going to your grave?" The others nodded frantically. No one thought Qin E was more resilient than the tyrant. Qin E instantly collapsed. "It's over. My plan to usurp the throne has failed." On the other side, Qin Yang was having a blast, his punches landing with brutal force. He felt this was the kind of fight a real man should participate in. What was the point of just shooting guns? The tyrant was being smashed until his head was bleeding profusely. Half of his head was flattened, his meteor hammer had long since slipped from his grasp, and his fists couldn't find an opportunity to retaliate. Finally, Qin Yang punched through its head, stood on the corpse, and arrogantly raised his head. "Tsh, all carbon-based life forms, kneel down before me." This clumsy display of arrogance silenced everyone. It must be said, the eldest brother is truly invincible, and truly doesn't forget his original intention, always persisting in his path of showing off. But just then, terrifying roars suddenly echoed from the depths of the mist. Everyone could hear the overwhelming rage in those voices. Qin Yang's expression stiffened, and he turned to look at the mist. Qin E and the others also instantly switched modes, donning their battle armor, ready to fight at any moment. Once Qin Yang could make out the figure in the mist, he turned and ran almost without hesitation. As he passed the meteor hammer, he casually picked it up. He dragged the massive meteor hammer as he ran, leaving Qin E and the others dumbfounded. They clearly had their disciplined sticks. Why was their boss picking up this thing? Qin E couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's going on?" Qin Yang twirled his meteor hammer while cursing. "Damn it, we've messed things up. We beat up the younger brother, and now the whole family's showing up. All his aunts and uncles are here." Qin E and his companions were completely bewildered. They recognized each word individually, but the combination only made it seem more absurd. As the ground trembled more violently, they looked in the direction of the sound and gasped in horror. Qin E, not forgetting his usual cheeky tone, retorted, "Every wrong has its perpetrator, boss. You killed someone's son. Why don't you go up and apologize?" Qin Yang S leaps to Wechat, still acting silly at a time like this. Typical Qin E. Apologize? They don't even speak the same language. Why don't you go? A dozen enormous figures appeared ahead, each over 10 meters tall, the largest even 15 meters high. They were hideous, each wielding a massive meteor hammer, seemingly a uniform weapon. The largest monster even bore a striking resemblance to the tyrant that Qin Yang had just killed. Qin E added, "Boss, didn't you say you'd be king of carbon-based life forms? Go and take them down. I'll cheer you on." Qin Yang said irritably, "You talk too much nonsense. Do you believe I'll smash you with my meteor hammer?" Qin E immediately made a shushing gesture, but his gaze turned serious. Clearly, none of these guys were easy to deal with. The 15-meter-tall monster walked to the tyrant's corpse and suddenly roared to the sky. Qin Air couldn't help but laugh. Damn it, it really is its son. This thing actually has reproductive capabilities? Should we catch one and take it back to study? Qin Yang shook his head immediately. No, I refuse. Don't be careless. These guys are not simple. Even if you wear your armor, you might not be guaranteed to win. The others nodded. The next moment, the meteor hammer in Qin Yang's hand flew out. With a loud boom, the 15-meter-tall monster swung its meteor hammer, sending Qin Yang's hammer flying. Qin Yang frowned. This strength was indeed extraordinary. But if he used the Black God armor now, things would get complicated if something even more terrifying came along. He said in a deep voice, "Get ready. If things get bad, retreat to the edge. I'll unleash my full power and wipe them out, then we'll retreat immediately." Everyone responded in unison. Qin Yang clenched his fists, assuming a charging stance. Whether he could win or not, he'd try first. And his target was that 15-meter-long monster. Chapter 4:15. Qin Yang was beaten so badly he questioned his existence. The moment Qin Yang charged out, he headed straight for the enormous tyrant. The meteor hammer came crashing down on him, but he leaped into the air, and with a resounding boom, the meteor hammer slammed into the ground. The tyrant pulled sharply, and a meteor hammer flew back behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang flipped in midair, kicking the hammer, then stomped on it with both feet, using the momentum to charge towards the tyrant. He tried to use the same trick again, but the guy in front of him was ridiculously strong. Qin Yang stomped on him with both feet, but the guy didn't even stagger. Instead, he continued to chase after him, holding on to his meteor hammer with one hand. Qin Yang cursed and jumped in front of the tyrant's face, arching his body in midair and throwing a punch. But the next second, his expression changed because the tyrant actually caught his punch with 2 fingers. The size difference between the two was too exaggerated. The opponent's hand could almost completely envelop Qin Yang. Qin Yang's fist was caught by 2 fingers, and he froze for a moment. Then, the tyrant half squatted on the ground, grabbing Qin Yang and slamming him into the ground repeatedly. Loud booming sounds echoed continuously, creating large craters in the ground. Qin Yang's mind went blank, then his anger flared up. He couldn't tolerate being treated like a toy and tossed around. He roared, slammed his fist into the ground, used the momentum to arch his body, and gripped the tyrant's 2 fingers tightly, forcefully prying them apart. Qin Yang's forehead and arms bulged with veins as he gritted his teeth and roared. Those 2 fingers were actually pushed away little by little. Even the tyrant was stunned, never expecting this ant to possess such power. Just as Qin Yang was about to escape, another giant hand struck down, creating a sonic boom in the air. Qin Yang's face turned green, and the next second he was sent flying. He crashed into the distance like a cannonball, rolling and tumbling across the ground, creating countless craters as he flew thousands of meters before finally stopping, where he lay motionless for a long time. Qin Yang was genuinely questioning his existence this time. Was this thing still a carbon-based life form? Had he been too eager to show off? He could clearly feel that he had several broken ribs, damaged internal organs, and multiple bone fractures. This would be considered serious injury to an ordinary person, but for Qin Yang, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't get up. What truly made him not want to get up was how humiliating it was. Just now, he'd been swatted away like a fly, utterly disgraced. Qin Yang couldn't help but complain. This monster was only a few times taller than before, so why was the difference in strength so absurd? The force of just 2 fingers was almost equivalent to the full force attack of that tyrant from before. The system reminded him that, based on human height proportions, the 5-meter-tall creatures he'd seen before were at most kindergarten level. Not to mention these guys weren't even human. Qin Yang was speechless and could only reply, "Thank you." Meanwhile, everyone in the live stream watched in suspense as Qin Yang was sent flying thousands of meters, blood streaming down his body, lying motionless on the ground. Leaders from various countries immediately ordered all available resources to support Qin Yang. Anyone else could be in danger, but Qin Yang was an exception. Even if the entire army was wiped out, he had to be rescued. Just then, a series of loud explosions rang out around Qin Yang. Large craters appeared one after another. Qin Yang turned his head and fell silent. Those who had been slammed towards him were none other than Qin Yi and his companions. The group, clad in armor, had also been sent flying by the 10-meter-tall tyrants, and now they too looked utterly bewildered. They weren't unarmed. They even fired miniature missiles, but against these thick-skinned monsters, they only managed to scratch them a little. If it weren't for the effectiveness of the stern-firing club, they probably wouldn't have even been able to inflict serious injuries. Currently, only 4 Terminators are capable of directly confronting the tyrant. This is despite the Terminators having upgraded and their combat power skyrocketed after the previous annihilation of the bioengineered humans. However, it won't be easy for the tyrant to break through the Terminator's defenses. The Terminators hover in the air, using their biofield to withstand the attacks, and the two sides are locked in a fierce and evenly matched battle. As for Qin Yang and his group, since they'd all been blasted away, they simply sat aside and watched the show. Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he grumbled at how useless Qin Yi and the others were, even wearing armor. Qin Yi retorted helplessly, "Since when did our opponents stop being human? Something just doesn't seem right." Qin Yang said irritably that he had sensed something was wrong a long time ago, and always felt that someone was plotting against him in the dark. Seeing that everyone had flown over to keep him company, Qin Yang stopped pretending and sat up directly. Qin Yi and the others also got up, and the group sat in a neat row. Qin Yi asked if they should unleash their full power and wipe out these guys immediately. Qin Yang sighed and said to wait a bit, let the Terminators play a little longer. What puzzled him more now was how those people had managed to defeat these monsters back then. The Black God armor had tested them, and these aliens' physical abilities were about the same as Qin Yang's men, while the Earthlings were just ordinary soldiers. The comparison was simply outrageous. What Qin Yang didn't know was that dealing with that monster back then was actually just a matter of one move. The people in the live stream breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Qin Yang was still alive. But they were also stunned by his physique. Being thrown thousands of meters and still able to sit up was simply inhuman. Meanwhile, the battle between the Terminator and the Tyrant intensified. The surrounding force field shifted violently. Instead of retreating, the Terminators charged forward, enduring the attacks. 4 Terminators struck simultaneously, their giant palms piercing the Tyrant's chest. But the next instant, as if subjected to a delayed impact, they were all sent flying backward. Before long, several Terminators tumbled and landed in front of Qin Yang and the others. Looking up, they saw Qin Yang and the others sitting in a row. Qin Yang smiled and raised his hand to greet them. "Hi, what a coincidence. Come on, sit with us." The Terminators exchanged glances, and finally, one of them slowly walked over and sat down. The live stream chat erupted in laughter. No one had expected that even the Terminators would be beaten to the point of questioning their existence. Qin Yang shrugged, tossed a few bottles of water to everyone, and prepared to take a sip before unleashing his full power to end the fray. Just as he was about to stand up, a voice suddenly rang out from the center of the battlefield. "Hey, Qin Yang, you're really in a sorry state. You can't even beat this." Qin Yang's expression twisted. He looked up at the sky, and then laughed. "What? Missing my little heir? Afraid something might happen to him." Honglu rolled her eyes while standing in midair, saying that they were just a bunch of kids who were always being stubborn. Qin Yang curled his lip in disdain, teasing her that if Qin Air had come into the dome with him last time, she probably would have come much earlier. Qin Air's face flushed slightly. Hong Luo, too lazy to argue, said directly, "Oh, right, I brought your wife along." Qin Yang spat out a mouthful of water, spraying it right in Qin Air's face. He glared at Qin Air, his eyes widening sharply. "Are you crazy? Why did you bring my Xiaomi here?" Hong Lu snorted coldly, saying that it was only because Xiaomi was worried about him. With the sisters around, how could they let anything happen to Xiaomi? In the sky, an invisible warship slowly appeared. Qin Yang stroked his chin, looking at it more and more familiar, and suddenly asked in his mind, "Isn't that a space carrier?" Chapter 416, Holy crap. You have such a heavy taste. You're saying that this 3-meter-tall, muscular girl is a lowly? That's right. It's a space carrier. Qin Yang nodded, then suddenly looked at Hong Luo. "As expected of you, Hong Luo, your dragon kingdom was very powerful hundreds of millions of years ago, wasn't it?" Everyone was stunned by these words. Hundreds of millions of years ago? A nation? Was this information something they could possibly be trusted to hear? Hong Luo chuckled. "Testing me? You're quite clever. It's a pity I wasn't originally from the Dragon Kingdom. It's just a citizenship I acquired later." Qin Yang didn't press further, turning to pat Qin Air on the shoulder, his tone serious. "Little Air, You're definitely going to be living off her. A woman 3 years older brings wealth. A woman 30 years older brings an empire. A woman 300 years older brings immortality. And you're a direct 300 million bigger, plus a roundabout way of saying go for it. Qin Air looked completely bewildered. Go? Go where? The people around him almost burst out laughing. They thought Qin Yang was going to get down to business, but it turned out to be the same old thing. Han Luo gritted her teeth. Qin Yang, do you think I won't beat you up? Qin Yang chuckled. From now on, we'll address each other separately. You call me Qin Yang, and I'll call you sister-in-law. Just as Han Luo was about to explode, Xiaomi poked her head out from above and called out, Brother Yang. Qin Yang's expression softened instantly, and he opened his arms for her to jump down. Xiaomi leaped down, and he burst through the ground, launching himself up and catching her steadily in a princess carry mid-air. Honglu shook her head and sighed. I can't bear to look. Terry, let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman jumped off the space carrier. She was over 3 meters tall, with muscles so exaggerated they were more ferocious than a tyrant's. Her arms looked like they could strangle someone, and she even had her hair tied in twin ponytails. Honglu sat on her shoulders as Terry landed from the sky, her legs slamming straight down, her body perfectly still. Honglu introduced her. This is my sister, Terry. Terry looked down at Qin Yang and nodded. Hello, your strength is not bad, a bit stronger than others of the same age. Qin Yang's lips twitched. Thank you. Hearing that praise from her made him feel like he was about to be punched and sent flying. Just then, Qin Yang suddenly felt a poke in his back. Turning around, he saw Qin Jiao staring at Terry with shining eyes. Qin Jiao exclaimed excitedly, Boss, I'm in love. These muscles, these arm circumference, I love them so much. And she's a lowly. Boss, you have to help me. Qin Yang, Qin Yi, and even Terminator and Red Lowly all burst out laughing. Qin Yang was completely bewildered. Over 3 meters tall, with a muscular build, and weighing at least 700 to 800 pounds. This was called a lowly? Had the Golden Leopard mercenary group's tastes become this extreme? Han Luo was also stunned, because the burning passion in Qin Jiao's eyes didn't seem like an act at all. Someone really had fallen in love with Terry at first sight. Qin Jiao was still pleading, Boss, help me. Qin Yang quickly waved his hand. You go and talk to him yourself. Being your boss is too difficult. I can't handle it. Qin Jiao blushed instantly and tiptoed towards Terry. Qin Yang patted Qin Yi on the shoulder. I'm only now realizing that we're probably the most normal ones. Qin Yi nodded in deep agreement. Han Luo jumped next to Qin Yang and said irritably, Are you saying I'm abnormal? The live stream chat exploded. Qin Jiao's taste is truly outrageous. He doesn't like beautiful women but prefers muscles and even arm circumference. Qin Jiao took a deep breath, looked up at Terry, and said, Hello, Terry. My name is Qin Jiao. I like you. Will you go out with me? Terry asked in a low voice. You like me? Qin Jiao clutched her chest. Oh, your damn deep voice. I love it even more now. Qin Yang couldn't help but say, I didn't mean to insult anyone, but the most abnormal person here seems to be Xiao Jiao. Han Luo was also stunned. No one has taken a liking to my sister for several eras. How dare he? Terry looked down and asked, But what if I'm not human? Qin Jiao's eyes lit up instantly. Really? Then I like it even more. Terry nodded. Okay, you're my man from now on. Qin Jiao asked excitedly. Then can I call you Lily? Can. Terry reached out and grabbed Qin Jiao, placing him on her shoulders. In her eyes, anyone who could sit on her shoulders was the most important person. Before, it was only Han Luo. Now there was Qin Jiao as well. Qin Yang and Han Luo exchanged a glance. Goodness, it's done already? Everyone was numb and didn't know what to say for a moment. Meanwhile, the tyrants had been standing still ever since Han Luo appeared. Their genetic instincts strongly repelled the two of them, yet they retained memories of fear, so they dared not make any rash moves and could only watch from afar. Chapter 417, Holy Crap, Tearing Apart a Tyrant. The husband's authority is failing. Terry looked at Qin Jiao on her shoulder and asked him in a low voice, Who inflicted these injuries on you? Qin Jiao raised his hand and pointed to the group of tyrants not far away. Them. Terry turned to Han Luo and said, Sister, I'm going to avenge my man first. I'll be back in a bit. Han Luo nodded and replied with a smile. As long as my sister is happy. Just then, Qin Yang suddenly reached out and handed over a handful of melon seeds. Han Luo took them and simply sat down with Qin Air to watch the show. Qin Yang excitedly said to Xiaomi Zai, "This beating I got today wasn't for nothing. This melon seed was worth it." Zai was both amused and exasperated, and couldn't help but ask, "Brother Yang, is Sister Hong really hundreds of millions of years old?" Qin Yang nodded. "That's right. She's an old woman. But we can stay together forever, so if all else fails, we can just rob her." Hong Luo shivered inexplicably and turned to look at Qin Yang, feeling that this ruthless guy was up to something again. A group of people, carrying small stools and a handful of sunflower seeds, stared lewdly at the battlefield, looking just like old men watching a commotion under a big tree at the village entrance. The live stream audience was in stitches. Who would have thought these experts were so down-to-earth and private? On the other side, Terry said in a deep voice, "Little Nine, hold on tight. I'm going to get revenge for you." Qin Zhou's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Is this the legendary sense of security? It couldn't be better. The next second, Terry simply bent her knees and sprang forward, shooting off with incredible speed. The ground shattered instantly, sending up clouds of dust and shockwaves that even Qin Yang and the others, a kilometer away, felt the tremors. The dozen or so tyrants opposite were enraged and roared in unison, leaping up and smashing down with their huge meteor hammers. But Terry only threw one punch forward, and more than a dozen meteor hammers were instantly sent flying, and all the tyrants lost their weapons. Another punch sent one of the 15-meter-tall tyrants flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into a hillside before finally embedding itself in the ground. After landing, Terry looked down at Qin Zhou and asked, "Did I scare you?" Qin Zhou was incredibly excited. "So handsome. I absolutely love him." Qin Yang's lips twitched as he watched. He even wondered who had the real cheat code. This monster could send a bunch of meteor hammers flying with a single punch, and even a nuclear bomb might not be able to break through its defenses. Hong Luo said calmly from the side, "No need for that expression. Boss only beat Terry when he was wearing the Black God armor. Terry is stronger now, and you will be stronger than my boss in the future." Qin Yang chuckled dryly. "Thanks, but I didn't feel any of your comfort at all." The dozen or so tyrants stared blankly at their leader, then looked at Terry in disbelief. 3-meter-tall Terry was nothing to them. Qin Yang and his companions were like ants. The next instant, Terry vanished from her spot, leaving only a huge crater. She reappeared before a tyrant, her voice calm. "You carry the scent of my man. You're the one who hit him. You must die." As soon as she finished speaking, Terry grabbed the other person's legs and tore them apart forcefully. The tyrant, which was over 10 meters tall, was torn in two by her. Qin Yang and the others simultaneously cursed. Holy shit. Qin Yang's expression immediately changed. Oh no, what if Xiao Jiu rebels against the Heavenly Gang? I can't beat his woman. Qin Yi also broke down. We're doomed. We can't bully Xiao Jiu anymore, or she'll tear us apart. Hong Luo's lips twitched. This is what you guys are concerned about now? I am speechless. On the battlefield, Terry was a humanoid beast. Every step she took shattered the earth and created shockwaves, with sonic booms echoing as she leaped. Those dozen or so tyrants had no chance to resist. They were all torn apart by her with a single blow. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected this robust woman to be so strong. The tyrant who treated Qin Yang like a bowling ball was sent flying by her punch, his fate unknown. The tyrant who could knock down 10 generals was like paper in her hands. Qin Yang stroked his chin and said quietly, "Is Xiao Jiu going to lose her husbandly authority from now on?" Xiaomi rolled her eyes. "So you're pretty brave, huh?" Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he fell silent. Oh no, Xiaomi's been corrupted by them. He even began to suspect that their lack of patriarchal authority was an inherited problem. Like father, like son. Chapter 4:18 I can sacrifice myself, but you cannot. The secret of the epic. Terry brought Qin Jiu over, deliberately holding back her strength as she landed, but Qin Yang still felt a gust of wind hit his face. He gave her a thumbs up and teased, "Great martial arts, sir." Terry thanked him earnestly, and Hong Luo immediately reminded him not to tease her sister, as she was very straightforward. Qin Yang stopped joking and asked Hong Luo if they wanted to continue going in, since they seemed to know what was hidden inside. The live stream instantly fell silent, everyone waiting for an answer. Looking at the land, Hong Luo finally spoke. She said that she and her sisters had also participated in that war, which had engulfed the entire world. The weapons used by ordinary people were the particle weapons that Qin Yang had discovered earlier, and the shovel was one of them. She remembered soldiers from some countries shouting hurrah and charging forward with shovels in hand. In the end, humanity won. The Blood Wolf mercenary group traversed the universe, destroying the enemy's homeworld, thus securing final victory. But Hong Luo said that this battlefield shouldn't exist in the first place, so she couldn't explain it either. Qin Yang, however, seized on the key point and pressed. The Blood Wolf mercenary group? This war was started by the mercenary group. Hong Luo smiled and admitted it. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he asked again if the mercenary leader was wearing the Black God armor. Hong Luo nodded, saying that he had guessed correctly. Qin Yang immediately understood. From the moment he donned the Black God armor, those aliens had already designated him as a kill target. A fight to the death was inevitable. No wonder the strength of the enemies behind him increased so rapidly. He continued to press for the origins of the Black God armor. Hong Luo explained that each generation was different. The first generation had black eye corners, the second generation had dark blue, and Qin Yang's generation had gold. Qin Yang understood. The previous two generations also had similar systems passed down through generations. He then asked the question that had been nagging at him. When Hong Luo stopped him in the Cosmic Kingdom, was it because his future self had found her? Hong Luo admitted that it was Qin Yang himself who had asked her to stop him. Qin Yang closed his eyes and asked again if Xiaomi's I was no longer in the original timeline. Hong Luo did not deny it, only saying that since then, his future had become uncertain because that future self had never appeared again. Qin Yang smiled and said he had no regrets, which was why he would go to find Hong Luo in the future. Xiaomi called his name softly, and Qin Yang took her hand and said seriously, "If necessary, I can sacrifice myself for the world, but you can't." Hong Lu interrupted the two, telling them to stop their emotional stunts and go back to studying the weapons. She added that this era was actually quite good. At least the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council were still around. Biden and the others stiffened, immediately understanding the deeper meaning behind her words. Finally, Hong Luo reminded them that even they weren't sure of the situation inside, and it was best not to enter until Qin Yang had complete control of the Black God armor. Qin Yang nodded, led the team to retreat, and simultaneously shut down the live stream. Enough for the world to know. Now, everyone should prepare to face the alien invasion together. Chapter 419, sitting up in the middle of the night. No, is he crazy? Qin Yang's men withdrew, but a carrier fleet was left to guard the vicinity. Even Hong Luo couldn't predict the situation here, and she dared not take any risks. Who knew what those madmen from the Heavenly God cult might do next? The mere existence of the tyrant is already causing headaches for all nations. If even more outrageous things are hidden in the secret realm, once released, the entire world will be doomed. The world fell eerily quiet for the next week. Conflicts in various places seemed to be put on pause, and news about the secret realm gradually faded away. On the third day after Qin Yang's withdrawal, his troops, equipped with the latest weapons, entered the battlefield in large numbers. Watching his system points skyrocket, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Little Jean, this system is quite generous to aliens. In another 2 days, we'll be able to exchange for the Sky Mothership. Xiao Jin, however, reminded him that it would be best to invest the points into the lab for acceleration. After all, he still couldn't fully control the Black God armor. Qin Yang stroked his chin and thought about it, agreeing that it made sense. His physical strength was already close to its limit. Ordinary artillery shells were basically useless against him, and he could even withstand small missiles head-on, only suffering minor injuries. Last time, he directly cleaved a missile in two with his green dragon crescent blade, and the blast didn't even harm him. With the acceleration of points, the laboratory progressed rapidly, and the production of new weapons increased dramatically. Qin Yang successively dispatched more than 50,000 troops into the secret realm, but the intelligence that came back was still only one sentence. It seems there are no boundaries inside. According to satellite map calculations, this secret realm should have ended long ago, but the troops have been advancing for so long and still can't see the end. Bioengineered humans are constantly appearing inside. The tyrant has encountered them several times, but they were all dealt with remotely by Qin Yang's newly created particle cannons, never given a chance to get close. On the other side, Qin Yang crossed his legs and looked at the representatives from various countries with a smirk. He. Can't make it, can you? Everyone's lips twitched, and Lei Qingze looked at him speechlessly. Qin Yang, you really look like a villain right now. Qin Yang didn't care at all. It's so great to be a villain. Everyone flatters you wherever you go. It's the protagonist who's miserable. Everyone mocks him. All right, I can sell the weapons. After all, I'm a model citizen, but we need to sign an agreement. The representatives from various countries looked at the thick stack of agreements before them, their faces darkening. They could tolerate the Joint Operations Agreement and the restrictions on weapons use. After all, they couldn't use them to fight their own people. But the pile of agreements that nominated Qin Yang as a global representative, along with various honorary titles, clearly intended to legitimize his future involvement in global organizations. When they saw the prices, they almost spat out blood. A shovel cost $500,000, a rifle $2 million, bullets $1 each, artillery shells $1,000 each, and mortar shells $3 million. One representative spat water on the spot. Are you desperate for money? Qin Yang rolled up his sleeves and retorted, I think you've had too much to drink. This is an exclusive deal. What's wrong with me taking a little more? Are you trying to reason with the villain? The other party couldn't help but question, this is a major global event. Don't you have any morals? Qin Yang picked at his ear. Sorry now. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Everyone now understood. Qin Yang had a strong sense of righteousness, but not much. It was impossible to make him suffer a loss. In his dictionary, anything that wasn't a huge gain was a loss. Qin Yang was too lazy to argue any further and simply waved his hand. All right, what level are you to dare to bargain with me? Go call someone who can make the decision. Although the representatives from various countries felt aggrieved, they knew he was right. After the phone call, they had no choice but to sign. They had no other option. After all, Qin Yang, that scoundrel, held what they needed most in his hands. Moreover, the last live stream revealed too much information. That epic battle was actually instigated by a mercenary organization, and the name Black God Armor came from the mouth of Hong Luo, who is hundreds of millions of years old. This made everyone realize that Qin Yang must have some connection with the mercenary group from back then. Even the United States recognized reality. They may be arrogant, but they weren't fools, and the difference in strength was obvious. Qin Yang's rise to become the leader of Earth is almost irreversible. Unless they'd rather let aliens rule the planet. They'd rather let Qin Yang reign supreme alone. At least no matter how much he misbehaves, they can keep him in check. Just 2 hours after the agreement was signed, Qin Yang's name resonated throughout the world once again. Everyone was stunned by his long list of titles. So, Big Brother really has become the world's #1? Back then, Germany was defeated and crippled when it tried to conquer Europe. But our Big Brother has almost subdued the whole world in just over a year. Just as everyone was in shock, a national leader suddenly stepped forward and publicly opposed the convention. The Gambian president issued a statement claiming that they're the true world leaders and demanding Qin Yang's immediate resignation. Otherwise, their 1,200-strong army will be deployed to the Middle East in 3 days. When Qin Yang saw the message, he was stunned. After a long pause, he finally managed to curse. Holy crap. Is this guy out of his mind? Qin Yi's expression was complicated. Boss, is it possible that this is a trap set by the Heavenly God sect to lure us in? But as the subsequent speeches were released, even Qin Yi was confused. The other party claimed that if he was not elected as the world spokesperson within 3 days, he would wipe out the Golden Leopard mercenary group in 1 day, move to North America and destroy the Lighthouse Country in 2 days, destroy the Gallic Chicken and the Great Eagle Empire in 3 days, and subdue the Northern Bear Country and the Dragon Country in 5 days. Qin Yang and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Qin Yang could only guess in an outrageous direction. Could it be that all 1,200 of his soldiers are tyrant-level beings and immune to particle weapons? Otherwise, it simply doesn't make sense. Even before particle weapons existed, 1,200 tyrants might have had a chance to take down the Golden Leopard, but it would have taken several months. As for other countries, their land area alone wouldn't be enough to cover them, let alone fight them. Soon, footage of a military parade was broadcast. Looking at the soldiers carrying AKs, their formation crooked and awkward, Qin Yang fell in a deep thought. A moment later, his face darkened, and he yelled, "So, I'm having a meeting over something like this?" Meeting adjourned. The meeting ended abruptly. At midnight, Qin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, sat bolt upright in bed, and cursed with a contorted expression, "No, he's sick." Chapter 4, 20 Advanced Enhancement Potion. The world has gone wild. The following morning, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council held an unusual joint meeting with only one agenda: to use force to eliminate dangerous elements from Gambia. The proposal passed unanimously, leaving the outside world stunned. This was the first time the 5 permanent members had united so closely. Upon learning this, the Gambian president was furious and immediately declared that Gambia possessed the world's strongest army, a full 1,200 regular soldiers, who could flatten Europe, penetrate North America, and conquer Asia within 3 days. Qin Yang's head ached from reading this, and he couldn't help but tell Xiao Jin to stop pushing this kind of news in front of him. Xiao Jin, however, told him that Gambia was actually preparing to set off. Qin Yang's lips twitched. He could only let them deal with it themselves. After all, if the 5 permanent members couldn't even handle this, they shouldn't be in the business. Soon, both the United States and France dispatched special forces teams of several hundred men each, preparing to directly eliminate Gambia's manpower. The reason was simple. Gambia always ranked them first in its boasts, implicitly suggesting that they were the weakest. Meanwhile, Qin Yang was waiting for the advanced enhancement potion to be ready, and the base's 80,000 troops had been dispatched to the secret realm to farm points. The arms trade had been booming lately. This exclusive business was indeed lucrative. 2 days later, Qin Yang received the potion and gritted his teeth to drink it. A sharp pain instantly struck, then disappeared a few seconds later. He complained that the feeling was even more intense than kidney stones. Xiao Jin suggested he enter the medical ward for 10 days to recuperate. Once the medicine was absorbed, he would be completely transformed. After Qin Yang finished explaining his duties, he entered the medical ward, and the 10 generals also entered at the same time, though they only needed 3 days. The gap in combat power widened dramatically from this moment on. Even after absorbing the energy, Qin Yi and the others could only reach Qin Yang's previous peak state. Little did they know that during their seclusion, the world began to go mad. Special forces teams sent to Africa by the 2 major powers were completely wiped out, and their bodies were even used by the Gambian president to boast about, proving that he had the confidence to challenge the 6 permanent members of the UN Security Council. Chapter 4, 21 Major Earthquake. 2 major terrorist organizations joined forces against Qin Yang. In the following days, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council finally realized something was wrong. Soldiers sent to Gambia began to disappear one after another, either mysteriously killed or captured by the enemy. The Gambian president's arrogance also surged, and he began to constantly provoke the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council, even openly mocking Qin Yang as nothing special, saying that the Gambian troops were brave and invincible, scaring them all into silence. The problem is the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council deployed a total of 10,000 special forces troops and various elite forces, and even the missiles they launched mysteriously disappeared. Everyone is certain that there is something wrong with Gambia, and the biggest suspect is the Celestial Cult. They simply couldn't understand why the Celestial God Cult would push a clown like the Gambian president into the limelight. Logically, such an organization is best at hiding its true nature, so their current actions clearly defied common sense. Someone couldn't help but ask Lei Qingze, "Xiao Lei, why hasn't Qin Yang reacted? This isn't like him." Lei Qingze shook his head, his face equally grim. None of the messages he sent to Qin Yang had received a reply, and Qin Yi and the others seemed to have vanished in a thin air. Those were over 2,000 elite troops. How could he possibly swallow this insult? Just then, there was a sudden, urgent knocking at the door. Lei Qingze's heart sank. This was the highest command center. For someone to be so flustered, it must be something serious that threatened the country. He said in a deep voice, "Come in." The assistant rushed in, panting, and said, "Something terrible has happened. Something's happened in Dongcheng." Lei Qingze and the people next to him stood up instantly. "What's in Dongcheng?" "Zima Zai is right there. She's Qin Yang's lifeline. If anyone dares to touch her, Qin Yang will absolutely go crazy." Lei Qingze spoke very quickly. "What's going on? Didn't I deploy a rapid reaction force outside the East City?" He had clearly arranged for a reinforced mechanized corps, and Dongcheng was located in the heart of Yen Kingdom, so it was impossible for anything to go wrong. The assistant hurriedly reported, "Commander Wang is launching a strong attack, but people are constantly fleeing from the city. According to them, The East City has been taken over by the cult of the gods and the Skull and Bone Society. All police stations have been blown up at the same time, and Donda University has been surrounded by thousands of armed men. Bang! Late Chungza slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth and cursing. Bastards! These two organizations have actually joined forces. Send reinforcements immediately. We must protect the safety of the people. The assistant continued. The people who escaped said that the Skull and Bone Society has many members who are just ordinary people living in the East City. They were not stopped when they left, only checked. Lei Ching's face flushed red, his anger barely contained. He now understood that these people weren't after Yin country at all, but rather after Xiaomi's eye. What angered him even more was that a city had been infiltrated to this extent. Just then, a voice suddenly came from Lei Ching's phone. It was Xiao Jin. Don't panic. Old Qin will be out in a day. Xiaomi's current strength is not something anyone can easily challenge. He should be able to hold out for a day. Qin, Yi, and the others are already on their way. Hearing this, Lei Ching's finally breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but tease. Luckily you came. I didn't quite believe Qin Yang when he said you were his niece, but I didn't expect you to comfort me. Xiao Jin immediately lost her temper. Hey. Lao Lei, what do you mean? Qin Yang raised me like a daughter, and I raised him like a son. Why don't you call me Aunt? Lei Ching's curled the corners of his lips. So, you really are a woman? Xiao Jin instantly became enraged, threatening to release the voice call between him and his wife. Lei Ching's expression changed, and he quickly backed down. If this were exposed, how could he lead troops in the future? He'd probably be dead on the spot. Xiao Jin stopped teasing and quickly reminded him, I'm not going to play games with you anymore. You'd better prepare immediately. They've gone all in. If you don't take it seriously, you'll definitely suffer. Yin State reacted swiftly, with an entire army rapidly appearing around the eastern part of the city. A large number of armed police also arrived from other cities to receive and identify the fleeing civilians. All units received orders to apprehend anyone bearing the skull and crossbones insignia. They were also tasked with preventing disguises and even attempts to slip away using fake skin. News of the turmoil in the eastern city of Yin Kingdom quickly spread to the outside world. Everyone could see that while the incident appeared to affect Yin Kingdom, its true target was Qin Yang. Many countries were watching Qin Yang's reaction, but to their surprise, Qin Yang remained completely silent. Even the soldiers who were preparing to raid Qin Yang's base were dumbfounded. They had already assembled 50,000 troops and transported weapons and equipment to the vicinity, but the target was not moving, and they had no idea how to proceed. Xiao Jin is also unable to investigate the situation inside Dongcheng, and no one knows what Qin Yang's status is in Tali province. Someone couldn't help but ask, Boss, are we still going to fight? The team leader rolled his eyes. Fight my ass. We're here to ambush them halfway. With so few of us, charging into Qin Yang's base would be suicide. Meanwhile, undercurrents were also brewing within the Yin Kingdom's high command. Lei Chingze led a special forces unit in a secret raid on an office, capturing a high-ranking official on the spot. He said coldly, You're chasing fame and fortune, trying to push me out of the picture. That's fine. But you actually joined forces with 2 terrorist organizations to help them cover up weapons transport. That's crossed the line. The other person took a deep breath and sighed. By the time I realized it, I was already out of control. Without realizing it, I was already unable to extricate myself. This was my last gamble. Since I failed, I accept the consequences. Let me end it myself. Lei Chingze sneered. Dream on. You think death will end everything? Impossible. Your sins will be borne by your descendants. From today onwards, everyone related to your family will be stripped of their titles and punished severely for any cases. The old man in his 50s suddenly opened his eyes wide and roared. Lei Chingze, are you really going to kill me? Don't you care about any feelings at all? Lei Chingze sneered. I can turn a blind eye to ordinary things. Don't think I don't know it was you behind that mercenary group in Shanghai last time. But this time, you've completely crossed the line. Your entire family, not a single one left alive, is now under control. The old man tried to struggle, shouting that he had done nothing wrong and demanding an arrest warrant. Lei Chingze didn't bother looking at him anymore and simply waved for him to be taken away. Even at this point, the other party was still stubbornly unrepentant, completely unaware of the enormity of his mistake. As for the final punishment, it would most likely depend on Qin Yang's decision. As the man was dragged away, his eyes were glazed over, and he could only mutter, Impossible, impossible. Chapter 4:22. The 10 Great Generals Arrive. Inside the eastern part of the city, tens of thousands of Skull and Bones members occupied key transportation routes, and the front lines were also engaging in firefights with the regular army, taking advantage of the terrain. There were too many ordinary people in the city, so the regular army could only fire rifle shots and dared not even use machine guns easily. But the Skull and Bones Society showed no restraint, unleashing heavy machine guns and rocket launchers in turn. More and more troops gathered outside. They even had mortars hidden, though they had limited ammunition and hadn't brought them out yet. Meanwhile, thousands of soldiers from the Celestial God cult, led by a leader, ransacked Dongdai University. Satellites were also scanning faces high in the sky, constantly comparing them with Xiaomi Zai's figure and facial features. The leader coldly ordered that Xiaomi Zai must be found within 3 hours. Soon, the entire Dongdai University was completely under control, and Xiaomi Zai was actually in a secret room on the top floor of the library. This secret room was arranged by Lei Qingze long ago. He disguised it as an office, and it could only be entered through a hidden door. Zai Zai, Ashong, and Kiwi Weliang stood in front of the one-way window, looking down at the chaotic campus. Ashong was worried they would find their way here, but Xiaomi shook her head. She wasn't sure either, only convinced that Qin Yang would come. However, none of their phones had signal, so they could only watch helplessly as the people outside were arrested. On campus, tens of thousands of people crouched on the ground, trembling, surrounded by heavily armed terrorists. Their leader demanded to know where Xiaomi was, but they had no idea. Gunshots rang out. The leader gave them 1 minute left, threatening to kill one person every 3 seconds. Just then, Xiaomi's voice came from a distant rooftop. "I'm here. If you want to catch me, come on over here." She couldn't bear to watch innocent people die because of her. The leader looked at the figure on the rooftop and sneered, saying that the Yin people were indeed easy to capture, but they didn't want prisoners alive. Anyone related to Qin Yang was doomed. He waved his hand, and several men behind him immediately hoisted rocket launchers and fired them in the direction where Zai was. A deafening explosion rang out, and the rooftop was instantly engulfed in flames. The leader was about to smile, but when the flames subsided, the rooftop remained completely undamaged. In the sky, 10 figures hovered, their armor spitting flames, enduring the explosion without moving an inch. At the forefront, Qin Yi, clad in pink armor, spoke in a cold voice. "Who gave you the audacity to mess with me, Sister Xiaomi?" At this moment, Qin Yi and the other's armor was almost identical to Qin Yang's, becoming close-fitting and complete. The defect of insufficient energy was also completely resolved, which was the peak form of their armor. The leader sneered upon seeing this, asking where Qin Yang was, saying that they hadn't gone to all this trouble for these few scoundrels. Qin Er immediately retorted sarcastically, saying that these people didn't deserve to see the boss. The leader, however, didn't seem to care and gestured for them to see the latest results. The next second, several giant transport planes appeared in the sky, and to everyone's astonishment, several enormous tyrants descended from the heavens. Qin Yi and his group immediately recognized that these were merely replicas. The aliens behind them had clearly invested heavily. The leader scoffed, claiming these were their latest creations, far more powerful than anything they had ever seen before. Qin Yi twisted his neck, exited his battle armor mode, clenched his fist, and stepped forward, sneering. "Then let me have a go at you." Chapter 423. Qin Yi. "I think you just want to beat me up." Roar. The tyrant roared and charged towards Qin Yi, while the members of the Heavenly God sect sneered. In their eyes, this guy was simply insane. Even wearing armor, he couldn't withstand a 10-meter-tall tyrant, let alone the enhanced version in front of him. He actually dared to take it head-on with his bare body. But the next second, the mockery on everyone's faces froze. Qin Yi delivered a powerful punch, sending the tyrant staggering back 2 steps. The colossal creature looked down at its numb fist, its sluggish mind filled with confusion, utterly unable to comprehend where this tiny figure before it got such strength. Qin Yi swung his arms and laughed excitedly. "Ha ha! I've experienced the joy of being the boss. Let go again. Today I'll show you who's the boss." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air, landing right in front of the tyrant, and unleashed a powerful punch. A sonic boom erupted, and the tyrant's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through the school gate and into the building opposite before finally coming to a stop. The soldiers guarding outside were completely dumbfounded. The members of the Heavenly God cult were even more silent. Why had their trump card been knocked away with a single punch? Chin, he was having a great time playing when he looked up and shouted, "Awesome! Bring on some Brazilian girls." The next moment, over 50 tyrants jumped down from upstairs, surrounding Chin-Yi. Their massive bodies blocked the sunlight. Chin-Yi's lips twitched, and he cursed inwardly. "I was just showing off. Why are they being so disrespectful?" Just then, 9 figures descended from the sky, blasting the tyrant behind him away. Their punches and kicks were incredibly powerful, smashing several buildings at Dongda University to pieces. Fortunately, the man had already been apprehended. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chin Air and his companions were incredibly excited. They had finally improved their strength and were eager to find someone to practice on right after they came out, so they naturally didn't want to miss the opportunity. Ashang's lips twitched as he watched, and he asked Xiaomi Zai and the others if they were too excited. Xiaomi Zai nodded and said that these people were all crazy. Whenever they encountered someone strong, they want to go and test their skills. To put it bluntly, they were too reckless. Qin Yang has the same personality, and just thinking about it gives Xiaomi a headache. Although their strength has improved, the Heavenly God cult and that hidden alien are still lurking in the shadows, and who knows what kind of advanced technology they have. Qin, he looked at everyone and reminded them, "Then let's see who's the fastest. By the way, you'll be fine for the buildings you demolished." Qin Air's face stiffened, and he couldn't help but curse him for being a scoundrel. Qin Yi, however, was self-righteous and said that this was a fine tradition left by the boss, and even suggested that each of them take one, and the rest could be his. Qin Air immediately objected and instead suggested that the 9 of them should deal with Qin Yi first, and then divide the tyrant equally. Upon hearing this, the others all turned to look at Qin Yi, their eyes practically gleaming with greed. Qin Yi was immediately speechless, then quickly changed his tune. "Well, since that's the case, let's split it equally. We're brothers fighting tigers together, so let's do it together. It's not that he's a coward, it's just that these guys are really capable of doing it. Taking advantage of favorable circumstances is their tradition." Qin Jiao shook his head with a regretful expression, saying that this was not like Qin Yi's personality. Qin Air had provoked him so much, how could he tolerate it? He should have just dealt with him directly. Qin, he didn't want to talk. He finally understood. This kid wasn't trying to break up the fight at all. He clearly just wanted to take the opportunity to beat him up. If you had to pick out who deserved the most beating out of 10 people, Qin Jiao would definitely be it. Chapter 424 is too brutal. Is this scene reasonable? Roar. Just then, the tyrants roared angrily in unison. They weren't very intelligent, but they weren't stupid either. They'd already realized that Qin Yi and his companions didn't take them seriously at all. The next second, the tyrant went completely berserk, shattering the ground as he charged at Qin Yi and the others in a frenzied manner. Qin Yi turned his head and cursed. "What are you yelling for? Can't you see we're having a chat? Are you looking for trouble?" The words had barely left his mouth when the 10 men moved in unison. A sonic boom erupted within the encirclement, and before the debris on the ground could even scatter, they were already airborne. Qin Yi kicked out, knocking the tyrant's head off the ground. The tyrant's feet left the ground, and before it could even react, its body was sent flying. Immediately afterwards, Qin performed a somersault in midair and then fired a kick at the other tyrant, hitting it squarely. Whoosh! 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 Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, dozens of tyrants were sent flying in all directions, each one being slammed into the building. The members of the Celestial God cult were utterly dumbfounded. Didn't they say they couldn't win? Now, they're directly going to fight the tyrant head-on. This is just too much. They even suspected that Qin Yi and his group had been impersonating Qin Yang all along. Only when Qin Yang was gone did they finally reveal their true fighting power. At the same time, the footage from the scene was also transmitted back to the headquarters of the Heavenly God cult. After a moment of silence, the cult leader couldn't help but say, "Shouldn't we send the second brother back first? He seems to be in some danger." The man below twitched at the corner of his mouth. "Master, do you think that's possible? They're not even wearing armor. If the second brother makes a move, he'll probably be dead on the spot." That makes perfect sense. Qin Yi and his group were clearly in high spirits. Otherwise, these few tyrants wouldn't have been enough for them to take down in one go. Now, 10 people were chasing after dozens of tyrants, with perverted smiles on their faces. Looking at the screen, the cult leader couldn't help but mutter, "With that smile, I'm starting to wonder which of us is the villain." At that moment, he seemed to have an epiphany. It wasn't that he, the villain, always failed. It was that these heroes were just too weird, more thuggish than thugs, more perverted than villains. How could he possibly compete with them? On the other side, the Heavenly God cult and the Skull and Bone Society, working together, initially did have some advantages. However, this was, after all, Yin Kingdom territory, and the East City was a key area that Lei Qingze had planned in advance. There was more than one reinforced regiment of rapid reaction troops here. Within just 2 hours, an entire corps of soldiers arrived to provide support, indicating that a secret military district had been on standby nearby. Boom! Having lost their outer protection, the troops had already stormed into the eastern part of the city. The regimental commander led the charge, heading straight for Dongda University. They had received a death order. Even if the entire army was wiped out, they had to bring Zai out unharmed. The commander roared, "Kill! Leave no one alive. From this moment on, keep moving, keep charging. Kill!" Amidst the intense gunfire, the celestial cult began to retreat steadily. Although they possessed physical abilities approaching the theoretical pinnacle of human capabilities, they ultimately could not withstand the bullets, let alone so many. Even more critically, their military skills were far too poor. Many of them were physically strong, but had been hiding for a long time and had never fought a single hard battle. In the past, they had always been able to crush their opponents, but now that they were facing adversity, their morale quickly collapsed and their lines fell into chaos. In just half an hour, the regimental commander led his assault team to Dongda University. But when they saw the situation inside, everyone was stunned. The regimental commander's lips twitched. Do we really need to provide support for them? What if they get carried away and slap me in the face? The soldiers nearby were also bewildered. "Commander, I don't know either. I've never experienced anything like this before. What kind of good person would do such a thing?" All the onlookers saw was Qin Yi and his companions with friendly smiles on their faces, punching each little kid and sending the 10-meter-tall tyrants flying. Even more outrageous, the tyrants actually showed fear on their faces. They never imagined that one day they would see the word fear on the face of such a monster. The most outrageous thing was that a tyrant tried to escape, but tripped over its own feet and fell. Qin Yi grinned and stepped forward, grabbing its little toe and dragging it back. "Run? You think you can run? Come on, let's play together." The tyrant gripped the ground tightly with both hands, plowing out 10 furrows. He shook his head like a rattle drum, but Qin Yi still dragged him back and gave him a good beating. The crowd watched in horror, muttering, "Too brutal, absolutely too brutal." They kept saying they couldn't bear to look while covering their eyes, yet still peeking through their fingers with great interest. Chapter 425. Qin Yang didn't utter a sound. Did he swim all the way here? The scene was so exciting, it was almost unbelievable. If the conditions hadn't been different, everyone would have taken out their phones to film it and then posted it on social media. Don't panic in a crisis. After the vanguard broke through the passage, the main force behind the main force noticeably accelerated its advance. The celestial cult members surrounding Dongda University were also quite aware that their second-in-command had basically been killed inside. They dared not fight any longer and decisively scattered and fled. In an instant, the entire East City was in chaos. Soldiers continued to clear out the city, and the outer perimeter of East University was quickly taken over by the Yin Kingdom's army. Lei Qingze disembarked from the armed helicopter and entered the city by ground. After all, although the Heavenly God sect had been defeated, seeing helicopters hovering overhead, he wouldn't hesitate to fire a rocket. As soon as Lei Qingze entered Dongcheng, he immediately contacted the frontline regimental commander via radio, his tone extremely urgent. "How is it? Have they rescued the people? Are they injured?" The group leader paused for a moment before speaking. "Minister, how should I put it? I feel like we might have come all this way for nothing." Lei Qingze immediately lost his temper. "Stop being so mysterious, or I'll send you to raise pigs." The leader quickly reported, "Minister, we have now taken control of the outer perimeter of Dongda University. The people from the Celestial God Cult and the Skull and Bone Society are fleeing in the city. Xiaomi should be fine, but we can't get through now." There are 5 strong men blocking our way. Lei Qingze raised an eyebrow. Qin, Yi, and the others? We haven't received any other entry information. Have their armor been upgraded again? What's going on at the scene that makes you all so relaxed? Hearing that Qin, Yi, and the others were there, Lei Qingze's tone softened somewhat. In the heart of Yin Kingdom, things had escalated to almost their limit. The commander's next words made his expression change instantly. Minister, there are about 50 tyrants, each over 10 meters tall, on the scene. Lei Qingze almost roared. Then hurry up and provide support. Qin, Yi, and the others' armor should hold for a while. The commander quickly added, they weren't wearing armor. Lei Qingze tilted his head, his face full of question marks. The regimental commander continued. Right now, Qin, Yi, and his men are treating the tyrant like a football. They're incredibly brutal. Lei Qingze paused for 2 seconds, then turned to the driver and said in a deep voice, press the gas pedal all the way down. Fill the gas tank. The driver, drenched in cold sweat, sped recklessly through the war-torn streets. Before long, Lei Qingze arrived at the school gate and looked up to see over 50 enormous creatures flying erratically in the sky, with Qin, Yi, and his group kicking them upwards one after another. Catch. Great shot. Watch this Irish long kick. Huh. You have athlete's foot. You're really bad. Ha ha ha, mistake. Lei Qingze scratched the back of his head, racking his brains, but never expecting things to turn out this way. Even as the second in command of Yin country, he was currently undergoing a reshaping of his worldview. On the other side, the remnants of the heavenly god cult crouched down with their heads in their hands, trembling like sieves, their eyes occasionally stealing glances at the 10 laughing generals, not daring to even breathe loudly. Zai came out with Ashong and Kiwi Weliang. Lei Qingze was relieved to see that she was unharmed. Xiaomi greeted him with a smile. Brother Lei, you're here too. I didn't expect them to have so much fun. Lei Qingze smiled wryly. How could I not come? If Qin Yang saw that I wasn't there, who knows what kind of scolding he would give me. After another 10 minutes or so, Qin Yi finally spoke. All right, let's call it a day if you've had enough fun. Everyone's waiting for us. The next second, a series of explosions erupted, and all 50-odd tyrants were blown to pieces. Before they died, their faces seemed to bear a relieved smile. Finally, they wouldn't be used as footballs anymore. Qin smiled and looked at the group of people squatting down. Oh, you guys are still squatting? Nothing to say. The crowd instantly stirred. I'll confess everything. I'll answer whatever you ask. Qin, he curled his lip in displeasure, feeling a bit bored. He hadn't even had a chance to use his double axes of persuasion and virtue yet. Qin Yi and his group walked over to Xiaomi and greeted her. At the same time, the shield in the sky was lifted, and everyone paying attention to Dongda University saw what was happening immediately. With Qin Yi and his group of 10 standing before Xiaomi's eye, the outcome was already self-evident. The heavenly god cult's plan had completely failed. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, an urgent report came through the communication. Minister, something bad has happened. An unidentified flying object has been detected approaching Tokyo University at an extremely high speed and is expected to arrive in less than a minute. Lei Qingze's pupils contracted. Can we intercept them? It's too late. We can only let them try using the armor. Qin Yi and his group remained calm. With 10 people working together, even a nuclear bomb was nothing. He smiled and said, Don't worry, leave it to us. The next instant, the armor combined. At the same time, the footage from Dongda University reappeared in the live stream, and the faces of viewers from various countries looked ashen, as if they'd swallowed flies. Here we go again. Only Qin Yang and the heavenly god cult could pull off something like this. Soon, the object in the sky revealed itself to be a missile never before seen. Just by looking at the warhead, one could tell that its power far exceeded that of any existing conventional missile. Qin Yi and the others were preparing to take off when they suddenly turned around. In the distance, a panting figure leaped up and soared into the sky. The person who arrived was Qin Yang. Qin Yang, full of resentment, said helplessly, Xiao Jin, you've gone too far. All I did was come out early, and you made me jump all the way here. I could have just gone back and slept for another day. It turned out that Qin Yang had already woken up when Qin Yi and the others appeared. How could he not come personally when Xiaomi was in trouble? But Xiao Jin wouldn't let him fly, insisting that he come all the way here. On land, he ran and jumped. In the sea, he swam a kilometer's worth of waves, rushing towards Dongda University. By the time he arrived, his clothes were already dry. Of course, it was also because Xiao Jin's upgrade enabled him to accurately monitor the situation on Xiaomi's side. Otherwise, Qin Yang would have flown back no matter what. Xiaomi Zai smiled gently, her eyes crinkling. I knew he would come. Qin, he scratched the back of his head. That's not right, boss. We still have 1 day left. Qin Air suddenly burst into laughter. The boss came out early, so he had to run all the way here. Everyone was completely baffled. They ran over here? Are you kidding me? It hasn't been that long. There's still a huge ocean between them. With a wave of his hand, Qin Air projected the video recorded by Xiao Jin into the air, which was simultaneously displayed on the live stream screen. The next moment, the live chat exploded. Holy crap. I told my mom I saw a flying man, and she said I was lying. No wonder it was raining and it was salty. I thought someone's kid upstairs had peed, but it turned out to be seawater on my brother. As everyone watched Qin Yang speed across the sea, the men remained silent, and the women wept. Lei Qingze was completely devastated. His newly rebuilt worldview shattered once again. Chapter 426. You punched a missile. Qin Yang's inhuman physique left everyone speechless. Xiaomi's I suddenly reminded them. Aren't you going up? Qin hesitated, thinking his boss would be fine up there. But Xiaomi's eyes' next words made everyone's expressions change. Brother Yang isn't wearing the Black God armor. Only then did everyone realize that Qin Yang had leaped over 100 meters using only his physical strength. Qin roared and soared into the sky, but it was too late. In midair, Qin Yang clenched his fist and, using the momentum of his upward charge, charged directly at the missile. The next second, the sky exploded with a deafening roar, a massive fireball illuminating the sky. Qin and the others, disregarding Qin Yang, immediately erected an energy barrier. Even so, the shockwave that leaked through instantly destroyed most of Dongda University, its terrifying power sending chills down everyone's spine. Lei Qingze gasped, worried that Qin Yang wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zai was also sweating profusely with tension. Just then, a black dot fell from the sky. It was Qin Yang. His clothes were tattered, which he simply ripped off, waving and laughing down at the scene below. Long time no see. Missed me. Everyone was instantly taken aback. Who in their right mind could blast a missile apart with a single punch and return scathed? After landing, Qin Yang flipped his hair arrogantly and asked if he looked cool. Xiaomi Zai laughed and said he was cool, but even cooler without flipping his hair. Qin Yang muttered to himself that he had deliberately designed that move. After confirming that Xiaomi was all right, Qin Yang looked at the second-in-command of the Heavenly God sect and directly pressed him for details about the stronghold. The second-in-command dared not hide anything and said that the headquarters had recently moved to Gambia, and the sect leader was also there. The location was chosen by the chief expert, Aizen, and even the sect leader could not change it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang realized that the intelligence provided by the Sky Dome Society was indeed accurate, but Aizen's power was ridiculously vast. He then asked if Gambia was supported by the Celestial God cult, and the second-in-command quickly denied it, saying that they only moved there after Gambia went mad. Qin Yang's lips twitched. So that president was an idiot? The second-in-command nodded silently. Chapter 427. Handcrafted nuclear bomb. Apocalyptic weapon. Let's just take it head on. Meanwhile, the Heavenly God sect was in complete disarray, with their location exposed, and Qin Yang, now ridiculously strong. Most people advocated for an immediate retreat. The cult leader frowned and ordered everyone to be quiet. All of you be quiet. Aizen has already made arrangements. We only have one chance. As long as Qin Yang dares to come, we can eliminate this major threat in one fell swoop. Someone then realized what was happening and exclaimed in shock. So you deliberately sent your second-in-command there? The cult leader showed no remorse and said calmly, if he wins, the mission is complete and there's no need for this step. If he loses, it's just a backup plan being activated. Everyone fell silent, and no one objected anymore. After all, they could betray even humanity, so how could they possibly care about the life or death of their companions? As long as it didn't happen to them, they didn't care if the earth exploded. The cult leader stared at Qin Yang on the screen and sneered. It's not enough to provoke him yet. Only enough deaths. Only when the people he cherishes die in his arms can we guarantee that he will come in person. This is the Heavenly God sect's last chance. Every step is crucial. Today, everyone except Qin Yang and the 10 great generals must die, because they have prepared a truly devastating weapon. While Qin Yang and the others were still talking, his expression suddenly darkened, and he abruptly looked up at the sky. You bastards, you really know how to play. Qin Yang said coldly, and Laolei, your defenses aren't up to par either. They've been infiltrated like sieves. Lei Qingze was taken aback. What's going on? Qin Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's nothing serious, just a nuclear bomb flew over. Nuclear bomb? The crowd erupted in chaos, and Lei Qingze's lips twitched uncontrollably. A nuclear bomb had been launched, and you call this nothing serious? Xiaomi asked in a low voice. Brother Yang, can you solve this? Qin Yang grinned. How can a man say no? A mere nuclear bomb? Watch your brother Yang show you how to catch a nuclear bomb with your bare hands. Qin Yi quickly reminded him. Boss, we know you're strong and can probably withstand a nuclear bomb, but so many people here can't withstand a nuclear radiation. Qin Yang said irritably. You think I don't know? Qin Yi and the others' eyes were honest. It was obvious that this was what they were thinking. Smack! Qin Yang gave them a slap. You have no manners. You'll be practicing one-on-one later. Just as Qin Jiao was about to look up, Qin Yang added, Don't underestimate your wife. She can't beat me now. Qin Jiao was immediately speechless. His boss was now able to withstand missiles with his bare hands. And, judging from his posture, he wasn't even afraid of nuclear bombs. He suddenly felt a little sad. He had only been rising to prominence for a few days. How come he had been caught up again? The next moment, Qin Yang donned the black god armor, his figure instantly appearing in midair. He pointed a single finger to the sky and shouted, You bastards of the heavenly god sect, if you have the guts, fight head on. Don't hide behind like cowards. Today I'll show you what it means to make a nuclear bomb with your bare hands. No sooner had he finished speaking than a massive missile roared down from the sky, its tip clearly bearing a nuclear warhead. The previous missiles had merely served as cover. This was the real killing blow. Once the nuclear bomb explodes, the entire East City will become a ghost town. Everyone stared intently at the screen, waiting to witness this scene. Boom! Qin Yang suddenly lunged forward, piercing straight through the missile. The missile seemed to be a beat too slow, only exploding with a bang after he had passed through it. But the explosion did not spread. Qin Yang's body surged with energy, and a huge fireball was forcibly formed between his hands, the very core of a nuclear explosion. The fireball compressed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in a short moment, it was completely crushed away. The sky returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. A nuclear bomb with a power far exceeding conventional understanding hadn't even stirred up a ripple. Qin Yang tilted his head back arrogantly. That's it? I need to take on 10 of them. That's not enough. The next second, the cult leader's cold voice suddenly rang out in the live stream. I'll grant your wish. Don't worry if you can't handle it. The whole of Asia will be buried with you. The voice held no smugness, only a chilling coldness. Clearly, their pride had been utterly crushed by Qin Yang. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, not believing the other side was bluffing. But besides nuclear weapons, he couldn't think of anything else the heavenly god sect could offer. Although the aircraft carrier's main guns were powerful, they were still somewhat inferior to the nuclear bomb from before. Qin Yang, hovering in mid-air without falling, immediately ordered Xiao Jin, monitor all surrounding conditions. Kim responded, Don't worry, their technology can no longer limit me. Currently, nothing on Earth has been detected that could threaten Asia. A sudden thought flashed through Qin Yang's mind. If it's not inside Earth, then what about outside Earth? He blurted out, Xiao Jin, check out outer space. The cult leader's cold laugh rang out again. Have you been discovered? Too bad it's too late. Our ultimate weapon is about to break through the atmosphere. Qin Yang looked up sharply and, sure enough, saw a red dot appear in the depths of the sky. The cult leader said coldly, To die under the apocalypse is your honor. There is no gunpowder, no chemicals, only pure kinetic energy. All of Asia, prepare to be buried with you. The black god armor swiftly locked onto its target, a steel bar over 30 meters long, its material clearly not from Earth. The more Qin Yang looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. It was strikingly similar to the material used in their new city wall. He asked in a deep voice, Xiao Jin, what are the chances that I can destroy it? Almost zero. Even if it shatters, the fragments will cause enormous damage to the ground. Qin Yang took a deep breath. So, I have no choice but to take it head on, right? Xiao Jin did not answer. The steel bar may not have been large, but its density was terrifyingly high. Combined with the kinetic energy accumulated from falling from space, its power was equivalent to hundreds of nuclear bombs exploding at a single point. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. You guys really know how to cause me trouble. Apocalypse, huh? Today I'm going to give you a try. After saying that, he pulled out his stern rod, which materialized into an incredibly thick shield on his shoulder. Trying to grab it with both hands would be too easy to slip away. If he lost control, all of Asia would be doomed. So he had no choice but to stand at the very front. If even he were to be shot through, then Asia would truly be doomed. Chapter 428, I don't want you to be alone. You can't even say okay to me. The cult leader scoffed. You, a mere human trying to receive the apocalypse? Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Faced with weapons capable of destroying the entire Asia, he simply didn't believe Qin Yang could withstand them. Qin Yang, however, sneered and retorted, laugh your ass off. I'll take it today, and tomorrow I'll come over and beat the shit out of you. The cult leader laughed wildly in the live stream channel. You're sharp-tongued and stubborn, but there's something even better waiting for you. You'd better keep it up. Qin Yang didn't waste any more words, because Apocalypse had completely broken through the atmosphere. He charged straight at the devastating attack. With a deafening roar, Qin Yang instantly broke through several sound barriers, reaching near-limit speed, and collided head-on with Tianqi in the blink of an eye. The terrifying impact caused the surrounding air to ignite, and visible shockwaves swept in all directions. Large swathes of buildings in the eastern part of the city were overturned, and the mountains, forests, and lakes were also affected. Fortunately, the Heavenly God cult had almost emptied the eastern city beforehand. Otherwise, the casualties from this attack would have been unimaginable. All that could be seen was the sky turning into a sea of fire, with an area of over 10 kilometers ablaze. It was a terrifying scene that existed only in theory. The massive impact ignited the air through friction. A few seconds later, the flames quickly extinguished due to the lack of combustible material, and a figure was sent flying backward through the black smoke. That was Qin Yang. The armor on his face had disappeared. His face was flushed red, and he was gritting his teeth and holding on to his last breath. The shockwave from the Black God armor made the ground tremble. He gripped Apocalypse tightly with both hands, but Apocalypse had already pierced through his shoulder guards and armor, embedding itself a full meter into his left shoulder. Both of his armor plates were also completely shattered, and blood dripped continuously from the tip of the spear and his palms. Even so, his body continued to stagger backward. In just a few seconds, Qin Yang was blasted into the ground. Boom! Half of Dongda University was destroyed in an instant, and the entire Dongxing district felt like it had experienced a magnitude 5 earthquake. Brat Boss! Old Qin. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they immediately rushed towards the spot where Qin Yang had fallen, their hearts pounding in their throats. The cult leader frowned as well. He hadn't expected Qin Yang to actually withstand it. He had only heard a few words about the Black God armor from the aliens, but he never imagined it could even neutralize an attack of this level. As the dust settled, Qin Yang's figure finally appeared. The Black God armor had vanished, and the 30-meter-long Apocalypse needle pierced through his left shoulder, embedding itself 29 meters into the earth. Qin Yang's face was covered in blood, but he looked up at the sky and grinned. I caught it, you bastard. Wash your neck and wait for me. That devilish smile sent chills down the spines of everyone in the Heavenly God cult. Some even began to doubt whether there was any future in continuing to follow their leader. Brat Hodiang. Xiaomi was the first to rush over. Qin Yang quickly said, I'm fine. The next second, Zai jumped up and hugged him. Qin Yang's pupil shrank because the Apocalypse needle had also pierced through Zai's right shoulder. She clung tightly to Qin Yang's neck, refusing to let go. Qin Yang supported her, and the two kissed deeply in front of everyone. A steel rod-like beam pierced through the two men, while Qin, Yi, and the others stood silently to the side, not disturbing them. Only now did they realize that their boss had never misjudged anyone. 5 minutes later, the two separated. Qin Yang looked at her with concern. It must hurt a lot, don't do this. Xiaomi said softly, I don't want you to be alone. Qin Yang's heart skipped a beat. Then he flashed a bright smile. Okay. He waved his hand, conjuring a lightsaber that severed the apocalypse in two. Then he picked up Zai in his arms and carried her out of the giant pit step by step. Qin Yang took out a high-grade potion and handed it to her. After drinking it, you will be like Qin, Yi, and the others. It would just hurt a little, so bear with it. Zai nestled in his arms and nodded gently. The moment she drank the potion, her body trembled slightly. Qin Yang comforted him in a low voice. Take a nap. You'll feel better when you wake up. Zai's voice grew softer and softer. The first thing I want to see when I wake up is you. Good. She nestled against Qin Yang's chest and slowly drifted off to sleep. After Qin Yang emerged from the giant crater, he waved his hand, and the RV and medical pod appeared simultaneously. Although everyone had seen them before, they couldn't help but be amazed. Such a storage ring-like device was simply too absurd in the scientific world. Qin Yang settled Xiaomi into the RV, then slowly walked out, suddenly looked up at the sky, his eyes almost bursting with anger. Heavenly God sect, you dare to hurt my woman. I will definitely get my revenge, and I will make you pay for it bit by bit. The cult leader burst out laughing. No, he did use Xiaomi as bait, but they didn't even touch a hair on her head. She clearly ran into it herself, so how could they blame it on the Heavenly God cult? He finally couldn't hold back and yelled, Qin Yang, are you crazy? She crashed into herself. What does it have to do with me? Everyone watching the live stream twitched at the corner of their mouths. They could actually detect a hint of grievance in the tone of this terrorist leader. Qin Yang retorted righteously. Wasn't it because my wife felt sorry for me when I was injured? Didn't you guys inflict my injuries? Are you crazy to blame me for this? The cult leader was speechless for a moment. Qin Yang was a troublemaker to begin with, so what could he say? But the next second, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. I'm the villain. Why should I reason with you? Qin Yang shrugged. How would I know? Why are you acting like a child, trying to reason with me? See my fist the size of a sandbag? That's the truth. If you don't like it, go home and tell your mother, and have her come talk to me. The cult leader was furious. Qin Yang, you've gone too far. Qin Yang, hands on his hips, cursed. You son of a bitch. Why didn't you say anything when you used the apocalypse to bombard me? You're not happy? Keep it to yourself. If you're so tough, try hitting me with a meteorite. You think you're so great. The two engaged in a furious war of words in the live stream, providing a thoroughly entertaining spectacle for viewers worldwide. Indeed, watching drama unfold is human nature, especially when two people at the pinnacle of the world are exchanging insults. It's simply outrageously thrilling. After a moment of silence, the cult leader suddenly uttered a single word. Good. Qin Yang stopped mid-sentence. He tilted his head and looked up at the sky, his mind filled with questions. No, he just said it casually, and you just said, okay, and that completely stumped him. Is this guy really planning to hit him with a meteorite? Not only Qin Yang, but this single word good also made everyone watching the live stream CPU burn out. Chapter 429, call me dad? Then I'm not sleepy anymore. Qin Yang was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked the sect leader, are you joking? The cult leader snorted coldly and directly uttered a threat. He hadn't expected Qin Yang to be so resilient. Even Tianqi hadn't killed him. So he said, you think you're so tough? Try catching that meteorite, and I'll call you daddy. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang's eyes immediately lit up, and his previous seriousness vanished instantly. He excitedly reminded the sect leader that a man's word is his bond, and whoever goes back on their word will be impotent for the rest of their life. The cult leader's face darkened instantly, his lips twitched, and he inwardly wanted to slap himself. How could he have spoken so quickly? He had clearly agreed not to open the champagne halfway through, but he had fallen into his old habit again. Qin Yi and his group were dumbfounded. Just now they thought Qin Yang was really out of options, but they didn't expect him to turn around and start setting a trap. His acting skills were simply outrageous. The cult leader realized what was happening and roared that Qin Yang had tricked him. Qin Yang, however, looked completely innocent, saying that the cult leader himself had said it, and the whole world had heard it. If he wanted to renege, he should just wait until Shao Kunken was gone. The cult leader flew into a rage, then fell silent, and finally abruptly ended the connection. Qin Yang glanced at the disconnected screen and curled his lip, thinking, with such a thin lip, he thinks he can fight me? Lei Qingze sensed something was wrong and immediately asked if there were any more meteorites falling. Qin Yang retorted irritably, Then what are you waiting for? Quickly locate them. Are you really expecting me to catch the meteorites empty-handed? Lei Chingze retorted, saying that Qin Yang had acted too convincingly, and he had thought the other party was genuinely confident. Qin Yang widened his eyes and countered, "Isn't an apocalypse bomb more powerful than a meteorite?" Lei Chingze finally won the verbal battle, unable to suppress his smile. At the same time, all global satellites were mobilized, countless military bases went on high alert, and stockpiled missiles were ready to launch at any moment. Everyone knew that if the meteorite hit the ground, the consequences would be unimaginable. All countries were keeping a close watch on the sky, unwilling to miss any opportunity to intercept it. Qin Yang sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the sky and sighing. This world was truly insane. He already possessed the power to create nuclear bombs with his bare hands and single-handedly destroy a nation. Yet he was still forced into such a sorry state. He couldn't help but complain that this world was simply toxic. Even novelists wouldn't dare to be this outrageous. Of course, Qin Yang was unaware that this was the enemy's last chance, which is why they went to such lengths, even involving beings beyond dimensions. Qin Yang then told Ashong and the other two to go to the RV to keep Xiaomi company. That vehicle was a specially made bulletproof car, at least safer than outside. The two nodded and left. There was nothing they could do to help with the rest. If they could stop it, they'd all live together. If not, they'd all die together. Having experienced so much, they were already numb. Qin Yang then asked Lei Chingze how the evacuation of the nearby residents was going. Lei Chingze glanced at the soldiers beside him and replied that all the ordinary people had been evacuated, but whether this would actually be effective in the face of a meteorite was uncertain. Qin Yang shrugged, saying it was obvious without even thinking that the other party was after him. Staying further away would always increase his chances of survival. Lei Chingze reminded him that Qin Yang is now the strongest fighter on Earth, and the whole world is watching. He should show some domineering presence. Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he immediately retorted with a curse. He had rushed all the way from Darin province, barely having a sip of water, and had carried so much stuff on his shoulders. Did they really think he wasn't human? Lei Chingze scratched his head. Now that he heard it, it did seem to make sense. It was already quite absurd that Qin Yang had managed to hold on until now. Chapter 430, the space carrier appears, and an unexpected meteorite arrives. Qin Yang sat on the ground without any regard for his image. The sky was eerily quiet, and satellites from various countries had not detected any signal of the approaching meteorite. Lei Chingze frowned and asked him if the other party was trying to fool him. Not to mention large meteorites. They hadn't even found small meteorites that would burn up in the atmosphere. Qin Yang shook his head. He wasn't a mind reader, so how could he be sure if it was true or false? But given the precedent of Tianqi, it was better to err on the side of caution. At this moment, the whole world was focused on space. Dongqing and two surrounding cities had completed their evacuation at a speed that shocked all countries. As dusk approached and the sunset painted the earth with its glow, Qin Yang lay on the ground watching the sunset, his expression surprisingly relaxed. The only pity is that Xiaomi, also known as Miziki, is still asleep. Qin Yang has always called her Xiaomi, so much so that he almost forgot her real name. Lei Chingze couldn't help but ask again, "Old Qin, give me a hint. Can you resolve this?" Qin Yang closed his eyes, feeling the evening breeze, then suddenly opened them, raised his right hand towards the sky, and said calmly, "A meteorite? It's just a big rock. What's so difficult about it turning to ashes?" Upon hearing this, Lei Chingze felt reassured. Sure enough, Qin Yang still had a trump card up his sleeve. His words were confident, and he knew he had to rely on him for resources. This scene, captured on live stream, spread across the globe. Countless people then realized that their lives were now inextricably linked to Qin Yang's. On the other side, the leader of the celestial god cult sneered incessantly. Annihilated? This time they had gone all out. The celestial god had said that this meteorite was enough to sink the entire Asian continent. This is also why they moved their base to Africa. Apocalypse could be caught by a single point, but with such a large meteorite, even if Qin Yang survived, not many people would be left in Asia. The cult leader looked at Aizen and asked if he could deal with Qin Yang if he really attacked. Aizen's tone was calm, yet confident. "We can kill any carbon-based life form, but we need the bloodline of a god, so the entire cult of gods must be present. If it comes to that, we will have no way out." The cult leader nodded. Even if they escaped, Qin Yang would eventually settle accounts with them bit by bit. And besides, the higher-ups were growing increasingly impatient. The apocalypse and the device for traction meteorites were originally given to them by aliens. Qin Yang waited for over an hour, until only the last rays of the sun remained. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, staring at the ground in deep thought. His black god armor immediately covered his entire body, and he began scanning the ground. The next second, Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he blurted out, "I thought I'd been waiting forever. And here you are. Old lady, get out of the way. Waiter, move the car away. Handle it gently." Qin Air immediately did as instructed, supporting the bottom with one hand and holding the car with the other, and lifted the car away without the two people inside even feeling the sway. Qin Yang aimed his hands at the ground. A flash of white light appeared, and with a deafening roar, a large crater was blasted into the ground. At the bottom of the crater, a huge piece of equipment was exposed. Laken's face instantly darkened. Had they really let someone raid their base right under their noses? Qin Yang took off his armor, waved his hand, and explained that this place was not built by humans, but was simply opened up here. Lei Cheng's expression softened slightly, but he still felt a burning sensation on his face. He turned to look at the prisoners, his eyes filled with rage. These people were hiding such a thing and dared to conceal it. Qin Yang was too lazy to waste any more words and directly ordered Qin to kill all the prisoners, and then let Lei Cheng's lead the troops to retreat as soon as possible. Lei Cheng's was taken aback and pressed for details. Qin Yang looked at the instruments in the pit, his tone turning serious. "The meteorite this thing brought is enormous. Dongcheng probably can't hold it. If you stay here, you'll all die." Based on the scan from the Black God armor, Qin Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Were these aliens really so insane as to want to take everyone down with them? He suddenly looked up and shouted, "Show yourself." The next instant, 10 space carriers in the sky emerged from stealth mode. Their massive hulls hovered high in the air, their futuristic and imposing appearance instantly stunning everyone. Qin Yang gave the order directly, "Take off. Go to space. Blast that meteorite into pieces before it hits Earth." 10 warships took off simultaneously, breaking through the clouds at terrifying speed and quickly disappearing from sight. The whole world was stunned. No one expected that Qin Yang already possessed warships capable of flying into space. Biden and other leaders were utterly ashamed. While they were still wielding nuclear weapons, Qin Yang had already set foot on the stars. The leader of the celestial god cult was stunned and couldn't help but curse. "What the hell is this thing? If it flies over Africa, how are we going to carry it?" Aizen was also extremely frustrated. Who would have thought that Qin Yang had such a trump card of overwhelming power? However, he quickly forced himself to calm down and wave his hand, saying that Qin Yang definitely wanted them to die a painful death, so he would most likely choose to torture them rather than directly use such a thing. This sounded reasonable at first glance, but the more the cult leader listened, the more uneasy he felt. Ultimately, weren't they the ones being tortured and killed? Meanwhile, Qin Yang's popularity and war value are rising rapidly. The space carrier was also recently unlocked, and the last remaining item in the system seems to be a general-purpose mecha, similar to Gundam. Qin Yang asked Xiao Jin if the system had reached its limit and if there were no better options available. Xiao Jin couldn't help but complain that he was too greedy, as these things had exceeded the rules and were ridiculously difficult. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, focusing on the words beyond the rules. Indeed, the human world is like constantly drawing circles. The further out you go, the more you encounter. Xiao Jin then reminded him to focus on 2 laboratories next. The experts in research there possess, in essence, limitless potential. Qin Yang then realized that the best thing had actually been given to him from the beginning, but the unlocking method was a bit tricky. Taking advantage of the free time, he chatted with Xiao Jin for a while. There was no need to destroy the ground devices anymore. Now they just had to wait for the space carrier to show its true power. Chapter 431. You promised a meteorite, but you threw it at Titan. As the space carrier took off, the city fell silent once more. Everyone except Qin Yi and his group had evacuated, except for Xiaomi's car, which remained in place, with Qin Yi and his team guarding the 4 corners. Even if Qin Yang couldn't hold out in the end, it wouldn't be difficult for 10 of them to protect 1 vehicle. So, right now, this place is actually the safest, although that might not be the case if there are more people. As dusk fell, Qin Yang waved his hand to bring up the screen, displaying the perspective of the space carrier. The carrier had already reached space. The pitch-black universe seemed capable of swallowing everything, with only Earth still illuminated. This was also the first time Qin Yang had seen the universe like this, and he couldn't help but ask Xiao Jin, "Can I survive in space now?" Xiao Jin replied that if he was wearing the black god armor, it wouldn't be a problem for a short time. Qin Yang nodded. Being able to move for even a short time was already incredibly powerful. Soon, a cluster of rocks appeared deep in space, hurtling towards Earth, and the 10 space carriers immediately opened fire simultaneously. Strands of white laser light ripped through the darkness, blasting incoming debris into dust. Ordinary people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that with this firepower, even the largest meteorite could be dealt with. But the scientists turned pale. One astronomer said in a trembling voice, "The debris is too small to maintain its trajectory unless something is pushing it from behind." Qin Yang suddenly stood up and immediately cursed. "Are you all sick? Don't you want to live? Do you want to die with us?" He immediately put on the black god armor and soared into the sky. After flying high into the sky, he finally saw what was behind him and gritted his teeth in anger. "You bastards actually used a satellite to hit me." Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as Titan. The members of the celestial god cult were also dumbfounded. The message they received clearly stated that a meteorite could destroy Asia, but the aliens directly dragged in a satellite, meaning they were going to be buried along with it. The cult leader broke down on the spot. They had sided with the aliens for power and immortality, not to die with Earth. But now he had no choice but to go down this dark path. He immediately ordered all elite troops, except those of the celestial bloodline, to be dispatched in a surprise attack on Tali province, to expose the entirety of his base while Qin Yang was intercepting Titan. The crowd below gasped. Qin Yang was desperately trying to protect Earth, while the cult leader was plotting to steal their home. Ruthless as they were, this kind of thing went beyond mere shamelessness. Chapter 432, Transcendent Mode, the true Black God Armor. I'm going to destroy the stars. In outer space, 10 space carriers unleashed their full firepower, countless white beams slicing through the darkness and slamming into Titan. Although no sound echoed back through the universe, everyone witnessed the terrifying explosion, instantly covering tens of thousands of kilometers. Such an attack was utterly insignificant to the massive Titan. The swarm of debris it propelled had already blocked most of the firepower. The space carrier was incredibly powerful, yet couldn't even slow Titan's approach. The people of Earth were utterly desperate. Even if all the missiles from every country were launched, it would be impossible to destroy this massive satellite. As Titan's shadow drew ever closer, the space carrier was nothing more than a speck of dust before it. Qin Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Come back, everyone. Protect this place. Leave the rest to me." Staying outside would only lead to being crushed. He ordered the mothership to retreat and guard the place where Zima Zai was sleeping. Qin Yang soared into the air, and all eyes were on him. Now, he had become Earth's last hope. On the other side, the aliens laughed wildly. "This seal has trapped us, but it has also protected us. The appointed time is approaching. When Earth experiences a mass extinction, we will be the true gods." Honglu sat on Terry's shoulders, silently gazing at the sky. She knew her intervention would be futile. Her only chance to turn the tide lay with Qin Yang. The power of a planet-destroying explosion wasn't non-existent. The key was whether Qin Yang could withstand it. Qin Yang broke through the atmosphere and stood high in the sky. The shadows outside grew larger and larger, almost obscuring the starlight. His voice echoed throughout the world. "You bastards, this isn't over yet. I won't be Qin Yang if I don't scatter your ashes to the winds." Several hours later, Titan was approaching Earth, its speed increasing rapidly under the pull of gravity. Qin Yang looked down and saw that he was no longer standing on land, but on an endless ocean. The next second, black arcs of electricity appeared on the Black God armor. "Qin Yang roared, offerlimit mode, actifata." Countless black lightning bolts instantly wrapped around his body, tearing black voids into the surrounding space before quickly returning to normal. Golden threads floated from the corners of Qin Yang's eyes. He suddenly waved his hand, and his roar resounded throughout the heavens and earth. "Rise!" In an instant, Dozens of sea tornadoes rose from the sea, soaring into the sky, wreathed in devastating black lightning. Qin Yang looked up at Titan, his voice arrogant. So what if it's Titan? Today I, Qin Yang, will destroy a planet here. The heavens and earth seemed to tremble. Titan, carrying the pressure of annihilation, crashed down, its surface violently rubbing against the air, igniting vast flames. The entire sky seemed as if a sun had been smashed down upon it, and countless people knelt in prayer, begging Qin Yang to win. Many Westerners even tore down their crosses on the spot and turned to Qin Yang as their cult leader. After all, at that moment, he seemed more like a god than any so-called god. Qin Yang waved his hand, and dozens of waterspouts, carrying black lightning, slammed into Titan. The once unstoppable giant star's descent was abruptly brought to a near halt. The black lightning continued to tear at its surface, and everyone finally saw hope. But Qin Yang knew perfectly well that the over-limit mode was relentlessly pushing his body to its limits. Inside the black god armor, his eyes were bleeding, his capillaries were bursting one by one, and his entire body was almost being crushed by the backlash. He forcefully raised his hands, white light gathering in his palms, the energy fluctuations growing increasingly terrifying. The next moment, Qin Yang roared, "Super Palm Cannon." A terrifying energy cannon shot out, colliding head-on with Titan. The massive Titan was actually forced back, and the area crushed by the energy cannon was completely annihilated, leaving not even a fragment. Qin Yang's condition worsened. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body swayed, yet he never let go. His palm cannon remained firmly pressed against Titan, relentlessly eroding the world-destroying planet. Suddenly, Qin Yang swayed and almost fell from the sky. The hearts of people all over the world clenched. He seemed about to collapse. At the same time, the waterspout's energy began to weaken, and the black lightning coiling around it diminished. Titan, which was about to be pushed out of Earth's orbit, slowly descended once more. Chapter 4:33 Handcrafted Black Hole, Exploding Planet. Smash it for me, Qin Yang roared, unleashing a terrifying force that slammed into Titan above, obliterating a corner of the colossal object. But his limit was nearing its end. His hands hung limply, he gasped for breath, and only a dozen or so waterspouts were barely holding the entire satellite together. He suddenly looked up and cursed. "Damn it. Are you guys crazy? You always push me to my limit. It's so annoying." Everyone was stunned. Judging from his tone, could he really hold out? Could he really blow up the planet? Qin Yang, inside the black god armor, was already covered in blood. The overload of the limitless mode was almost crushing him. The aliens, seeing this, sneered, mocking him as being at his limit and telling Hong Luo and the others to get lost. Hong Luo didn't respond, only sighed softly. She seemed to be thinking of Lin Tian again. Only the crisis Qin Yang was facing now was even more terrifying. Qin Yang took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands above his head. Black lightning pulsed rhythmically across his body, then converged entirely in his palms, obliterating even the surrounding space. The next second, a black vortex appeared and expanded at an astonishing speed. Clouds, lightning, and seawater were all frantically swallowed up, and Titan's falling speed above also increased dramatically. Everyone gasped, unable to hold back their curses. Titan, brought by aliens, might at most destroy life on Earth, but the thing in Qin Yang's hand seemed capable of swallowing the entire solar system. "Black hole!" The aliens screamed in astonishment. They were just handcrafting a nuclear bomb this afternoon, and now they're handcrafting a black hole tonight? Is there any logic to this? They've been researching for years, and with the help of their predecessors, they're only a spacefaring civilization. What level is this, creating a black hole by hand? At this moment, the aliens all fell silent. They had thought Qin Yang was just a slightly stronger ant, but they hadn't expected him to deliver a devastating blow. Qin Yang lifted himself up, holding a black hole in one hand, the black hole swirling in his palm. He roared, "Even if I hold a black hole in my hand and carry the earth on my back, I, Qin Yang, am still invincible in the universe. Who dares to fight me?" Qin Yi and the others' lips twitched. Their boss's Chunibu style showing off was late, but it finally arrived, and it had to be said, the scene was truly shocking. As the black hole approached, Titan collapsed instantly, being sucked into it bit by bit. In just over 10 seconds, the massive satellite vanished completely, while the black hole in Qin Yang's palm expanded to a terrifying degree. Destroy! Qin Yang roared, unleashing a surge of black energy that enveloped the black hole layer by layer. In the next instant, the black hole vanished like a mirage, and specks of silvery light dappled the sky. The world-ending crisis was resolved just like that. Everyone was somewhat dazed, as if everything that had just happened was unreal. Oh no, that's the boss. Suddenly, someone noticed that Qin Yang had stopped moving. In the sky, the black god armor had dissipated, and he was covered in blood, falling freely from the sky. A sudden roar erupted from inside the RV, and a figure tore through the roof and shot into the sky, heading straight for Qin Yang. Xiaomi's eye caught him 100 meters in the air, landing him steadily. Looking at the unconscious Qin Yang, her eyes were filled with heartache. The aliens on the other side, however, were only feeling annoyed. Being crushed by someone with cheat codes was bad enough, but to be forced to eat dog food at the end was just too much to bear. Chapter 434 Xiaomi. I want to join the war. Base exposed. Qin Yang won, though not with a star-destroying feat, but with an even more shocking result. The members of the celestial cult remaining in Gambia were all bewildered, while another group had already rushed to Tari province and hadn't even paid attention to the live broadcast. The cult leader stroked his chin, sensing something was amiss. Aizen reminded him that he had already dispatched all remaining troops to attack Darim province. The cult leader's face stiffened. It was too late to withdraw. Aizen said those people had already infiltrated, and with the latest technology, they could likely make contact with the target within half an hour. The cult leader had no choice but to accept his fate and take a look at what Qin Yang's mysterious base actually looked like. At this moment, he was more worried about Qin Yang's retaliation. With Qin Yang's combat power, plus the space carrier, a single laser beam would likely obliterate him, leaving not even ashes. Even if Qin Yang was unconscious, no one would dare treat him as an ordinary person. Just as Qin Yang was unconscious, Xiao Jin suddenly prompted him that the base had been invaded by the heavenly god cult, and asked if they should just wipe it out in one fell swoop. Qin Yi shook his head, saying that it didn't matter whether the base was exposed or not at the moment, and that it would be good for his subordinates to accumulate practical experience. Xiaomi, who was holding Qin Yang, suddenly looked up, her eyes bloodshot, and said in a cold voice, "Take me with you. I want to join the battle." These words shocked everyone. For the first time, the obedient Xiaomi showed such killing intent. Qin nodded and told Xiao Jin to open the warehouse. Soon, a new set of armor appeared, fitting Xiaomi perfectly. Qin Yi was envious and couldn't help but complain that Qin Yang was indeed hoarding good stuff. Xiao Jin explained that this suit of armor had similar capabilities to theirs, only a cooler appearance. The Black God armor was unique and could not be replicated. Qin Yi, though unconvinced, didn't say anything more. The group placed Qin Yang into the medical pod and then soared into the sky. Xiaomi, carrying the medical pod, flew at the forefront. At the same time, the scenes in various live broadcast rooms shifted to show a powerful and continuous army of the celestial cult, cautiously advancing. When the audience saw their logo and the familiar landmark in the distance, they immediately recognized that it was the place where the Golden Leopard mercenary group planted their flag, and also the place where Zai met Qin Yang and survived. Everyone was both shocked and curious. The celestial god cult had mobilized all its forces to fight Qin Yang's base. It's important to understand that until now, no force had ever truly penetrated Tali province. The camera zoomed in, and everyone gasped. In the distance, a city wall, like a long black dragon, stretched across the land. Its interior architecture was futuristic, and a ghostly blue light membrane enveloped the sky, with lightning flickering faintly. At this moment, everyone realized that Qin Yang's advanced technology didn't come out of thin air. The truly terrifying advanced technology was probably this base that had never been fully exposed. Chapter 435, Xiaomi goes crazy. Everyone's a mech. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, a barrage of artillery shells suddenly erupted from within the base, bombarding the outside world. The members of the celestial cult were instantly stunned. They had clearly activated their jamming devices, so how had they still been exposed? Boom! Boom boom! Countless shells engulfed them in the blink of an eye, catching them completely off guard. The general hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, activate defenses!" A special forces unit immediately pushed the giant machine forward, erecting a barrier to block the bombardment. Everyone then realized that the material was remarkably similar to Qin Yang's Black Great Wall. Even missiles hitting it only caused a slight tremor. The people of the United States and others were furious. They had looked down on Qin Yang before, but now they realized that with the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council all crippled, only Qin Yang was left who could truly go toe-to-toe with him. The explosions lasted for more than 10 minutes before stopping. The next moment, countless mecha soldiers rushed out from the Black Great Wall. Although they were much simpler than Qin Yi and his team's first-generation mecha, the fact that 100,000 soldiers each had a set still thrilled the Yen people. Holy crap, bro, give me a set. I'll offer you 100 million to sell me one of these units. What man doesn't love mecha? It's the ultimate dream of countless immature teenagers. Boom! The mech army rampaged through the enemy ranks, wielding massive swords to slice through barriers and wreak havoc in the crowd. The enemy hastily deployed their tanks to fire, but the shells were cleaved in two the moment they arrived. The cleaver spun and flew out, splitting the tank in two. The mech followed closely behind, stomping out and sweeping its blade across, destroying several tanks on the spot. The 300,000-strong army was instantly scattered, leaving the general dumbfounded. Just then, a loud bang came from the sky. A figure descended from the sky, followed by several people. Boom! Xiaomizai smashed a tank with a single punch, slowly raised her head, her armor receding to reveal a pair of cold eyes. She landed right in front of the general, the wind whipping his face. You don't come any closer. The general screamed in fright. These men had never experienced real war. They were all induced by drugs. Once they were defeated, they immediately panicked. Without a word, Xiaomizai punched him through the chest, her armor covering her face again. She turned and charged into the crowd. The once adorable little girl had completely transformed into a killing machine, sending chills down everyone's spines. She was blinded by rage. Time and again, these people were hurting her brother Yang, and she couldn't tolerate it. For a full hour, the battle turned into a one-sided massacre. Not a single member of the celestial cult escaped. All that remained on the ground were wrecked tanks, corpses, and blood. Vomit! After the killing, Xiaomizai turned pale and ran to the side to vomit. The anger that had overwhelmed her earlier now brought on a wave of unease. Xiao Jin abruptly ended the live stream. Qin Yang used the over-limit mode this time, so he probably won't be able to use the Black God armor again for a while. Fortunately, blocking missiles with his bare hands isn't too difficult for him now. As long as the aliens don't show up, there shouldn't be any major problems. Qin Yang will likely remain asleep for 3 days before waking up, and the base will begin preparations for war. Gambia must be destroyed, but only after Qin Yang awakens. Otherwise, without the leader's involvement, they could be skinned alive. On the other side, the cult leader remained silent for a long time before asking Aizen, "Are you sure your final measure will be enough to destroy Qin Yang?" Aizen felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were doing something futile, but he could only grit his teeth and say, "We have no way out. We can only fight to the death. Success or failure depends on this." The cult leader stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to understand how they had gone from being the world's #1 power to being lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 436, I've become a savior? I'm not a good person. Time passed slowly, and Qin Yang finally woke up. Aside from the Black God armor being temporarily sealed, he himself was unaffected. However, the Heavenly God sect on the other side was being tormented and restless. No one knew when Qin Yang would arrive and wipe them out completely. Although Aizen had stated more than once that his backup plans were absolutely reliable, the feeling of waiting for death was still suffocating. The world appeared calm on the surface, but everyone knew the real crisis was far from over. No one knew where the aliens were hiding or what methods they had prepared. After resting for a few days, Qin Yang sat on the sofa watching the sunrise, holding a glass of romantic de la Romanicani. It was a fine wine sent from a Western country, and he enjoyed it immensely, yet couldn't help but complain. He felt this was what life should be like, but a bunch of troubles kept coming his way. Ever since he made a name for himself, all sorts of problems kept piling up, almost killing him several times. Qin Yi shrugged beside him and said they had really gone too far this time. They were supposed to be mercenaries, but now they'd turned into saviors. Qin Yang leaps to Wechat. He had never claimed to be a good person since his debut. Yet these people were forcing him to be one, which was simply outrageous. Finally, Qin Yang finished his drink, waved his hand, and ordered his men to take care of that clown. As for those inhuman creatures, they could make the first move. Soon, 30 space carriers swept across the skies above various countries, flying at low altitudes and making no attempt to conceal their presence. Countless people looked up, gazing at those terrifying war machines capable of intercepting Titan. This time, the number was 3 times greater than before. Various countries contributed considerable resources and funds to curry favor with Qin Yang, so Qin Yang simply waved his hand and bought 50 ships directly. 30 ships were deployed, while the rest remained at the base to guard the home base. After all, the 2 research institutes were the real core, and Qin Yang didn't want to go out and fight while his home was being robbed. The celestial god cult in Gambia was furious. The cult leader cursed Qin Yang, accusing him of lacking martial ethics and resorting to using space carriers at the drop of a hat. He challenged Qin Yang to a real fight if he dared to do it. Aizen's lips twitched as he listened. Even without the space carrier, they might not be able to defeat Qin Yang, but the sight before him was indeed making him feel uneasy. 30 space carriers swayed and drifted over Gambia, their countless laser cannons locked onto the ground below. The soldiers on the ground trembled with fear as they looked at the steel behemoths overhead. The Gambian president was dumbfounded. He looked up at the sky, while Qin Yang stood atop the space carrier, looking down at the land below. The president, trembling, roared, asking Qin Yang if he had also come to challenge him. He also boasted that he had 1,000 soldiers and that even the 5 perpetrators had been utterly defeated by him. Qin Yang took a deep breath, finally unable to hold back. He turned to Qin Yi and told him to go down and kill this idiot. All the prestige he'd built up over time was completely ruined by this guy's single sentence. Qin Yang had truly reached his limit. Even at this point, the other side was still boasting about their 1,000-plus soldiers. They were clearly mentally unstable. Without a word, Qin Yi leaped from the space carrier and crashed to the ground. The Gambian president was so frightened that he backed away repeatedly, and Qin Yi couldn't help but react as well. It was the first time he had ever seen such an idiot. Chapter 437, So How Do You Want to Die? Not to mention Qin Yang, even the bystanders couldn't hold back anymore. That bastard president has absolutely no self-awareness. How could he even sit in that position? It's simply outrageous. Qin Yi lifted the president up with one hand and roared menacingly. So you're the one yelling? Say it again. The president had just opened his mouth when Qin Yi slapped him across the face and asked in surprise, You actually said that? Then came another slap. Who told you to open your mouth? You're stinking me. This slap knocked out all of the president's teeth. The president was stunned and on the verge of tears. He realized that he had been too arrogant and that this guy was not human at all. With a deafening roar, Qin Yang descended from the sky, instantly cracking the ground. He walked forward with one hand in his pocket, looking at the group of people opposite him. He knew without a doubt that they were all members of the Heavenly God sect. The cult leader and the others looked grave. Just as they were about to step forward, Qin Yang suddenly shouted, Son, your father is here. Hurry up and call for help. The cult leader stumbled, nearly falling, his expression shifting wildly. Aizen whispered a reminder from behind, saying it would be impolite not to respond when someone called him. The cult leader was furious and wanted to curse, but still asked worriedly, Does this method really work? Aizen nodded, instructing him to first calm Qin Yang down and lower his guard. The sect leader gritted his teeth, his expression one of resignation, and roared to the heavens, I'm here. Qin Yang burst out laughing on the spot, never expecting this guy to actually agree. Qin Er and the others landed and all bowed to congratulate their boss on the birth of his son, teasing his sister-in-law about whether she knew she had such a big son. Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he glared at them with disdain. Then he cursed at the sect leader. With a son like you, I'd rather die. Stay away from me and don't get involved. The cult leader was furious. Qin Yang had clearly spoken first and gained the upper hand. But he still forced a smile and said, Qin Yang, don't push your luck. If you dare bully me, then you've picked a weakling. Qin Yang, who had initially been dismissive, was nearly rendered speechless by the latter part of the sentence. He stared at the cult leader and said coldly, Demon, I can tell you're not human at first glance. What do you want now? Qin Yang warned him not to launch another satellite at himself. The cult leader sighed helplessly. He wanted to launch one, but he no longer had the ability. The leader then coughed twice, attempting to make peace, saying that there was no deep-seated hatred between them, that they would not have any contact with aliens in the future, and that they could use the enemy's technology to arm themselves. These words intrigued people from many countries. After all, the technology possessed by the celestial god cult could indeed greatly enhance their strength if they could acquire it. Qin Yang sneered. If it were just technology, that would be fine, but unfortunately your bloodline has been polluted. You have alien blood flowing in your veins, so you can only die. At this point, he recalled what this group had done before, and his tone became even colder. And have you forgotten what kind of person I am? You think you can get away with this after you've messed with me? Qin Yang spat, too lazy to waste any more words, and stared at the cult leader, saying, "Never mind. You're all going to die today. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Chapter 438 Backstab. Wormhole. Void Dialogue. The cult leader stared at Qin Yang, took a deep breath, and his fingers behind his back trembled wildly as he urged Aizen to make his move quickly, while forcing an awkward yet polite smile on his face. The air seemed to freeze. Qin Yang tilted his head and stared at him for a long time before finally unable to hold back and saying, "Wait, is your face twitching? Are you laughing at your mother?" Qin immediately added, "Boss, he's laughing so happily he's obviously mocking you, and he's probably cursing you in his heart." The cult leader nearly choked on his breath, cursing under his breath, and finally roared, "Aizen, what are you waiting for?" The moment he finished speaking, he froze. With a soft plop, a hand emerged from his chest, clutching a beating heart in its palm. That heart was his. The cult leader suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, looked down at his heart, which was right in front of him, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Why? His breath was weak, filled with resentment. Now that Qin Yang held the upper hand, what difference would it make if he surrendered with his life? Given Qin Yang's personality, none of the people present would survive anyway. Aizen's face was smeared with blood, but his smile was particularly eerie. "Let me reintroduce myself. I'm the president of the Azure Sky Guild. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The cult leader's pupils contracted sharply. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a single word. At that moment, he understood everything. No wonder an Earth organization could go toe-to-toe with the Celestials. It turns out that all the data and research results that the Celestials built up with human lives were taken away by Aizen, the mole. They had always assumed that Tianxiong had a powerful background and had been wary of him for a long time. If it weren't for that, they might have already taken action against countries around the world, and Qin Yang would never have had the chance to grow. The cult leader grew increasingly hateful, but his life force was rapidly fading away. He could only cough up blood and eventually fell silent. Everyone present was stunned. Qin Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, that's really explosive. You guys are pretty good at playing the double agent game." Aizen smiled faintly. "There's no other way. Someone has to do something." Qin Yang asked curiously, "How did you do that? When you joined, you were probably just an ordinary person, right?" Aizen nodded. "I learned about this by chance. It concerned the entire world, so even though I was just a weak scholar at the time, I had no choice but to go." Qin Yang was genuinely impressed. If he had encountered something like this before he got the system, his first reaction would have been to run away. But then he glanced at Aizen. "But aren't you rising too fast? You've already become the chief scientist." Aizen pointed to his head. "I'm not very talented. My IQ is 210, a little higher than Einstein's." Qin Yang gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Having a good brain is awesome." At this moment, the remaining members of the Heavenly God cult tried to scatter and escape, but suddenly a large number of men in black appeared from all sides and surrounded them. Many of their companions suddenly drew their knives and held them to their throats. Aizen said softly, "I've held back for a long time to bring you all together. You're all top-notch material, with alien blood in your veins. We should be able to develop a poison that targets alien blood. Who should we start with dissecting?" Qin Yang shuddered upon hearing this and quickly waved his hand. "Please do as you please. I'll take care of that idiot president over there." After saying that, he muttered to himself, "Sure enough, people who use their brains a little are not quite normal." Soon, all the remaining members of the Celestial God cult were subdued. Aizen summoned specially made prison vans and took the people away. Before leaving, he waved to Qin Yang. "Boss Qin, thanks for this time. Remember to call me when you beat up those sons of bitches in the future." Qin Yang nodded, and after Aizen walked away, he looked down at the Gambian president and sneered. "You bastard, weren't you so arrogant? Call me another one." But then the Gambian president suddenly revealed a strange smile. His face covered in blood, coupled with that expression, sent chills down one's spine. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Could it be? Is something bad about to happen again? Qin Yang, can't always run into these kinds of dramatic mishaps on his missions, can he? Qin immediately started cursing. "What the hell are you laughing at, you motherfucker?" The next instant, Qin Yang's pupils contracted, and he grabbed Qin and sprang away, instantly retreating 100 meters away. With a loud bang, the Gambian president's body swelled up rapidly and exploded. Qin Yang cursed. What kind of black technology is this? Human self-destruction? It's like some kind of monster. But as soon as he finished speaking, he froze. A pitch black hole appeared at the center of the explosion, and it looked incredibly familiar. Holy crap. Can anyone tell me why a person exploding can create a black hole? Isn't that a death sentence? Qin Yang is currently unable to activate the Black God armor, and the Black God armor can only create black holes manually in its over-limit mode. Seeing the black void growing larger and larger, he stood still, took a deep breath, and began to curse inwardly. Just then, streaks of blue lightning flashed across the center of the black hole, and roars of beasts echoed from within. Qin Yang frowned, and Xiao Jin's voice immediately followed. "This isn't a black hole, it's a wormhole connecting to other galaxies on the other side. Those aliens are clearly up to no good, but this couldn't possibly be their own doing." Rumble. A large flash of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky. Everyone thought it was just a weather anomaly, but Qin Yang vaguely saw several illusory figures in the sky. "You've crossed the line. What can you do to me?" "In that case, it's our turn to enter the fray." Outrageous. No one is allowed to break the rules. You're pretending to be a defender now? Don't think I don't know what's going on with you guys. Try stopping us if you dare. A terrifying aura surged in the void, accompanied by constant flashes of lightning and thunder. Qin Yang looked back at the wormhole and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a black hole, there was still a chance of fight. He immediately ordered, "Everyone get ready. Whatever monster comes out of there, blast it to smithereens. Any carbon-based life form won't be leaving standing today." The space carrier's anti-aircraft guns slowly descended, all aimed at the wormhole, and the live stream began. Although popularity points aren't as important now, we still have to make money. Chapter 439, Chrysanthemum Monster? 15,000 combat power? Are you even human? Don't they know where they are? With so many space carriers overhead, as long as the other side doesn't drop another satellite, it's basically no big deal. Deep roars echoed from the depths of the wormhole, and lightning flashed wildly in the dark passage. Time passed slowly, but the wormhole seemed endless, and no monster appeared for a long time. Qin Yang couldn't help but curse. These bastards are really good at shouting. We can hear them from this far away. Just then, a distant rumble shook the earth as the allied forces of 100 nations arrived. The land was filled with heavily armed units, and the sea was teeming with warships, their cannons all aimed at the wormhole. Soldiers, armed with particle weapons, stood ready for battle. A 5-star general strode forward, holding a monitoring device in his hand. Boss Qin, this was found in the ruins battlefield. It can measure energy level and roughly estimate combat power. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. There's such a good thing? Quickly test those screaming guys inside. MacArthur immediately operated the instrument, and with a series of beeps, numbers appeared on screen. He gasped. It's over 7,000. Qin Yang leaned closer to look. Is 7,000 or so a lot? MacArthur's expression was grave. We've tested it, and the most powerful mica bomb besides nuclear bombs only has around 700. The Russian nuclear bomb that the Northern Bear Kingdom had is probably only around 1,000. Qin Yang nodded. So, it's only 7 nuclear bombs? They've even created wormholes. Is it strange that they have this little bit of power? MacArthur said with a wry smile, the problem is that nuclear bombs only reach their peak energy level at the moment of explosion, but the target is a living organism, which means that it has that energy intensity itself. Qin Yang stroked his chin, then suddenly pointed at the instrument and asked, is this symbol a living organism? MacArthur glanced at it. That's right, it's a biomarker. Holy crap. Before he could finish speaking, he blurted out a curse. Thanks to Qin Yang, these few phrases from Yan's national essence had long been known throughout the world, and MacArthur had learned them quite well. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the instrument in Qin Yang's hand. Then what kind of monster is this one with 15,000 points? Qin Yang pointed at himself. Of course it's me. Who else could it be? MacArthur was speechless. The 7,000 points in the wormhole were already terrifying enough, but Qin Yang ended up with 15,000, more than double that. He couldn't believe it. You have 15,000 points? Qin Yang nodded matter-of-factly. What? Am I worse than those little Karami guys over there? They haven't even crawled out of the tunnel after all this time. They're practically useless. MacArthur opened his mouth, then fell silent. The whole world followed suit, and Biden nearly collapsed. One nuclear bomb has 1,000 detonations. Qin Yang's actions were equivalent to 15 nuclear bombs exploding simultaneously. What on earth had he been fighting against? Biden cautiously asked those around him. Is it too late for me to apologize now? Am I only alive because Qin Yang took pity on me? Someone timidly suggested, Mr. President, is it possible that they just haven't been paying attention to you? Biden thought about it and realized it really made sense. Although he was a coward, he wasn't as aggressive as others. Before Qin Yang could even make a move, the celestial god cult and the aliens had already shown up. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, these traitors showed up in time. Otherwise, it would have been my turn. The presidents of other countries were also secretly relieved. If it weren't for the heavenly god cults standing in their way, they might have already been dealt with by Qin Yang. Almost simultaneously, everyone exclaimed, the heavenly god cult are truly good people. Qin Yang scoffed. I thought you were something special, but this is all you've got? He had assumed that with such a formidable presence, the opponent's strength would be ridiculously exaggerated. He hadn't expected that a single shot from a space carrier would likely destroy a force of over 7,000. Even for him, a direct hit from a planet-destroying cannon in normal conditions would result in severe injury, and 2 shots would essentially kill him. Qin Yi and the others curiously gathered around, each taking a test with the equipment. After the tests, everyone's readings were above 8,000, leaving MacArthur completely stunned. It turned out the enemy wasn't weak. They had been too narrow-minded before. Qin Yang asked Xiao Jin in his mind, is this testing device reliable? Xiao Jin replied, Old Qin, didn't you find it excessively useful? That ruins battlefield has been around for so long. This thing was clearly left behind by someone on purpose. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Were they specially left by those seniors? Xiao Jin said that's probably true, but you can ask Hong Luo and the others for specific details. Just then, another roar erupted from within the wormhole, accompanied by crackling lightning. A colossal creature emerged from within, its 2 enormous hands gripping the edge of the wormhole as it forcefully stepped out. Qin Yang's eyes widened. Chrysanthemum monster? Isn't this Pacific Rim? You guys are really something. When a movie came to life, the scene suddenly became absurd. The next second, Qin Yang shattered the ground with 1 foot, and his figure vanished instantly. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of the 50-meter-tall behemoth, as insignificant as a speck of dust. But he raised his hand and threw a punch, creating sonic booms in the air. Before the fist even landed on the chrysanthemum monster's head, cracks appeared on its face, and blue blood splattered like plasma. With a muffled thud, the chrysanthemum monster's head shattered into pieces, and its massive body flew backward, crashing onto the ground thousands of meters away, where it lay still. MacArthur watched in disbelief as the readings on the instruments plummeted from over 7,000 to 0 in an instant. He felt like he was dreaming and could only mutter, this is just too weird. But the roars from within the wormhole didn't stop. In fact, they intensified. It seemed the monsters sensed the deaths of their companions and became enraged. MacArthur stared at the ever-increasing number of red dots on the monitor, his face turning pale. Each red dot numbered between 7 and 8,000, and the number was still rising. Qin Yang lightly touched the ground with his toes and instantly flew back to the front of the battle. He waved his hand and said, look at what you've accomplished these past few days. The generals at the rear immediately brightened up. With Qin Yang and the space carrier providing support, such opportunities for real combat were rare, and they immediately ordered preparations for battle. Fire! Fleet! Prepare for battle. The allied forces of 100 nations instantly went into battle mode. Countless cannons and missiles locking onto the wormhole, ready to bombard the monster as soon as it peeked out. Moreover, This time the weapons were equipped with numerous particle-based killing devices, which were extremely effective against this type of creature. However, in the next instant, a blue pulse suddenly surged out of the wormhole. With a bang, all weapon systems instantly shut down. Qin Yang's lips twitched. Holy crap, they can still fire electromagnetic pulses? Immediately afterwards, hundreds of giant beasts emerged from the wormhole, roaring to the sky and spewing thick plasma straight into the heavens, creating an extremely terrifying scene. Chapter 440, Looking for Trouble? Brothers, get him! The electromagnetic pulse swept across Africa at an alarming speed and quickly reached the high seas, instantly bringing all the warships on the surface to a standstill. Fortunately, they had been messed with by Qin Yang before, so they had already left a way to manually operate the fire control system. The Admiral patted his chest in relief. Holy crap, I never thought this thing would actually come in handy. He immediately ordered everyone to lay down their firepower in their designated positions and open fire. The next second, countless missiles, trailing plumes of flame, soared into the sky, hurtling towards the wormhole. The giant beasts also turned their heads, looking towards the distant sky. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but laugh. Wow, I didn't expect you guys to have some skills. You even managed to come up with an electromagnetic pulse. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling that these people had finally made some progress and that he could still lead the team. But then, as if he had just thought of something, he turned around and asked with a dark face, "Your technology isn't specifically designed to defend against me, is it?" MacArthur looked up at the sky, whistled, and chuckled dryly. Haha, how could that be? Qin Yang's lips twitched. Well, it really was coming for him. A faint sadness welled up in his heart. Soon, the missile swarm crashed into the battlefield. The behemoth opened its mouth and spewed plasma, detonating the missiles in midair. Qin Yang and the others stood below the explosions, not even blinking. The coalition forces from 100 nations and surrounding military bases unleashed their firepower almost simultaneously, this time with the sole aim of clearing out their stockpiles. Although the plasma spewed by hundreds of giant beasts was terrifyingly powerful and covered a wide area, the sheer number of missiles meant that many still managed to break through the interception and explode within the horde of giant beasts. The whole world was watching the live broadcast. The screen was split in two. One side showed Qin Yang's side, and the other showed the battlefield explosion. Everyone was so tense that they held their breath. Qin Yang waved his hand and conjured a large sofa, then sat cross-legged on it, holding melon seeds in his left hand and a watermelon in his right, watching the spectacle with more excitement than anyone else. MacArthur's lips twitched. Boss Qin, we're doing a global live broadcast right now. Shouldn't we be mindful of our image? Qin Yang waved his hand. Why are you still pretending to be something you're not at a time like this? What? Are you looking for a girlfriend? Besides, don't they know what kind of person I am? MacArthur was speechless, only finding the words surprisingly reasonable. The only problem was that Qin Yang hadn't shared any melon seeds with him. Looking at the continuous explosions ahead, MacArthur said in a low voice, with such strong firepower, they should be able to wipe them out. Each missile is powerful, not to mention the sheer number of them. Such a quantitative change is bound to lead to a qualitative change. Qin Yang shook his head. You obviously haven't watched anime. Haven't you heard of the no harm from smoke principle? With that much smoke, the skin down there probably isn't even broken. As they spoke, the behemoth stopped emitting plasma and allowed the missiles to fall madly. The roar continued. The ground trembled violently, and the fireball in the distance grew larger and larger, as if it would overturn the earth. Fortunately, this place was close to the heart of Africa. If it were on the coast, the entire area would probably have sunk into the sea. More than half an hour later, Qin quietly came to Qin Yang's side and whispered, Boss, all the troops have arrived and are ready to fight at any time. Qin Yang hadn't been idle for the past half hour. The ruins battlefield was no longer of any use. The war points he gained from killing a chrysanthemum monster were equivalent to a month's worth of loot from the ruins. What he lacks most right now is the highest level gene serum and the full unlocking of the Black God armor. So he poured all his points into the research institute. Soon the smoke and dust dissipated, and hundreds of giant beasts slowly emerged, their bodies crackling with plasma and faintly glowing red. Qin Yang bolted. See? I told you there's no harm in smoking. MacArthur looked helpless. Boss Qin, stop teasing me at a time like this. You should take action. Right now, no one on Earth can stop them. He then realized that the premise for quantitative change to lead to qualitative change is that the quality of both parties cannot be too far apart. Qin Yang waved his hand. Me? Don't I have any dignity? It can just open a wormhole and pull out a bunch of minions, and I have to fight it head on? Dream on. At this point, he suddenly looked up and shouted. So, it's the only one with underlings? Don't I have any? Brothers, what do we do when someone's causing trouble? A deafening roar immediately echoed from the sky. Kill him. Qin Yang shouted again. What if they look down on your boss? Get him. What do we do now that they haven't even shown their faces? Get him. Goodness, it seems like these people in the sky only know these two words. The next moment, 20 space carriers appeared high in the sky. The decks were filled with soldiers, not ordinary infantry, but teams of soldiers dressed in silver-white mechs. Each mech is about 15 meters tall and equipped with the most powerful weapons. All its equipment has particle-cutting properties, specifically designed to penetrate defenses. Even if these behemoths have the toughest defenses, they might not be able to withstand it. With a full 100,000 troops pressing in, MacArthur was dumbfounded, only able to mutter, "Holy crap," repeatedly. He looked down at the detector in his hand, which was covered with countless red dots, all showing a combat power of over 10,000, which completely stunned him. My goodness, are you all monsters? Qin Yang stood up, drew a large machete, and pointed it to the sky. Brothers, charge! These shameless bastards are trying to steal our territory, and they still dare to act tough. Beat them until they can't take care of themselves, but don't let them destroy the wormhole. I'm going to launch a counterattack. This is a huge amount of war points. Qin Yang has no intention of letting go of the enemy stronghold. But no matter how you look at him, he seems like a gangster who leads people to wreak havoc. The 100,000-strong Air Force responded in unison. Yes, sir. Then, deafening battle cries echoed across the battlefield. Kill them. Chapter 441 Qin Yang. You're clever, you ban me before the team fight. Boom, boom, boom. 100,000 silver-white mechs crashed down from hundreds of meters in the sky, instantly creating a dense network of craters in the ground. The next second, wielding giant watermelon knives, they charged directly at the horde of monsters. The scene left the viewers in the live stream momentarily bewildered. It was supposed to be a high-tech battlefield, yet it somehow resembled a gangland shootout. Qin Yang's group of henchmen didn't quite fit the mold of mercenaries, nor did they seem like gangsters. Suddenly, one mech leaped up and slashed down, sending the monster's arm flying. Immediately afterward, the other mechs grabbed its legs and swung their arms around it, giving it a brutal beating. The 100 behemoths were as arrogant as they had been when they arrived, and now they were in a sorry state. They kept releasing electromagnetic pulses, but it had no effect on these mechs. After all, this kind of tactic was something Qin Yang had already mastered. The 100,000 mech troops were mostly unable to participate and could only watch from the sidelines. The 100 monsters were beaten to a pulp, questioning their very existence, with only one question in their minds. Didn't the intelligence say Earth's combat strength was only in the single digits? This is what you call single digits? While cracking sunflower seeds, Qin Yang laughed and said, Our little brother here is quite energetic. Tell the brothers to hurry up, there's more to come, and we haven't solved the wormhole problem yet. MacArthur's expression changed. Boss Qin, you want to break in? But nobody knows what the situation is over there. This is too risky. Earth can't afford to lose you right now. Qin Yang shook his head. I can't summon the Black God armor in a short time. The space carrier and the 100,000 troops will stay behind. Qin Air and Qin Geo, you will guard Earth. Make your own decisions if any problems arise. Qin Air and the others hurriedly spoke up, wanting to come along. Qin Yang directly refused. No, at least 2 of you have to stay. Your wives haven't shown up yet. Before I get back, keep Earth safe. By this time, the monsters had been torn apart by the mechs, revealing their complex mechanical structures, which bore resemblance to the mechanical ascension of the Skull and Bone Society. MacArthur remained uneasy and even suggested that the U.S. forces go in first to scout ahead. Even if they were all wiped out, it would be worth it as long as Qin Yang could be saved. Qin Yang patted him on the shoulder. I'm happy that you have this awareness, but I'm not happy that you don't believe me. A mere planet. Conquering it is a piece of cake for me. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and walked straight towards the wormhole, his back view exuding the air of a hero embarking on a long journey. Qin E and the others followed closely behind, and the 100,000 mechs disappeared into the wormhole. But just as they entered, the wormhole suddenly trembled violently, with lightning and roaring sounds constantly emanating from it. The next second, the wormhole began to shrink rapidly. Qin Air's pupils contracted, and he immediately roared, "Fire!" The planet-destroying cannons bombarded the wormhole repeatedly, but were all blocked by the shrinking space. Moments later, the entire wormhole vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Qin Air and the others rushed over frantically, only to find traces of the bombardment before their eyes. On the other side, the aliens laughed loudly. As expected, those who possess the Black God armor are indeed arrogant. The other end of this wormhole isn't in the solar system. It will take him at least 10 years to return. 10 years is enough time for us to turn the entire Earth upside down. Hong Luo remained expressionless, only saying to Terry, "Go help Qin Air and the others. Tell them not to give up until the very last moment. Qin Yang will be fine. Trust their judgment." Terry nodded and instantly soared into the sky. Everyone in the live stream was stunned. Looking back now, it was clearly a trap. The other side used an entire planet as bait to completely isolate Qin Yang, their strongest fighter. The aliens are definitely going to make a big move next. Qin Air took a deep breath and immediately ordered, "Everyone return to military bases. The world is under martial law. All countries shall cease flights except for essential communication. Global preparedness for war." The order was issued, and the entire world sprang into action. Retired soldiers were urgently recalled, and the shadow of war quickly loomed over the entire globe. At the other end of the wormhole, Qin Yang shook his hand, his face full of disgust. "These things are disgusting. They even tried to self-destruct. It had no power, but it was really annoying." Qin reminded him, "Boss, we've lost our way back." Qin Yang was taken aback, then shouted, "Damn, I forgot about that. Never mind, it's not important. Let's go take care of him first." He quickly realized what was going on, raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Interesting, you're going to ban me before the raid?" Qin asked, "Boss, where do we get back?" Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry. This isn't something we should concern ourselves with. Someone will naturally take care of it for us when the time comes." Chapter 442, You're a Mage with that physique? It's a disgrace for you to be king. Thousands of small monsters lay sprawled haphazardly in the tunnel, clearly having rushed in from the other end of the wormhole. Their purpose wasn't to kill Qin Yang, but to block their escape route, preventing them from returning to Earth. Qin Yang glanced at them and sneered, "Let's go. They've already asked us to stay, so we should give our host a big gift. Otherwise, it would be too impolite." Qin looked at the weapon in his hand, completely bewildered. "Boss, I didn't bring much with me. How am I supposed to deliver it?" Qin Yang almost laughed out of anger. "You're usually so cunning. Who possessed you today? Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic?" He didn't waste any more time and said in a deep voice, "Let's finish this quickly. We don't know what's going on Earth yet. We must get back as soon as possible." Qin Yang charged forward at the forefront, followed closely by his 100,000-strong army. Several tens of minutes later, they finally stepped out of the wormhole. A flash of light appeared outside the dark cave entrance, revealing a completely new world. The sky was shrouded in dense lightning, and in the distance stood massive bases, their civilizations clearly far more advanced than Earth's, even more imposing than Qin Yang's base. Before them stood countless monsters, numbering at least tens of millions. Further away, a gigantic monster held a scepter-like object, clearly the king of this horde. Qin Yi's eyes lit up instantly. "Wow, so many. Now we can finally fight without restraint." Qin Yang smiled and said, "Then let's see what you're capable of. Don't be careless, and protect yourselves. Also, the one with the wooden stick is mine." Qin nodded. "Understood, king against king, general against general." The king of monsters raised his scepter, terrifying lightning gathering at its tip, and roared in Qin Yang's direction. Qin Yang also drew his green dragon crescent blade and led his army in a direct charge. A deafening roar erupted instantly. Qin Yang charged ahead, severing the head of a gigantic monster with a single strike. The monster's body exploded violently before it died, unleashing destructive lightning that spread in all directions. These monsters seemed to be naturally immune to lightning, completely unaffected. But Qin Yang was different. The monsters he killed exploded one after another, unleashing a deluge of lightning upon him. Qin Yang isn't wearing armor right now, so being struck by lightning might not hurt him, but getting his hair turned into an afro would be embarrassing. He couldn't stand being styled like a lightning strike by a bunch of low-level karami with a combat strength of less than 10,000. Cut! Qin Yang roared, and his green dragon crescent blade slashed out fiercely, unleashing a massive, visible blade aura that swept across the area. Space itself was torn apart in its path, leaving dark cracks in its wake. The moment the blade energy collided with the lightning, it sliced the bolt in half, instantly annihilating it. Qin Yang wielded his blade wildly, advancing through the horde of monsters. Those colossal creatures were utterly unable to stop him. Just then, the huge lightning shield in the sky suddenly locked onto Qin Yang, and a bolt of lightning struck down on his head, startling him so much that he jumped back and almost got hit on the forehead. Holy crap! You guys can't take a joke, huh? Immediately afterward, several more bolts of lightning struck. The lightning shield seemed to have chosen Qin Yang as its target, specifically aiming to strike him. Qin Yi and the others on the other side almost burst out laughing, but their own advance was far from easy. These monsters are not individually strong, but their sheer numbers are overwhelming. The 100,000-strong mech army must coordinate and fight in a cross-unit formation. It's not a fight of 1 against 100, but 100,000 against 10 million. A single decisive blow is no longer so easy. Qin Yang grew increasingly annoyed as the fight progressed. Don't these bastards ever feel fear? They're already killing so many people, and they're still charging forward. Fighting mindless enemies is both the most exhilarating and the most frustrating. They don't run away, allowing you to kill them without restraint. But because they also don't run away, they can be incredibly tough to take on when they charge. Qin Yang cleared the surrounding area with a single slash, then pointed at the Monster King in the distance and cursed, "Hey, you troublemaker, come and fight me one-on-one." Xiao Jin reminded him that every time the Monster King's staff lit up, a bolt of lightning would strike him from the sky. Qin Yang then understood, and his face immediately fell. This Monster King was nearly 200 meters tall, with muscles all over his body and a frighteningly strong physique, but it turned out to be a mage hiding in the back who released lightning. Qin Yang was furious. "You bastard, what kind of skill is it to use sneak attacks from behind? If you got the guts, come and fight me one-on-one." The King of Monsters revealed a contemptuous smile, roared a few times, and more monsters immediately pounced on Qin Yang. Qin Yang was furious. Little Jean, was he just mocking me? How dare a beast mock me? He immediately gave the order. "You cover me, I'm gonna go and take him down." Qin Yi and his group immediately took to the air, unleashing all their weapons and launching an indiscriminate bombardment in front of Qin Yang. Explosions and gunfire erupted, briefly clearing a path. Then Qin Yi and the others stood on either side and threw the attacking monsters out with their bare hands, creating a passage for Qin Yang. But when the King of Monsters saw this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on its face. The next second, it did something that shocked everyone. This thing, with its enormous body, carrying its scepter, turned around and ran away, wiggling its butt. And instead of retreating, it plunged headlong into the monster horde, roaring as it ran. The surrounding monsters immediately pounced on Qin Yang, blocking its path. Qin Yang and the others were dumbfounded. They had never seen such a shameless monster before. The king of a clan was running away in such a flamboyant manner. "Stop right there. Don't run. I'm going to kill you today." Qin Yang chased after them relentlessly, wielding his green dragon crescent blade and cursing incessantly. Although the monsters couldn't understand his language, they clearly comprehended his meaning. However, the Monster King was utterly shameless, only caring about wiggling his rear end and running forward. The chase lasted for 5 hours. Qin Yang was panting heavily, and he cursed while holding up his knife. How can this big guy run so fast? Little Gold was speechless. It had no idea where these aliens got such a rare find. Qin Yi and his group were even more exhausted. They had to throw away the monsters blocking their path one by one, and after killing for so long, they hadn't even killed 1,000,000 monsters. Qin Yang finally stopped. "Stop chasing. Fight the enemy where you are. Xiao San, find a suitable location so the soldiers can coordinate their attacks. We can't continue fighting in such an open area." Qin Sen immediately accepted the order and left. Qin Yang knew very well that if this dragged on, their situation would only worsen. The other side clearly intended to wear them down with an endless stream of monsters. And what was most shameless was that even their king only knew how to run. Chapter 443, The Eighth Continent Appears. Qin San immediately took to the air, quickly surveying the surroundings while dodging the relentless bolts of lightning. Soon, he sent back a message. Boss, found it. It's in the northeast. Qin Yang decisively ordered a full retreat to the northeast. The group quickly retreated into a canyon. By holding one side, the other half could rest and regroup. Qin Yang didn't continue the pursuit of the Monster King. After all, capturing that coward amidst the monster army was far too difficult. Meanwhile, Earth, without Qin Yang at its helm, descended into chaos, with a global migration wave sweeping the globe. Ultimately, personnel from various countries returned to their respective locations to prepare for war, and all resources were rapidly integrated. The next day, the sky suddenly appeared as if it had been torn open, revealing a vast ocean. Various countries immediately launched an investigation and quickly confirmed, based on latitude, longitude, and the sun's position, that the image was located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Lei Chengzi frowned and said, "What's so strange about this place? As soon as Qin Yang is gone, all these monsters and demons have indeed appeared. This time, the sky was completely different from before, more like the sky had been forcibly torn apart." The next moment, the sea in the scene churned violently. Lightning flashed, as if some terrifying being was about to be born. The sea suddenly split open, and a massive landmass slowly rose. Under the astonished gaze of the world, the eighth continent appeared. The continent was comparable in size to Australia, and was shrouded in a massive protective shield. The raging seawater and destructive lightning were kept at bay, unable to harm its interior in the slightest. When the clouds dispersed, people could see that it was filled with futuristic architecture, with small flying vehicles darting about. Even more astonishingly, a person was sitting at the very top of the protective shield. The terrifying shockwave hadn't even caused her sway. Qin Er's expression changed upon seeing her. "It's Hong Luo. Everyone prepare. Rush to the rescue." Qin Er and Qin Jiao exchanged a glance, understanding that this was the moment they had been waiting for. But just before they were about to set off, a roar came from the sky again, and Terry suddenly arrived, saying that her sister had asked her to come and help. Qin Jiao sighed, explaining that they were on their way to support her sister. Terry, however, didn't hesitate, saying her sister had told her to listen to Qin Jiao. Watching their awkward exchange, Qin Er couldn't help but urge, "It's time to go." Subsequently, a large number of space carriers were deployed, heading straight for the center of the Pacific Ocean. Although other countries were unwilling, they did not act rashly, because this war was no longer something they could control. At this moment, the new continent had not yet been fully opened, and the aliens were relentlessly attacking the protective shield. It seemed the shield wasn't protecting them, but rather imprisoning them. But who could possibly accomplish such a thing? Qin Er and Qin Jiao alone were probably far from sufficient. Chapter 444, The Overlord of the Three Eras descends. Why did you provoke him? The scene shifts to the skies above Tali Province, where dozens of space carriers simultaneously take off, advancing towards the eighth continent. Soldiers from various nations begin to assemble, ready to pounce on the Golden Leopard mercenary group once it tears open a path. Even though humans are as insignificant as ants before these monsters, their bullets still pose a threat. Just then, the protective shield of the eighth continent shook violently, causing the entire ocean to churn and other sea areas to react as well. Inside the shield, the alien leader, Domo, roared with a cold laugh, saying that they couldn't hold out for long, and Qin Yang would not be able to return for at least 10 years. During that time, he would have enough time to steal everything. Honglu remained calm, a black storm surging behind her, relentlessly suppressing the protective shield. The energy of the space carrier behind her was rapidly decreasing. Facing Domo's taunts, she only coldly replied, "With these unambitious clowns, Qin Yang will definitely return." Domo laughed disdainfully. Unless someone intervened, Qin Yang would only ever watch from behind. No sooner had he spoken than Qin Er, clad in battle armor, flew to Hong Luo's side and asked if she needed help. Hong Luo shook her head. It wasn't the right time yet. They had to keep these guys trapped until Qin Yang returned. Qin Er looked at the technology and aliens inside and figured they weren't invincible. Their technology was about the same, and the humans had particle weapons, Their individual combat strength wasn't necessarily much different either. Even if their leader was stronger, the others were at most their level, and ordinary soldiers working together could still suppress them. But Hong Luo said that this time was different. This was the last time, and there were too many variables if Qin Yang didn't come back. Although Qin Er didn't understand, since Hong Luo said so, he naturally chose to believe her. Doma snorted coldly, declaring that Earth was about to enter an era of terror. He would drag the defenseless humans into his battlefield and let his pets tear them apart. The next second, a scene appeared in the sky around the world. A large number of hideous monsters crowded together, their mouths smeared with blood and bits of flesh, and human heads rolling on the ground with their eyes wide open in death. Domo explained smugly that those were humans captured from the outside world. The disappearances of people in various places over the years had been caused by their unpredictable wormholes. From now on, these wormholes would spread widely, allowing the world to witness despair and terror. Qin Er looked disgusted and couldn't help but curse him, saying his smile was more perverted than a pervert's. He told him to come out if he dared, and he would definitely let the other person know why flowers are so red. Domo, however, scornfully replied that Qin Er was just a lucky guy and didn't deserve to talk to him at all. Qin's temper flared instantly. He demanded that Domo come out so he could teach the other man a lesson on behalf of his father. Domo, too lazy to pay him any more attention, directly ordered the opening of over 100,000 wormholes to amuse humanity, arrogantly reminding them not to be wary, as the wormholes were completely random and beyond their control. No sooner had he finished speaking than dozens of wormholes appeared behind him. A terrifying suction force erupted, and in the blink of an eye, half of the 10 marshals and hundreds of generals standing behind him were swept away. Domo's smile froze instantly, and he turned around blankly. He never imagined that the unpredictable wormhole would even capture its own people. Qin Er and the others burst out laughing on the spot. Even Hong Luo couldn't help but laugh. Qin Er even mocked. Doesn't this thing have any recognition capabilities? It even locks on a friendly forces. At the same time, people all over the world opened their eyes in alarm and breathed a sigh of relief upon finding themselves still in the same place. They then frantically called their loved ones to confirm their identities. A dozen minutes later, news came from various countries that, remarkably, not a single person was missing. After receiving the intelligence compiled by the leaders of various countries, Qin Er laughed even louder. He mocked Domo's wormhole, asking if it was a defective product, since no one in the world had been captured. Could it be that they were specifically targeting places with poor communication? Domo fell silent. This thing was clearly given to him by his superiors. How could there be a problem? On the other side, Qin Yang was utterly exhausted. He vaguely sensed that time flowed differently on Earth than here, but couldn't figure out why. They had been fighting continuously in this valley for a whole month, with monsters constantly pouring out of the massive base opposite them. They hadn't slept for a month, and lightning would occasionally strike from the sky. Qin Yang looked exhausted, and the mech unit was almost at its limit, with large areas of their armor damaged. He gritted his teeth and cursed. This is a real disaster. These monsters are outrageously numerous, and each one is incredibly tough. Instead of being killed by aliens, we're trapped by these things. He had indeed accumulated enough points, but his life was about to be lost, and he hadn't even had a chance to use them. It was incredibly frustrating. Qin advised him in a deep voice that Qin Yang should lead the others to retreat first, while he would cover the rear. The space carrier could still return to Earth. Once it entered space, it could be located using Earth's coordinates and the sun's position. Qin Yang spat and retorted, asking Qin who he thought he was. He was Qin Yang. How could he possibly run away? Before Qin could offer any further advice, a huge black hole suddenly appeared behind them, startling them all. Qin Yang had just cursed, "What the hell is this now?" when two figures emerged from the black hole. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Qin Yang suddenly laughed, jokingly remarking that this was truly a rare guest, finally showing up after so long. Wang Yingjie shrugged, explaining that due to rules, now was not the time to turn against those guys, and besides, Qin Yang was the only one left. Lin Tian looked at Qin Yang and laughed, saying he was really pitiful, always struggling on the verge of death. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he immediately retorted, "It's because they put too much pressure on us. These monsters are clearly not right, and they didn't even try to help." He then looked at Lin Tian and added, "You know all about Lin Tian's exploits orthopedics." Wang Yingjie couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Tian's eyes flashed dangerously, and he gritted his teeth, explaining that she wasn't related by blood. Qin Yang, however, deliberately nodded, saying he understood she was from his maternal uncle's family. So, was she a cousin or a younger cousin? Lin Tian nearly broke down, roaring that it was adopted, with no blood relation. Qin Yang continued to nod, with an "I understand" expression, saying that pseudo-orthopedics is still orthopedics, and it's up to you anyway. Lin was so angry he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight, but Wang Yingjie quickly stopped him, asking with a wry smile why they were fighting the moment they met. Qin Yang crossed his arms and retorted provocatively, saying it was because someone else started the fight the moment they appeared. Lin Tian, not to be outdone, retorted that he only had one wife and was henpecked. Qin Yang, however, was quite proud, saying he was happy to do so, that pure love was invincible, and that Lin Tian should try saying that to Lin Yin if he dared. Lin Tian's lips twitched. He really didn't dare say that. Wang Yingjie sighed and reminded Qin Yang that it was time to go. They were still on Earth, but under a barrier and their time was limited. Qin Yang immediately said it was fine, turned around, and called to his brothers that they were going home. Everyone roared with excitement and followed Qin Yang into the wormhole. Before Qin Yang disappeared, he uttered the words, "When one person cries, true love is invincible," which infuriated Lin Tian. Lin Tian was dumbfounded. He turned to Wang Yingjie and asked if he shouldn't have brought it up. Wang Yingjie was both amused and exasperated, saying that he had no idea Lin Tian would be proud of something like this. Lin Tian was indignant, cursing who had written such a detailed account of his deeds. Why couldn't they just write about his entrepreneurial journey? Why write such a messy account of his love life? Qin Yang knew all this because he had obtained complete information about the previous eras from Xiao Jin, including the struggles of these two individuals. If we're talking about legends, Wang Yingjie is the true chosen one. Just then, a questioning voice rang out, angrily rebuking them for going too far, asking who allowed them to interfere in the affairs of the lower realm. Lin Tian retorted disdainfully, "Only officials are allowed to set fires, but commoners are forbidden even to light lamps? Where do they get their wormhole technology? And how is this planet conquered? Don't they know?" The voice remained firm, saying they couldn't openly communicate with people from the lower realms. Lin Tian, already seething with anger, rolled up his sleeves, his temper flaring instantly. He cursed himself for being too polite, deciding to vent his frustration on the other party today. The other party tried to assert his authority as a law enforcement officer, telling Lin Tian not to slap him. Lin Tian ignored him completely and started hitting him, yelling and slapping him as he did so, telling him to keep babbling. Wang Yingjie watched the farce unfold with a wry smile. The other law enforcement officers, seeing his grinning face, all turned away in unison. After all, if this guy were to make a move, they'd all get beaten up if they all attacked together. Since they wouldn't die, it was good for Lin Tian to vent his anger. Why did that guy have to provoke them at this crucial moment? Chapter 445, Cleaning Up the Battlefield. The battle raged fiercely in the void, but everyone on Earth stared wide-eyed. After confirming that no one was missing, all eyes turned to Moore. Moore was stunned. He looked at the space that had been torn open on his side, where the 5 marshals, half of the generals, and tens of thousands of soldiers had all been swept in. The bioengineered beasts immediately swarmed around the area upon smelling the scent, but fortunately, they could recognize their own kind, so they didn't start fighting each other on the spot. The leading marshal glanced at the soldiers behind him with a grim expression. Almost none of them were equipped. They had been inside the barrier for decades and hadn't experienced real warfare in a long time, so they weren't even wearing weapons. Moore paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha! With my army here, you humans will only suffer more. Beasts under human command are completely different from mindless beasts. The people inside are in greater danger. Kin found it. If even the enemy couldn't control the wormhole, they were even less capable." Just then, a massive wormhole reappeared, instantly putting everyone on alert. Moore was completely bewildered. Weren't they supposed to have over 100,000 wormholes? How come they only created 2? One open here, and where did the other go? It's like they sent an entire county's population here. The next second, a burst of maniacal laughter came from the other end of the wormhole. "Ha ha! Did you miss me? I missed you guys so much. A whole month. I'm exhausted." Upon hearing this voice, Qin Air and the others were overjoyed, but Moore's expression instantly changed, turning ashen as if he had eaten a dead child. Immediately afterward, Qin Yang led the main force out of the wormhole, but everyone was in poor condition, their armor severely damaged. Qin Yang tilted his head, looking at the group of seemingly human but actually non-human beings opposite him, and raised an eyebrow. Who are you? He thought that in the month he had been gone, new species had evolved on Earth. Qin Air hurriedly shouted, "Boss, it's me, Xiao Air. The other side is an alien army, and it's only been a day since you entered the wormhole." This sentence spread throughout the entire area, and Qin E and the 100,000-strong mech army's eyes instantly turned green. Qin Yang turned his head sharply, gritting his teeth, and said, "You bastards, you guys really know how to play. Sending me to that godforsaken place. Do you know how I've been these past month? I haven't closed my eyes for a whole month, and I even got struck by lightning." The marshal opposite him immediately tensed up and quickly smiled apologetically. "This can't be entirely blamed on us, can it? Didn't you go in yourself, sir?" Qin Yang's lips twitched, and his eyes grew even fiercer. "Are you blaming me? No, you guys are just chickening out." He had thought the aliens would be tough, but in their first direct confrontation, they were the ones who backed down first. The marshal was so frustrated he wanted to cry. "Boss, how about we set a time? We didn't even bring our equipment." He couldn't understand whether this unpredictable wormhole was theirs or not. It seemed like it was open specifically for Qin Yang. Not only did they pull people back from danger, they brought them right to their doorstep. The worst part is they never expected to get their own people involved. Now they're facing Qin Yang unarmed. Isn't that suicide? Qin Yang twisted his neck, his blood-covered body, making him look particularly ferocious. "You old bastard, you can really talk big. So, you guys aren't getting out of here either, right? Then what are we waiting for, brothers? Let's get them." Yes. The 100,000-strong army roared in unison, charging towards the 50,000 unarmed aliens with their weapons in hand. This was not a battle, but a one-sided massacre. Blood splattered, and heads and limbs flew through the air. Qin Yang and his team had been holding back for a month, working in shifts without sleep to kill monsters. Now, they finally found an outlet for their frustration, and they showed no mercy as they attacked. The aliens weren't as indestructible as they'd imagined. In fact, they shattered at the slightest touch. The Earthlings, who had been trembling with tension, snapped out of their daze, and their fear dissipated considerably. Qin Yang, wielding the green dragon crescent blade, slaughtered his way through the crowd. Bioengineered beasts pounced on him, but none could withstand a single blow. With a single strike, all were equal. They all perished. Moore was so angry his face turned green, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yang, you guys have gone too far." Qin Yang picked at his ear, listened to Qin Air's retelling, and said disdainfully, "Come on, don't you know how this wormhole came about?" Moore's expression was fierce. "Since you knew, you still dared to do it? Aren't you afraid of dying without knowing why?" Qin Yang curled his lip. "You let those guys come down and see if I'll even bother with them. Right now, they're fighting up there, and we're the only ones left to mess around on Earth. Come on, let's do it." In a shattered battlefield, only Qin Yang and his group, along with the alien forces, remained. The area wasn't large, only about 1/10 the size of the 8th continent. Qin Yang leaped over 100 meters in a single bound, crashing down like a missile, taking with him a swarm of enemies with him. The mech army was equally ferocious. Although their armor was damaged, they were still able to take down the unequipped aliens with deadly accuracy. Flying and diving, the alien forces were continuously wiped out. Time slowly passed, and the world watched as this great battle lasted for a day and a night. Qin Yang led an army of 100,000 and wiped out half of the enemy forces. Qin Yang then plopped down on the ground, took out some food, and ate it in big mouthfuls. He then gulped down a mouthful of ice-cold cola and lay down comfortably on the ground, saying, "I'm exhausted. This is what life is all about." More than a month of continuous fighting had left everyone physically and mentally exhausted. The 100,000-strong army fell asleep while eating, though they weren't stupid. Xiao Jin was there to keep watch. Moreover, they had swept through the entire area. Apart from themselves, there wasn't a single living creature left. Looking at Qin Yang and the others' exhausted faces, everyone on Earth felt a pang of heartache. They had all heard it. Qin Yang and his men had been fighting there for a full month, enduring the bombardment of heavenly lightning. They finally returned, only to immediately launch a second battle. Chapter 446, Swearing. Are we only good friends when we need them? Hong Luo smiled and said coldly, I told you he would come back. What are you going to do now? You've been dreaming for eons. It's time to wake up, you petty thieves. Moore's expression turned crazed, and he sneered. You think you've won? This is the last time. We have no way out. Even if it means dragging everyone down with us, we must succeed. You are all just rootless duckweed. Honglu frowned and looked down. She knew the other person was right. If Earth succeeded in this era, the entire planet would be elevated to a higher dimension. But if it failed, everything accumulated in the previous eras would be completely wiped out. Her eyes turned cold. Then let's settle this with our skills. With your technology, you can't win. Moore gritted his teeth and remained silent. In truth, they had been ahead of Earth in every stage. But in every era, Earth would produce a freak, and coupled with the legacy of the previous era, they had managed to survive time and time again. What was even more troublesome was that Earth had perfectly evaded the monitoring rules, so Lin Tian and his group were in the right to act now. At this moment, billions of people watched as Qin Yang and his companions fell into a deep sleep. Soldiers from the 100 Nations Alliance had already assembled outside the continent, ready to launch a landing operation as soon as the protective shield shattered. Meanwhile, fueled by a massive amount of points, both laboratories were operating at full capacity. Inside the technology lab, a researcher's eyes suddenly lit up, his excitement bordering on hysteria. I think I've discovered something incredible. Soon, the entire laboratory began repeating the same experiment. Meanwhile, the biological laboratory was also accelerating the development of top-tier gene therapy agents. In the void, Lin Tian and the others who were fighting suddenly shuddered and looked towards Earth. Who is it? Who is trespassing on God's domain? A large number of four-dimensional beings instantly rioted, and countless eyes were turned to Earth. Wang Yingjie smiled slightly and stood in front of them. Everyone, don't make a fuss. It's just a minor anomaly, calm down. One of the inspectors angrily said, Wang Yingjie, you can tolerate other things, but not this. You must hand him over. Wang Yingjie shrugged. Our generation of leaders is still asleep. If you want to find someone, go find those shameless ones. Aren't they brewing something up? The inspector's gaze immediately shifted to another group. The man jumped in fright and quickly denied it. It wasn't us, really not. They don't have a background like Wang Yingjie's. Wang Yingjie had contact with higher dimensional beings and was a chosen one. He was someone you couldn't afford to offend. The inspector warned coldly, this matter must be explained, or even if you are colleagues, you will all die. The other party replied in a muffled voice, I will check. Then, the void fell silent again. Only Wang Yingjie stood there, blocking those gazes and preventing them from peering into the earth. Wang Yingjie secretly sighed to himself, thinking how incredibly profitable this round of points had been. He'd even managed to research that kind of thing. If Lin Tian ever acted up again, he'd be in for a world of hurt. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. On the other side, Lin Tian, who was beating up the enemy, suddenly shivered, feeling as if he was being watched by some danger. Qin Yang, who was fast asleep, pursed his lips, turned over, and continued to sleep, wondering to himself, why does it feel like someone is talking about him? Elsewhere, someone whispered, are you really going to do this? You'll die. The man answered resolutely, so be it. This is the last chance. Qin Yang must die, or we have no chance of winning. It's worth it to trade my life for his. All right, let's get started. Qin Yang, who was sleeping, suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, and a strong sense of crisis suddenly struck him. Boom! He opened his eyes instantly, slammed his palms into the ground, and the powerful impact sent all the surrounding soldiers flying back, while he himself was lifted into the air. The next second, a bolt of purple lightning shot out, blasting a terrifying crater in the spot where he had been standing. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Qin Yang looked ahead with a serious expression, only to see a huge wormhole that had appeared not far away. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, you dare to chase after me. Qin Yi and the others quickly stood up, their expressions equally solemn. They would never forget that familiar lightning, even in death. The next instant, a huge figure holding a scepter poked its head out of the wormhole, turned around, and faced Qin Yang with its rear end, patted it twice, and then shrank back in. Qin Yang's lips twitched, and he gritted his teeth in anger. You fucking provoke me? Waiter, where's your Italian cannon? Chin Air said helplessly, Boss, I really can't get involved in this. There are 2 layers of barriers here, and since they don't have wormhole technology, they can't hit the other side at all. Before Qin Yang could finish his tirade, countless monsters suddenly surged out of the wormhole. He jumped up and shouted at the sky, Lin Tian, are you even capable? If not, go home and eat your fill. Isn't this cheating? Why did you let these guys through? Lin Tian's face darkened in the void. He was, after all, a senior and was currently protecting Qin Yang, yet this kid showed no respect whatsoever when he started cursing. Wang Yingjie smiled and reminded him, try to deal with it. Otherwise, he could curse all night long, and he wouldn't repeat himself. Lin Tian gritted his teeth, but he also believed it. They knew Qin Yang's character all too well. He was absolutely capable of doing something like this. Go back, Lin Tian roared, his voice booming like thunder. The monsters that had just charged out were instantly blasted back into the wormhole by the terrifying force. Everyone stared in disbelief. Qin Yang, however, crossed his arms and sneered. Now you know how to play dumb? What were you doing just now? Didn't you see that lightning almost hit me? Lin Tian's lips twitched. I was fighting just now. It was time to care about your nonsense. Qin Yang scoffed dismissively. If you're going to cook, just practice more. Is that all? Lin Tian almost exploded on the spot. What the hell? He took a deep breath and looked at Wang Yingjie. Old Wang, can I go down and kill him? Wang Yingjie laughed and said, Are you 2 incompatible? Let's resolve this first. At that moment, another voice came from the sky. You have gone too far, interfering time and time again. We are now sealing off Earth, and no 4-dimensional beings are allowed to interfere. Lin Tian instantly flared up. You're taking sides, aren't you? Old Wang, don't pull me in. Today, I'll make him know why the flowers are so red. He started cursing at the sky. Qin Yang, on the other hand, sat on the ground, took out a watermelon, and ate it with relish, as if watching a grand show. Everyone outside was stunned. That terrifying being, capable of shaking space with a single word and driving away millions of monsters, was actually cursing? What's even more outrageous is that Qin Yang seemed to have been cursing at him. Hong Luo and Ty Lee were also wide-eyed, completely unexpected that Boss Lin would encounter such a nemesis. Lin Tian glanced at Qin Yang, who was watching the show, and said irritably, Are you still watching the show? You know your life is about to be in danger. Qin Yang shrugged. Isn't this what you and Lao Wang are here for? With our relationship, you couldn't just stand by and watch someone die, could you? Lin Tian was even more helpless. They were cursing him earlier and wouldn't acknowledge their relationship, but now that they need it, their relationship seems to have improved. Chapter 447 Waiter. If I weren't human, would you still love me? Wang Yingjie couldn't suppress the smirk on his face, thinking to himself that Qin Yang had truly inherited the best qualities of his predecessors, shamelessness. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and said that he didn't have time to deal with Qin Yang right now. He still had to fight with the guy above him. He could only open a wormhole for them and let them solve their own problems. Qin Yang patted his chest, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. Just as the voice in the void was about to erupt in anger, Lin Tian retorted with a curse, threatening to attack it too if it kept arguing. Soon, a massive wormhole appeared behind Qin Yang. Qin Air, Hong Luo, and the others all arrived, along with a large number of space carriers. The U.S. and other powers also paid Qin Yang according to their demands. With a wave of his hand, Qin Yang summoned hundreds of space carriers to the battlefield. The aliens turned green at the sight. This was clearly exploiting a loophole in the rules, something not created by Earthlings themselves. Lin Tian was also somewhat embarrassed, turning away and whistling, pretending he knew nothing. Fortunately, the rules set a limit. Only 100 space carriers could be exchanged. Qin Yang scoffed, thinking it wasn't enough, but he didn't bother to argue and directly ordered the operation to begin. Another 1,000,000 behemoths appeared on the opposite side, and the king of monsters roared at Qin Yang. Qin Yang immediately cursed back and called on his brothers to charge at it. The next second, 100 space carriers opened fire simultaneously, lasers piercing the battlefield, each shot capable of burning through more than a dozen monsters. The speed at which the monsters surged out instantly slowed down considerably, and the 100,000-strong mech army, brought by Qin Air, quickly formed a second line of defense. Qin Yang finally felt a bit more comfortable and sneered, saying that this was their home turf. However, an angry roar quickly echoed from the void, directly disabling the space carrier's attack system. All the warship's cannons instantly fell silent, leaving them only able to float in midair. Qin Yang looked up and couldn't help but criticize Lin Tian. Lin Tian scolded him, saying, "Don't be so hasty. That guy doesn't want to live anymore. He just wants to drag Qin Yang down with him." Qin Yang was even more speechless after hearing this. Why were all these people targeting him? Without the space carrier, everyone had to fight on their own. At Qin Yang's command, they charged into the horde of monsters. In one-on-one combat, they almost always crushed their opponents, slicing off half a monster's head with a single strike. But the Monster King was extremely cunning, hiding at the entrance of the wormhole, occasionally drawing out lightning from within the wormhole with his scepter, specifically targeting Qin Yang. Qin Yang was furious and cursed, telling it not to run away, and that he would discuss any good things with it. This Monster King, despite being a king, was ridiculously cowardly and incredibly shameless. Qin Yang cleaved two monsters back with a single strike, then severed one of their heads before immediately retreating. Sure enough, the slain monster corpses exploded instantly. Each kill triggered a terrifying explosion, with a power comparable to a nuclear bomb, only smaller in circumstance, enough to break through their defenses. If it weren't for this complication, these monsters wouldn't have been enough for them to kill. What's even more troublesome is that, apart from the king of monsters, the other monsters seemed to have no fear, only knowing how to charge forward madly. Just then, a monster behind them, which was clearly unharmed, suddenly self-destructed. The immense impact sent Qin Yang flying. He was sent flying a long way through the monster horde, crashing in at several monsters before finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qin Yang cursed and warned everyone that these monsters could even self-destruct, urging them to be careful. As the number of monsters increased, the battle became extremely difficult. With the space carriers restricted, only these people remain on Earth capable of direct combat. Xiaomi arrived from China, donned her armor, and joined the battle without hesitation. Aizen also arrived with the Sky Dome Society. Surprisingly, the Skull and Bone Society also appeared and joined the fight alongside the Sky Dome Society. They brought a semi-mechanized force, following the path of physical modification and mechanical ascension. Some people wondered why these people, who weren't Qin Yang's mortal enemies, were helping him. The leader of the Skull and Bone Society replied irritably that it was just a personal grudge. Now that aliens were about to destroy the world, they were pursuing power and immortality. What was there to fight over if the world was gone? They were dumbfounded as soon as they entered the battlefield. The monsters in front of them were hundreds of meters tall, and their cyborg bodies suddenly looked thin and frail. Although their physical strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, and they are equipped with laser weapons, it often takes 10 people in a team to barely fight against a single monster. Compared to Qin Yang's mech army, the gap is so obvious that it's utterly shameful. The battle stalled for a moment, but Qin Yang was left with a tingling sensation on his scalp from the explosions. He quickly realized something was wrong. Monsters in other places rarely self-destructed, but the monsters on his side always exploded before they were even dead. Qin Yang looked closely and was instantly enraged. The Monster King had stopped unleashing lightning and was now pointing his scepter in his direction. As soon as the scepter flashed, a monster near Qin Yang self-destructed. The King of Monsters, seeing that Qin Yang had discovered him, let out a monstrous laugh and turned to run, infuriating Qin Yang. Immediately following was another explosion, and Hong Luo, who was closest to Qin Yang, was also caught in the shockwave, both of them flying backward, spitting blood. Qin Er anxiously called out for Hong Luo. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and scolded him, saying all he ever thought about was finding his wife. Didn't he see that their eldest brother was also injured? Qin Er chuckled and said that their eldest brother was tough and would definitely be fine. Qin Yang was so angry he almost cursed out loud, thinking that his underlings were really hard to manage these days. They all forgot about their boss once they got married. Hong Luo pointed out in a deep voice that continuing to fight like this was not a solution. Among the monsters, only the Monster King possessed intelligence. Once it was killed, the situation would be easily resolved. Qin Yang wanted to as well, but that guy was too clever. Even if he activated his ninjutsu, it would be difficult to force an advance. Moreover, if they cleared the wormhole, the monster would rush directly into Earth, which would cause even greater trouble. Hong Luo suggested that the 10 warriors and her sisters clear a path for Qin Yang, so that he could take down the Monster King. Qin Yang frowned and said that the gap was too big now. Back then, even the 9 of them couldn't break through, and Hong Luo and the others' combat abilities were not as good as Qin Yi and the others wearing armor. These words were direct, but the situation was urgent, and there was no time to worry about saving face. Hong Luo didn't refute, but simply turned to look at Terry and nodded slightly. Then, she shouted at Qin Air, "Xiao Air, if I weren't human, would you still love me?" Without hesitation, Qin Air answered firmly, "Of course." Hong Luo then asked, "What if it's ugly?" Qin Air laughed and said that he was not a superficial person, and that no matter what Hong Luo looked like, he would still like her. Terry also looked at Qin Jiao, and although she didn't speak, her meaning was clear. Qin Jiao said firmly, "Then I'll only like it more." Qin Yang's face twitched upon hearing this, and he sighed inwardly. Sure enough, Xiao Jiao's level of madness was beyond what ordinary people could match. However, the answers from these two guys were actually quite good. Chapter 448, A Massive Explosion. And once again, I shouldered it all alone. Roar. 2 angry roars exploded, and to everyone's astonishment, Hong Luo entirely lost their human forms, revealing their true forms. Qin Yang's eyes widened on the spot. It turned out that the Hong Luo sisters were actually the biomother Xiao Hong that Lin Tian encountered in the previous era, and the Titan that he finally subdued with his hammer. That Titan was capable of going toe-to-toe with Lin Tian in his highest evolved state back then. Qin Yang couldn't help but gasp, only one thought remaining in his mind. This is too outrageous. The others were equally shocked. No one had expected that these 2 top-tier powerhouses weren't human at all. The Skull and Bone Society members finally understood why the monsters created from their residual genes were all enhanced humans. Qin Air stroked his chin and suddenly blurted out, "Are we reproductively isolated? How about we adopt one?" Qin Yang almost stumbled, his face full of black lines. Even at a time like this guy's thought process was truly extraordinary. He was about to curse when he turned around and saw Qin Jiu staring at him with a lovesick expression, drool practically dripping from his mouth, muttering, "So handsome, so reassuring." Everyone covered their faces. Needless to say, Qin Jiu had a particular fondness for this. Qin Yang, too lazy to care about them anymore, roared, "Go!" The next second, the 10 warriors rushed out with Hong Luo and Terry. Hong Luo, transformed into the biomother, possessed astonishing combat power. The bone spikes on her back emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding monsters to instinctively retreat. The King of Monsters sensed something was wrong and immediately detonated the monsters around her. However, Hong Luo gathered a force field around her, forcefully blocking the explosion, though her momentum was slightly halted. On the other side, Terry was even more violent. Her enormous body rose to over 300 meters tall, and with a single punch, countless monsters were blasted away, while the monsters beneath her fist were turned into meat patties. As Qin Yang charged forward, she couldn't help but mutter to herself. Lin Tian had actually managed to go toe-to-toe with this behemoth back then, and even subdue her. His strength was truly terrifying. It seemed she'd have to hold back a bit in front of Lin Tian in the future. Xiao Jin immediately complained, saying that she never expected Lao Qin to be afraid, as Lin Tian is very vengeful. Qin Yang thought for a moment and nodded seriously. Then we should be mischievous when Wang Yingjie is around, otherwise it's too much of a loss to get beaten up. Titan continued forward, each step crushing a horde of monsters. The shockwaves from the monster explosions hit her so hard they didn't even make her stagger. Seeing the situation was turning against him, the King of Monsters grabbed his scepter and turned to run. Qin Yang's face darkened, and he roared, "Don't run. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Come on, look me in the eye." The King of Monsters roared repeatedly, and Xiao Jin translated, saying that it had admitted its mistake and begged for mercy. Qin Yang sneered. He had been tormented by this thing for over a month, and he couldn't swallow his anger until he took it apart himself. He stomped his feet on the ground and leaped into the air, kicking the Monster King's stomach like a cannonball. With a bang, the 300-meter-tall Monster King was kicked away by Qin Yang, spitting out blood and crashing heavily to the ground. Before it could even get up, Qin Yang descended from the sky and stomped on its chest. With a loud thud, its massive body was forced into the ground. Qin Yang stepped on its head again and said fiercely, "Try being naughty again." The King of Monsters reached for the scepter beside him, but Qin Yang snatched it first, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and deliberately shook it. Want it? No way, are you angry? Xiao Jin couldn't help but say that Qin Yang was really too despicable. Just as Qin Yang was about to retort, Xiao Jin's voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Back off. This is a self-destruct device. Everyone retreat. Qin Yi and the others reacted swiftly, retreating in an instant. Qin Yang's face turned green, however, because everyone else had run away, leaving him alone with the scepter. Xiao Jin immediately reminded him that the Black God armor was ready. Qin Yang cursed under his breath, finally feeling a little more at ease. At this moment, all the monsters around him were staring at him, and the Monster King even showed a hint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Qin Yang snorted coldly and stomped his foot even deeper into its head. You still dare to look at me like that? Have you forgotten who's in control right now? He was surrounded by monsters, but he remained calm. So what if there were monsters? He could fly, and the Black God armor was already in place. The real problem was the scepter in his hand. If it exploded, it would likely destroy the entire area. The king of monsters roared again. Qin Yang's eyes hardened, and he stomped on its head, crushing it. The next moment, the monsters around them roared in unison. For the first time, Qin Yang heard emotion in these roars, anger. Just then, Wang Yingjia's voice suddenly rang out from the sky. Qin Yang, run, drop what you're holding. That's not something you should have here. Qin Yang's expression changed, and he immediately threw the scepter into the distance. The Black God armor instantly materialized, carrying him into the sky. With a whoosh, the entire world seemed to be muted, everything turning grayish-white. A black sphere appeared where the scepter had been, then began to shrink rapidly, sucking everything around it in. As if summoned, the monsters flew into the black sphere one after another. Qin Yang roared, run. He slammed his hands together in the air, causing the air to vibrate violently. Qin Yi and the others felt a tremendous force coming from behind, which blew them out of the barrier and out of the wormhole. Qin Yang roared to the sky, closed the door. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and shut down the wormhole. Just as the wormhole closed, the black that behind him suddenly expanded, and white light engulfed everything. Boss! Brat Hodiang! Qin Yang! The crowd roared in anger, but could only watch helplessly as Qin Yang was engulfed by the white light of the explosion. The white light quickly filled the entire battlefield. With a crack, the barrier outside the battlefield shattered. Moore's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted to activate absolute defense. The impact had to be stopped. He never imagined that his own possessions would end up hitting him on the head. Fortunately, several powerful forces descended from above, forcibly containing the explosion within the first layer. The Inspector General was furious and berated these people for going too far. He had clearly stated that no one was allowed to explore Earth, yet they had repeatedly disregarded him. Wang Yingjia's voice was icy. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. We're aware of all your underhanded tactics. Just because we're not taking action against you doesn't mean we're afraid to. The Inspector General was speechless. What annoyed him most were these Earthlings. There were more people who had ascended to a higher dimension than there were on his entire planet, and their strength was more and more monstrous than the last. The void fell silent again, and everyone stared intently at the interior of the white light. As the explosions gradually subsided, the true appearance of the battlefield finally became clear. The island had been completely shattered, and a bottomless black hole appeared in the center of the 8th continent, as if the entire continent had been blasted through. The ocean below seemed to evaporate instantly, leaving only pitch blackness. The terrifying opening, thousands of kilometers in diameter, sent chills down everyone's spine. As the last ray of white light dissipated, everyone suddenly noticed that something else seemed to be floating above the dark cave entrance. Chapter 449, Assassination. You can't break through that defense. Whoosh! Whoosh! That explosion was really powerful. Give us some more. Qin Yang's armor was shattered. His body was covered in blood and gore. Half of his face was covered in blood, and even his hand bones were exposed, which made everyone's hearts tighten. The sight was indeed terrifying, and Qin Yang had almost lost his life, but compared to his previous injuries, this wasn't the most serious. After all, he hadn't activated his ultimate mode. He had only relied on the Black God armor to tough it out, and a rest in the medical pod would likely bring him back to health. He was panting heavily, but he still couldn't resist being defiant. Again, you little brat. One more time. I haven't had enough yet. Lin Tian's lips twitched as he watched, and he couldn't help but complain to Wang Yingjie. This guy is still pretending? If it weren't for the Black God armor, he wouldn't even have any dust left. Wang Yingjie replied irritably. At his level, you might not even be as good as him. Besides, aren't all of us like this, too proud to admit our mistakes? 林天一想，还真是，秦阳这一路挨着走，比他们俩加起来都多，如今还能坚持装逼，也算是真爱了。But Qin had barely finished venting when he turned around and his face froze. Moore and his fully armed troops were standing not far away, with numerous laser cannons already locked onto him. Qin felt a chill in his heart. He had only shown off a little, and these people were really planning to do it again. He immediately yelled at the top of his lungs, "Old Lin, Old Wang, save me." Lin Tian burst out laughing on the spot. "Ha ha, you're not pretending anymore." One second they were shouting, "Come on, if you dare," and the next they were screaming for help. The reversal was too fast. Qin grew anxious. "Stop making sarcastic remarks. You still want me to fight you one-on-one at a time like this? Hurry up and help me." Lin Tian shrugged. "It's not that I don't want to help, but there are regulations from above that forbid me from interfering." Qin immediately cursed. "To hell with your rules. The strong make the rules, and only the weak follow them. Anyone who dares to talk back, get out of my way." As soon as he finished speaking, a wormhole appeared. Qin went inside and disappeared instantly. When he reappeared, he was already outside the 8th continent and went directly into the medical bay of the space carrier. Moore could only watch helplessly, completely powerless. With the higher dimensional beings making their move, he could only swallow his anger, resentful that those above him weren't being effective enough. Qin words made Lin Tian fall into deep thought. They seemed to make sense, and he himself had said the same thing before. The next second, Lin Tian's eyes lit up. "That makes sense. You wait, I'm going to find those who set the rules for me and have a fight with them." He acted immediately, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Wang Yingjie bewildered. Good heavens, had Lin Tian been completely fooled by Qin? The inspection team was immediately in a real bind. Lin Tian didn't fight alone. Most people bring their brothers, but he brought his whole family, his uncles, aunts, and cousins. He turned the entire 4 dimensions into a complete mess. Pangu and Nuwa were dumbfounded by the scene. Is this an early final battle? Why are our own people fighting each other first? Wang Yingjie pointed to his head. He's a bit dim-witted. He's been led astray by that kid Qin. The 2 men covered their faces in exasperation, but didn't bother with it. Anyway, Lin Tian wouldn't suffer any losses. The guys being pushed to the forefront were just bastards. Letting him cause a ruckus wouldn't hurt. Moore's side, however, was becoming increasingly powerless. He was fighting desperately down below, but there was no support from above, and he didn't even dare to go over and confront the enemy head-on. He took a deep breath and ordered in a low voice, "Prepare the final plan. If it fails, perish along with this earth." The remaining 5 marshals, their expressions grave, nodded and left. The farce on the other side quickly came to an end. Lin Tian was eventually suppressed, and Earth completely lost its connection with the 4th dimension. Lin Tian curled his lip in displeasure. Those old geezers still interfered. Now we can only watch Qin. Wang Yingjie nodded. "I believe he can succeed." Qin spent a day receiving treatment in the medical pod and emerged fully recovered and energetic. Meanwhile, Moore and the others inside the barrier stopped attacking it and instead hid themselves, ignoring the barrier altogether. Qin didn't break the barrier for the time being, and the 2 sides remained deadlocked. The surrounding army didn't withdraw, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Moore remained silent, and Lin Tian and his group also disappeared without a trace. No matter how much Qin cursed, there was no response from Siwei. He finally concluded that Lin Tian and the others genuinely couldn't hear what was happening on their end. Xiao Jin couldn't help but sigh. To confirm the loss of contact, they actually resorted to cursing. Qin really knows how to play the game. Aside from continuing preparations for war, the world resumed its normal functioning. All the nations that were still at war ceased hostilities because Qin released a message. The voices that had been heard in the sky earlier came from humans of the previous era. They also ascended from Earth, and it was the entire world that ascended. Since everyone has a chance in the future, why fight? The moment the news broke, nations instantly became friends. Technology was made public, resources were shared, and all shared a single goal: to enhance the world's military strength in the shortest possible time. In 3 months, the Earth had changed dramatically. Qin Yang rarely walked on the street, breathing in the fresh air. After all, he was either fighting a war or on his way to one before, so such a vacation was a rare treat. Just then, a woman suddenly rushed over and grabbed him, crying with tears streaming down her face. "Brother, save me. There are human traffickers behind me. Please, please save me." Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Are there still people playing this kind of trick these days? Several burly men walked towards him, staring fiercely at him. "Kid, mind your own business, or you won't even know how you died." Qin Yang tilted his head and looked at them. Didn't Qin Yang say that as long as we win this battle, everyone will have a chance to live forever? Why are you still doing this? The other person sneered. You believe everything he says? Life goes on. Do you know how much human organs are being sold for these days? Because of that news, people who want to live are going crazy. Qin Yang laughed. You're just telling me that directly? The burly man scoffed. This line of work has been exposed long ago. One more person won't make a difference. A strained smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Although he was wearing a mask, his features still resembled his real appearance. The next moment, the woman who had been crying pitifully suddenly pulled out a needle and stabbed Qin Yang's arm hard. She laughed maniacally. This is a tungsten steel needle, filled with a poison specifically designed for carbon-based life forms. As long as you are a carbon-based life form, no matter how strong you are, you will die. Qin Yang helplessly rolled up his sleeve, looked at the needle tip that hadn't even pierced the skin, and said calmly, "The poison is good, and the materials are good too, but unfortunately your strength is insufficient to break through the defense." Chapter 455, words floated down from the sky. "That's nothing, Earth. You're so cool." Everything instantly became incredibly awkward. The people who had been laughing wildly just moments before froze on the spot. Qin Yang shrugged and said calmly, "I gave you chances, but you were all useless." Qin Yang thought these people were out of their minds. At this critical juncture, someone still came to assassinate him. He survived the explosion on the 8th continent and only suffered minor injuries. As a result, an ordinary woman, armed with what she claimed was a tungsten carbide needle, tried to give him an injection. If she actually succeeded, that would be a truly unsolved mystery. The woman exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible? Are you even human?" Qin Yang shook his head. "Do you even need to ask that? I'd like to know if you're still human. You're still acting like traitors at a time like this. You got some ideas." The woman gritted her teeth and growled, saying she didn't care about being an earthling at all, and that she'd rather the whole planet be destroyed. Qin Yang nodded in realization. "Got it, misanthropic psychopath. Fine, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Get out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yang casually slapped them across the face. With a few soft thuds, the woman's and the men's heads all exploded into a bloody mist. Terrified screams erupted from the surrounding area. The commotion had already attracted a crowd, but no one understood what was happening, and no one dared to approach. Who could have imagined that a head would be gone in the blink of an eye? Qin Yang spoke in a low voice. "Everyone calm down." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a certain power, instantly silencing the entire room. Xiao Jin mentally complained that if you want to show off, look to Lao Qin. Even his voice has a deep, resonant quality. Qin Yang, with a smug look, retorted that Xiao Jin always liked to tease his father. Xiao Jin immediately bristled, shouting that he was the real father. Qin Yang's lips curled slightly. He suddenly found it quite amusing to tease Xiao Jin. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly removed the mask from his face, revealing his true appearance. Everyone was stunned when they saw that it was Qin Yang. Then everything started to make sense again. If it was Qin Yang, then those people from before were obviously no good. Qin Yang said softly, "Xiao Jin, start the live stream on the screen. I have something to say." Xiao Jin gave a haughty snort, but still decisively started the live stream. The next second, thunderclaps suddenly resounded across the skies across the country. After experiencing so much, almost everyone instinctively looked up at the sky. A figure appeared in the sky, and everyone recognized him at first glance. It was Qin Yang. Qin Yang lowered his eyes, slowly raised them, and said in a deep voice, "These people at my feet want to kill me. I want to know, are there any more? If so, I will deal with them all." This statement caused a global uproar. What kind of time is this? Who would dare to touch Xinjiang? Even the U.S. President, Peter Navarro, is now practically begging for forgiveness. But Xinjiang quickly changed the subject. But that's not important. I've heard that the trade in human organs is rampant these days. He continued, I've heard that some wealthy people have stockpiled a lot of human organs for emergencies. You guys are really something. These words struck even more like a thunderbolt than before. Everyone instantly understood that while ascending to a higher dimension could grant immortality, the prerequisite was living to that day. These wealthy individuals were hoarding organs to save their lives. As for who those organs originally belonged to, the answer is self-evident. Countless people were outraged on the spot, cursing those people as deserving to die and questioning why the rich could do whatever they wanted. However, many wealthy people, after their faces darkened, still revealed disdainful sneers. In their eyes, ordinary people are nothing but lowly beings, and it's an honor for them to contribute to their immortality. Even if the truth is exposed, as long as they survive until they ascend to a higher dimension, they will still profit without any loss. Xinjiang looked up at the sky and said something chilling. Aren't you all happy? But do you know that even if we win this time, I will be in charge of the dimensional ascension? Who gets to go up will be up to me. The wealthy individuals who had been sneering moments before froze instantly. Why? Why should Xinjiang make this decision? Biden and the others sneered. A bunch of fools. Otherwise, why would they be so eager to curry favor with Xinjiang? They are now staunch allies, and Xinjiang will at least not attack them until the aliens are wiped out. Moreover, Xinjiang has had several conversations with those above him, where he immediately launched into insults, and they didn't even react. And then there was the time he caused a major upheaval with just a single sentence. With all these things combined, anyone who doesn't understand this shouldn't be in this business. Xinjiang pointed to the sky and shouted, Mother Earth, do me a favor. When you ascend to a higher dimension, throw out all those who instigated illegal murders and those who personally carried them out. Is that all right? Lei Qingzhou was dumbfounded. Didn't you say you were in charge? So this is what you mean by in charge. This is outrageous. Many people burst out laughing. Although they all agreed with Xinjiang, they couldn't say that his method was bad, but it was a bit far-fetched. However, the next moment, the clouds in the sky all over the world suddenly condensed into a line of words. 5 words floated down from the sky. No problem at all. Eldest son, leave this to me. I'll make sure you handle it flawlessly. Xinjiang's lips twitched, but he didn't refute it. After all, Earth is indeed everyone's mother, so calling him eldest son doesn't seem wrong. He couldn't help but exclaim, now I know why people in every era are unreliable. The root of it all is this. The Earth itself is unreliable. Wang Yingjia, Lin Tian, and Xinjiang, each one more unconventional than the last. Now it seems they're all just like Earth. They agree without hesitation, and then 5 words float down from the sky. Earth Mother, you're so cool. Chapter 451 Fratricide? Massacre. What the hell? Is this some kind of outrageous nonsense? Everyone was stunned. 1 second they were laughing at Xinjiang. The next they were getting a harsh slap in the face from reality. Earth's response was outrageous, like a mischievous old man. Xinjiang immediately put on an arrogant expression. Problem solved. All countries should be careful not to let internal uprisings occur again. At this point, those who need to be killed should be killed. What good is money now? Upon hearing this, all the world's presidents fell silent. They had suspected the tycoons and wealthy individuals before, and some even possessed circumstantial evidence. But the other side's power was too great, so they could only acquiesce. But now the situation has changed. Money is no longer important. What truly matters is weapons development and the stability of soldiers' families. Even more critically, given how reckless Earth and Xinjiang are, what if they later decide to eliminate those who haven't accomplished anything? They'll have nowhere to turn for help. No one thought the words in the sky were some kind of advanced technology. At the same time, those who were marked suddenly felt a sharp pain in their hearts, as if something had been pulled out of their bodies, making them feel detached from the world and out of place. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Moore slammed his fist on the table. The fear Earthlings had grown to rock bottom. They now viewed them merely as ordinary hostile organizations. The oppressive atmosphere built up over many years was completely wiped away by Xinjiang and Earth's actions. Moore's voice was somber. Have your people prepare. The marshal trembled, Sir, are we really going to do this? That's 1 billion people, all of them our compatriots. Moore's eyes were icy. If we fail, they won't survive either. What do billions matter for the sake of final victory? Go, make the biggest commotion the better, or I'll use you as a sacrifice. The marshal had no choice but to obey and leave. Even if he felt remorse, he couldn't disobey. Moore's order was simple: kill all civilians, leaving only combat-ready soldiers. Since they couldn't instill fear in the Earthlings, they would let their own people do it. Soon, screams of agony filled the air within the barrier. What are you doing? Huh? They've gone mad. Why are they pointing guns at us? Help! Blood instantly filled the field of vision. Millions of soldiers, tears streaming down their faces, wielded their swords, hacking at the very people they had once protected. They did not use firearms, but instead inflicted pain in the most primal and cruel way. Ordinary people are powerless against these soldiers. The gunmen in the rear are only there to prevent accidents. Those who actually do the work hack and slash, deliberately not letting their opponents die a quick death. What they want is not efficiency, but wailing, pain, and fear. The riot within the barrier was immediately discovered by Qin Yang's group. When everyone saw what was happening inside, they were all stunned. No one had expected that the enemy would be so ruthless as to kill even their own people. Their actions were no different from those of the Japanese invaders. Qin Yang frowned and immediately called Lei Chengze. They must be plotting something bigger. Lei Chengze said gravely, "That's our conclusion too. Moore has mentioned the word fear many times before. He wants us to be afraid, but we don't know why." Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. Fear? Surely there couldn't be some kind of fantasy element that requires absorbing fear to grow. Could there? He himself found the idea laughable as soon as it popped into his head. But sometimes, a flash of inspiration is precisely the answer. 10 million soldiers slaughtered billions of civilians, who were utterly powerless to resist. But Moore's army was in no hurry to end it. Instead, it deliberately prolonged the process, slowly shrinking the living space of the civilians, making the massacre public, and even resorting to torture methods like being sliced to pieces. They refused to surrender or discuss their objectives. They simply created fear. Eventually, many couldn't bear it and chose to commit suicide. The massacre lasted for a full month. Qin Yang and the others' expressions grew increasingly grim. The more aggressive the enemy's actions, the more terrifying the conspiracy behind it. Looking at the devastation inside the barrier, Qin Yang asked in a deep voice, "Should we take action? Should we open the barrier first?" Qin Air scratched his head. "Boss, what does their infighting have to do with us? Let them kill each other, shall we?" Qin Yang covered his face helplessly. "Silly child, still don't understand?" Hong Luo laughed and replied, "My second son is simple-minded. Don't compare him to you." Qin Yang was speechless. He'd been force-fed a mouthful of dog food at a time like this. Meanwhile, Qin Jiao was nestled in Terry's arms, begging for a hug. Ever since he learned that Terry's true form was a titan, he'd wanted to be glued to her every day, saying he was afraid such a reassuring woman would be coveted by others. Qin Yang felt a chill run down his spine. To be honest, apart from Qin Jiao, he had never met anyone with such unique tastes. Someone advised, "Isn't it too late to act now? It's best to wait and see." Qin Yang thought about it and felt it made sense. Just then, a figure appeared, separated from them by a transparent barrier, gazing at them from afar. That was Moore. He looked haggard, his eyes were bloodshot, and his gaze toward Qin Yang was filled with boundless rage, as if he were about to tear him apart at any moment. Qin Yang looked disgusted. "The way he's making that face makes it seem like we're the villains. Is he mistaken? These guys are shameless. If they hadn't started this trouble, there wouldn't be so many problems. Now that they can't win, they're acting like victims, as if it's all Qin Yang's fault." Moore gritted his teeth and said, "Qin Yang, don't worry. You will soon experience the same tragedy we have. Not a single drop of my people's blood will be shed in vain." Qin Yang immediately feigned fear. "Oh dear, I'm so scared. If you're so tough, why don't you go up and fight those guys? You little trash." After saying that, he extended his little finger, his provocation palpable. Moore immediately lost his temper and unleashed a string of angry curses. Qin Yang picked his ear, turned to Qin E and the others, and said, "Look at you guys. Even your cursing is unoriginal, plagiarized from Earth. Boring. Since that's the case, keep killing, have fun, We'll just treat it as watching a thrilling movie. Moore's face turned ashen. He suddenly regretted his provocation. Not only had he failed to subdue Qin Yang, but he felt even more frustrated. He wanted to kill him, yet he was utterly powerless to do so. Qin Yang waved his hand and led everyone away. The smile on his face vanished instantly after he turned around, leaving only coldness. Upon returning, he immediately ordered, Weaponry Research Institute, produce particle weapons at full capacity, ensuring that every soldier in the world can be equipped with them. No matter how many 10 million soldiers Moore has, all the countries on Earth combined could easily field a 9-figure army. On the day the war actually begins, they could overwhelm the enemy simply by sheer numbers. After a brief hesitation, the Weapons Research Institute immediately carried out Qin Yang's order. They had enough points, and another experiment was already halfway complete. Producing particle weapons wouldn't be delayed for long. In just 10 days, particle weapons covering the global military were completed, and ample reserves were available to support multiple major wars. Chapter 452 U2 Have Telepathy? Global Preparations. Prepare for the landing operation. Meanwhile, good news also came from the Biological Research Institute. The highest level drug had finally been completed. Qin Yang received the potion and couldn't hide his excitement. He smiled and asked Xiao Jin, "With this, I can use the overlimit mode freely?" Xiao Jin answered confidently that once the potion took effect, his body would be able to withstand that power. Furthermore, the Black God armor had been developed to its highest level, and combined with the transcendent mode and antimatter energy, it could indeed fight against a 4-dimensional being. Upon hearing this, Qin Yang burst into laughter. "That's great. If that brat Lin Tian dares to act arrogantly in front of me again, I can finally teach him a lesson." Xiao Jin was speechless. The first thing Qin Yang thought of after increasing his strength wasn't saving the world, but beating up Lin Tian. His logic was simply absurd. However, Xiao Jin also knew that although Qin Yang was much stronger now, even approaching the level of the most outrageous Wang Yingjie from back then, Lin Tian had ultimately transcended his current level. In a real fight, Qin Yang would most likely still suffer a loss. However, Qin Yang wasn't one to suffer a loss easily. Even if he couldn't win, he'd still try to stab Lin Tian a few times. Lin Tian couldn't kill him, nor could he completely overwhelm him, so neither of them would have an easy time. Thinking about this, Xiao Jin actually felt a little excited. If these two really started fighting, the scene would definitely be very interesting. Meanwhile, Lin Tian sneezed several times in a row. Wang Yingjie looked at him strangely. "At our level, we sneeze." Lin Tian rubbed his nose and said irritably, "It must be that kid Qin Yang who's cursing at me." Wang Yingjie couldn't help but laugh and said, "You two have a telepathic connection? How are you so sure it's him?" Lin Tian snorted coldly. "No one but him would do such a thing." That's not entirely wrong. Lin Tian fights recklessly, and he's surrounded by his family, all of whom are quick to hurl insults. Others avoid him like the plague. Only Qin Yang, that hothead, is always thinking about how to mess with him. The two seem like natural enemies. Xiao Jin then reminded Qin Yang that he needed 10 days to adjust after drinking the potion. Qin Yang nodded to indicate that he understood, as he had needed to adapt after each advancement. This time, with global preparations underway, all weapons have been distributed. In terms of commanding large-scale warfare, Qin Yang is actually less professional than the armies of various countries. In the past, he relied more on overwhelming technology and personal strength, but now that all countries possess weapons capable of killing the enemy, the front lines will depend on them. Especially in the Yin Kingdom, military strategy has been studied for thousands of years. Qin Yang is more suitable to be a vanguard, to deal with the most elite enemies, or to handle emergencies. In short, he's a firefighter. So this time, he wasn't too worried. But the next second, Qin Yang cried out in pain, "Holy crap. It hurts so much. Xiao Jin, why didn't you say so sooner?" After the drug entered his body, excruciating pain instantly swept through his entire being. Even more absurdly, these 10 days weren't spent in a deep sleep, but rather conscious, enduring the pain. Qin Yang closed his eyes, inwardly cursing. Why can't there be a painless version? Xiao Jin, however, gloated and complained, the world's toughest man is actually afraid of this little bit of pain. The outside world remained calm, and only a few people knew about Qin Yang's situation. Meanwhile, the massacre on Moore's side was gradually coming to an end. Looking at the remaining population of less than 100 million, Moore bowed deeply and said in a deep voice, "I am sorry, but this is our only chance to turn the tide." He told the survivors that they could no longer rely on those outside. They could only depend on themselves. What was to come was a massive war, and he needed everyone's strength to forge a future, perhaps even a future of immortality. The remaining ordinary people remained silent. They weren't unaware of the reason. After all, they knew the outside world was constantly failing. But more before them was ultimately the culprit who had slaughtered their compatriots and killed their loved ones. The resistance leader spoke in a hoarse voice. "Give us weapons. If we win, all of this can be salvaged, right?" Moore nodded vigorously. He had personally witnessed those beings retrieving the dead from different time periods, so he believed that, given victory, resurrecting the dead was not impossible. What he truly feared was that if they failed, the planet would be completely wiped out, with no future whatsoever. Moore took a deep breath and waved to distribute weapons to the civilians. He was also gambling that these people wouldn't turn against him at the last minute. After all, if nearly 100 million people turned their guns on him, it would be a devastating blow to his troops as well. The survivors eventually accepted the weapon. Someone said coldly, "Fine, we'll trust you one last time. If you lie to us, we LL kill you." The last remaining population of Moore Planet assembled. Weapons were distributed to everyone, and preparations for battle began. This scene was clearly seen by the outside world. Qin immediately received the news and then ordered, "Global preparation, prepare to deal with the impact." The space carrier is responsible for blocking the first wave of attacks, and the amphibious landing operation will be under the full command of Leichingze. The order was swiftly relayed. Carrier-based aircraft took off, and the warships warmed up, awaiting final instructions. Once firing, the designated locations must be saturated with fire within 5 minutes, without pause. Leichingze completed a video conference with all parties involved. The main screen displayed a satellite image of the operation, the most detailed map provided by Kim Jong-un. Interpreters in various languages were present around him, and he would be in charge of the unified global operation. Everyone knew that after the barrage of fire, a brutal landing battle awaited them. These battles often resulted in the heaviest casualties, with an entire army potentially wiped out just to capture a few hundred square meters of ground. Meanwhile, Moore had led his main force to the center of the continent. There, a massive cannon rose up, its interior filled with a dark sphere of energy. Moore roared, "Connect all power supplies. We only have this one chance. Blow through the earth and avenge our people." Those unaware of the truth might think those people were killed by Earth, but the one who truly slaughtered them was Moore himself. Chapter 453, The Great Battle begins. The shock of ordinary people. In an extremely short time, the massive cannon barrel drained all the energy from the 8th continent. At the center of the muzzle, a jet-black energy sphere rapidly formed, its oppressive force causing everyone to hold their breath. Cheney warned in a deep voice, "Everyone prepare. The first wave of attack is coming." He hadn't expected the enemy to choose this moment to strike. Qin Yong wouldn't be out for several more days, yet the situation had suddenly deteriorated to this extent. The next second, the cannon exploded with a deafening roar, unleashing a beam of energy crackling with black lightning that slammed into the Earth's protective shield. The force seemed to tear even space itself apart, and Qin Yi and the others immediately donned their armor and took their places at the forefront. Crack! The barrier shattered, and black light pierced through the protective shield, shooting straight into the sky and even breaking through the Earth's outer layer. Lin Tian, watching the black lightning hurtling towards him, raised an eyebrow. He sneered, "Since they've come all this way to me, does that mean I can retaliate in a reasonable way?" Wang Yingjie was both amused and exasperated. This reason was so absurd that even if they actually hit him, they might not be able to hurt him at all. Moore Sr. immediately roared, "Lin Tian, if you dare to interfere, we'll fight you to the death." The battle had reached its final stage, and if Lin Tian made a move, they would have almost no chance of winning. However, their influence was limited, as they were merely powerhouses from the previous era, while Qin Yang's side possessed the foundation of 5 eras. If it weren't for the fact that many other forces also disliked Earth, they would have collapsed long ago. Lin Tian scoffed, "You guys? I can kill you all by myself." One of the people on the other side immediately flew into a rage, shouting that he wanted to fight him one-on-one. Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled. The man was about to rush forward when he was firmly held back by those around him. His underlings hurriedly urged him to calm down, because the freakish combat power on Earth was simply outrageous. Pangu and Yuhua were already strong enough, but Wang Yingjie and the others were completely beyond comprehension. Someone spoke up to quell the situation. This is a change of era, and no one is allowed to interfere. Others looked at Wang Yingjie, hoping he would intervene in Lin Tian's affairs. Wang Yingjie simply shrugged, indicating that he couldn't control the situation either, and suggested another fight. He was actually seething with anger. If it weren't for the greater good, he would have personally taken action and routed the opposing group. Meanwhile, the great war within Earth erupted the instant the barrier shattered. Seeing the barrier disappear, Lei Chengzi roared, "Fire!" The next moment, the global fleet launched simultaneously, missiles and artillery fire rained down, and the entire sea area was instantly engulfed by the sound of explosions. More roared from the rear, "Counterattack! Stop them! Sink the outer warships, and shoot down the fighter jets in the sky too." But as soon as the battle began, his face darkened, because Earth's missiles, shells, and bullets all carry particle damage. This weapon is extremely lethal to them, and even fighter jets in the sky are frantically unleashing similar munitions. Moore's side unleashed equally fierce firepower, destroying 10 Earth warships in an instant. Qin Yi, at the forefront, roared, ordering everyone to halt the offensive. The space carrier in the sky also began its devastating attack on the enemy. Moore immediately dispatched special forces to take to the air to confront the space carrier head-on. Attacks from both sides continued to bombard the protective shield. Qin Yi frowned upon seeing this and ordered the space carrier to move the battlefield 1,000 miles away. The opposing side clearly had the same idea, and both sides fought and retreated simultaneously, quickly opening up the main aerial battlefield. Although the battle on the other side wasn't as devastating, it was still extremely terrifying. The sky was ablaze with fire as fighter jets crashed one after another, and Moore's Air Force quickly took to the skies. Heavy firepower filled the sky, and most of the fleet's artillery fire was intercepted, turning the sky and the ground into a sea of fire. Qin Yi charged straight into the enemy ranks, kicking a fighter jet to pieces and then blasting several more apart with a palm strike. Moore gritted his teeth and ordered, "All high-ranking officers, put on your armor and stop the 10 generals and those 2 monsters." Although half of the high-ranking officers died last time, the remaining people should still be able to hold off Qin Yi and his group. What truly worries Moore is Qin Yang's delayed appearance and the fighting strength displayed by Earth. 3 battlefields erupted simultaneously. Not counting the space carrier, the main force of the amphibious warfare was actually composed of ordinary people he had once looked down upon. Yet, these ordinary people, after acquiring weapons capable of killing them, actually suppressed his elite troops. The beach was quickly stained red with blood. The global coalition landed under artillery cover, and within just a dozen minutes, over 1 million men had perished. Yet, they managed to establish a foothold on the coast and carve out a decisive victory. This was completely beyond Moore's expectations. He had originally thought that Qin Yi and the space carrier would be the most troublesome, but he never expected that those humans, whom he regarded as ants, would achieve such results. On the front lines, someone roared, "Brothers, charge! Take that position!" Another desperately ordered, "Hold on for 3 minutes. Reinforcements are on their way. This position is ours." A burly man, wielding a heavy machine gun, unleashed a furious barrage of fire. His bulletproof vest ripped apart in seconds. The soldiers around him laughed. "Boss, this time we're fighting aliens. We'll be remembered in history now." The burly man grinned and replied, "Don't worry, we'll definitely make a fortune in the future. Brothers, let's fight hard. After this battle, we won't have to fight anymore." He laughed even harder as he spoke, but as he laughed, he coughed up blood repeatedly. Enemy bullets pierced through his body armor, and the battlefield was filled with a hail of bullets. There was nowhere he could hold his ground. Even if cover appeared temporarily, it would be quickly destroyed. The heavy machine gun in the big man's hands was already red hot, and his hands were also burned red, his palms even sticking to the gun. Chapter 454, playing suicide attacks. "I'm your ancestor. Let me go first." Cough, cough. The burly man's voice trailed off, but he was still laughing. "We won, so our descendants won't have to fight anymore, right? Ha ha ha, how wonderful. After he finished speaking, he fell silent, but his finger remained on the trigger until his death. Da 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 da. The bullets continued to sweep forward until the magazine was completely emptied. And this was just an ordinary corner of the battlefield on the coast of the 8th continent. The entire coastline was engulfed in bloody battle, with similar scenes playing out repeatedly. As soldiers fell, those behind immediately took their place, using their flesh and blood to forge a battle line. This place has become a giant meat grinder, and the average survival time of ordinary soldiers is less than 10 seconds. Kill, gunfire, artillery fire, and explosions mingled together. Although Qin Yi and his companions were individually powerful, in a war of this scale, they could only do their best to gain a local advantage. They fought for air superiority, but after dozens of enemy mechs took to the air, the two sides quickly reached a stalemate. Ironically, it was the ordinary soldiers on the ground who truly decided the outcome of the battle. If Lei Qing's troops can successfully advance, Earth has a chance to win this battle. Boom! A missile struck Qin Yi squarely in the back, causing him to stagger through the air. Qin Yi cursed angrily. I hate being bombarded with artillery shells more than anything in my life. Die, all of you! The next second, his body trembled, and he slapped out with his backhand, directly smashing a fighter jet to pieces. Terry reverted to her original form, her massive body positioned at the forefront, providing cover for the troops behind. She grabbed a passing fighter jet and slammed it into the enemy lines. Boom! Amidst the explosion, a breach was torn in the enemy's defensive line. Terry took a step forward, shattering the entire battle line. The soldiers in the rear instantly saw hope, and someone roared, "Brothers, our chance has come. Charge forward and take their position." They felt no fear, knowing only that once this position was captured, the subsequent advance would be much easier. However, the Earth forces couldn't deliver heavy weapons immediately, forcing them to charge with rifles, putting them at a clear disadvantage in terms of firepower. Kill! Countless soldiers roared and charged toward the breach. Some had only taken a few steps when they were riddled with bullets and fell. Their comrades behind them continued forward, stepping over the corpses, one after another, without the slightest hesitation. Men fell quickly, but replacements came even faster. In just 10 minutes, they fought their way to the first position and captured it. Quick, set up the heavy weapons. Don't let them take them back. As soon as they gained control of the position, the soldiers immediately launched a counterattack. Their comrades in the rear braved the gunfire to deliver heavy machine guns and mortars to the front lines. The world is watching this brutal war. Young people in various countries are frantically signing up for the reserves, and veterans are all returning to their posts, ready to be deployed to the front lines at any time when the situation becomes critical. Those who were not trained were temporarily left behind, because on this kind of battlefield, just watching comrades die one after another was enough to crush the will of ordinary people. Even so, the number of reservists worldwide still reaches 300 million, and they are all young and middle-aged. The morale on the front lines was completely ignited. The position has been captured. Keep killing. In contrast, more side began to struggle. They only had about 10 million main combat soldiers, and they also had to divert troops to contain the space carrier and air forces. On the main battlefield, the fighting was largely sustained by the civilians they had previously recruited. They were initially able to hold out thanks to their advantageous terrain, but the situation changed rapidly after the first stronghold was lost. One position after another fell, and Moore's first line of defense completely collapsed. In the command post, Lei Qing's excitedly slammed his hand on the table. Great! Reinforcements, charge! The most difficult landing operation has finally been completed. The next step is to advance the positional defenses. Although the attacking side will still suffer greater casualties, it is much lighter than the landing operation itself. In just 2 hours, the Earth forces sacrificed the lives of 30 million battle-hardened soldiers to achieve victory at the first line of defense. Moore's face was grim. He hadn't expected the enemy to advance so quickly, and he certainly hadn't expected the first line of defense to be lost. He coldly ordered, "The second line of defense is ready for the death by heaven plan at any time. If we can't hold them off, blow them up along with the position. We cannot leave them alive. At the same time, we should create a buffer zone for the third line of defense and wear them down to the greatest extent possible." The order was quickly passed down. Both sides knew there was no room for leniency in this war. Lei Qingze gave the order ruthlessly, and more did the same. The distance between the first and second lines of defense was extremely long, which for the Earth forces was almost equivalent to fighting another amphibious landing operation. The only difference was that they finally had heavy firepower support. Da-da-da-da. Boom! 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 Lei Chengze ordered, take down the second line of defense within 2 hours. Hundreds of millions of soldiers launched another charge. With the suppression of heavy machine guns and mortars, Moore's side found it increasingly difficult to resist. But the enemy also began to fight desperately, occasionally rushing out with high explosives to launch suicide attacks, taking the attacking soldiers down with them. As for the heavy firepower further away, it had already been intercepted by both sides. The warships and the enemy's rear firepower were exchanging fire fiercely, and the front line could only rely on the soldiers to break through on their own. Boom! One soldier cursed. These sons of bitches are even resorting to suicide attacks. Don't they know who's in charge? The old platoon leader next to him immediately stepped in. Get lost. Let the older generation handle this. You guys follow behind. The young soldier became agitated. Platoon leader, why are you trying to take it from me? The two men didn't stop walking as they talked, and even threw away their rifles when they got close to the enemy lines. They had figured out the pattern. As soon as they got within that distance, the enemy would rush out with explosives. Both men were clutching grenades. As soon as the enemy showed their face, the old platoon leader laughed and kicked them. You little bastard, you want to come up here? Let your grandpa go first. After saying that, he jumped into the trench and threw the grenades to both sides. The young soldier, his eyes red, roared, Platoon leader, you have no sportsmanship. Wait for me. Let's keep each other company. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted in the trenches, throwing enemy soldiers into the air and detonating the grenades and explosives that were originally intended for suicide attacks. With their sacrifice, they blasted a path for the rear troops to continue their advance. Chapter 455. 50 million people die. The Terminator enters the fray. Charge! Take the position! Amidst the roar of artillery fire, the fiercest battle took place on the second line of defense surrounding the 8th continent. Moore stared intently at the battlefield, watching the defensive line about to fall, and finally gritted his teeth and gave the order. Attack! As soon as the order was given, a series of deafening explosions erupted around the second line of defense. The entire area was ripped apart by the horrific blasts. The defensive line was reduced to rubble, and almost no soldier within a 300-meter radius survived. Lei Chengze slammed his hand on the table, his expression contorted with rage. He desperately wanted to unleash a torrent of abuse, but ultimately held back. As the commanding officer in this war, he had hundreds of millions of soldiers and billions of civilians behind him. He couldn't afford to act rashly. Everyone in the command center had bloodshot eyes. This explosion had claimed the lives of nearly 10 million soldiers of the Earth Alliance, representing 10 million families. The enemy's ruthlessness was suffocating. Lei Chengze picked up the communicator, his voice reaching every soldier's ears. Gentlemen, this is Lei Chengze. The attack on the second line of defense has failed. Next, we must cross the ruins and capture the enemy's third line of defense. This battle is no less significant than a landing operation. I stand with you all. After the war, I will give an account to the soldiers who bravely sacrificed their lives. For the families and compatriots behind us, let's charge one last time. After a brief silence, roars erupted from the front lines. All the soldiers, jolted from the shock of the explosion, charged again with boundless fury, and gunfire and shouts once more engulfed the battlefield. The adjutant looked at Lei Chengze and said in a low voice, Minister, there's no need for this. Lei Chengze waved his hand. When I took this position, I had already thought about the outcome. Otherwise, how could I face the fallen soldiers? Everyone fell silent, including the generals on the video call. They might not have Lei Chengze's charisma, but at this moment they all held him in the highest esteem. With the second line of defense destroyed, the Earth Alliance's offensive was clearly hampered. Although morale was rekindled, the momentum of the charge had eventually worn off after so long, and the battle once again reached a stalemate. After 12 hours of intense attack, Lei Chengze finally ordered a temporary rest. The opposing side was equally exhausted. By this point, the death toll on the battlefield had reached 50 million, with nearly half the enemy killed or wounded, a level of carnage rarely seen. In the trenches, every soldier's eyes were bloodshot, their killing intent almost palpable. They gulped down their food, preparing for the next attack. 50 million troops were still not enough. Reserve from the rear were also being gradually deployed to the battlefield. Lei Chingzhou watched as the young soldiers, barely out of school, were sent to the front lines and wearily rubbed his temples. His adjutant brought him food, urging him to eat some. He nodded, for the soldiers on the front lines were fighting desperately, and he, as their commander, could not afford to fall. On the other side, Moore finally caught his breath. The main battlefield had temporarily ceased fire, but Qin Yi and his team still possessed astonishing energy, only to be held back by his high-ranking mechs and elite troops. Moore grew increasingly agitated. Qin Yang, what exactly are you doing? The war had been raging for a day and a night, yet Qin Yang had still not shown himself. Moore, on the contrary, hoped that he would directly charge into the battlefield. At least a visible person wouldn't be so terrifying. His current state of being nowhere to be seen made him feel that the enemy was still holding back a deadly move. Thinking of his trump card, Moore felt slightly relieved. However, that thing couldn't distinguish friend from foe and would kill everything in its path, so he had to save it for the last moment. Moreover, there was still some time before it could be activated, so he had to continue stalling the battle. This unprecedented battle was broadcast live across the sky. People all over the world stayed up, praying for the soldiers on the front lines. Just then, a deafening explosion resounded in the sky. Qin cleaved one marshal's mech in two with his axes, then withstood an attack from another marshal, tearing them apart. Then, his energy cannons fired in unison, and the first high-ranking officer to fall in the war appeared. A marshal from Moore's side was dead. Qin Yi was also thrown into a throbbing pain by the explosion, flying hundreds of meters before regaining his footing. He grimaced and cursed. That still hurts, damn it, come on. Qin Yi and his men were already bloodthirsty. Although the opposing force outnumbered them, they could only barely hold them off. Now, they were simply trading blows for lives, tearing apart the enemy's high-ranking combatants. Just then, Qin Yang's voice reached their ears. All right, they've completed their evolution. The battle is about to change. As long as we can hold off these high-ranking players, we can take the initiative on the battlefield below. Qin Yi and his group immediately showed excited expressions and slammed their fists together. It's done. The time for counterattack has come. Lei Chingzhou was eating heartily when he suddenly heard a familiar voice echoing through the command room. The general offensive has begun. The Terminator has completed its highest level of evolution. Apart from those guys in the sky, they are practically immortal. Old Lei, the rest is up to you. Lei Chingzhou suddenly stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He immediately gave the order. Everyone, listen up. Launch a feint attack across the entire front in 3 minutes. Don't hold back on the shells. Charge directly if necessary. My only order is to pin down those sons of bitches and keep them pinned down. Godslayer Special Forces, listen up. The Terminators are ready. Remember, they are immortal. Charge. Take the third line of defense. Other units will be on the offensive upon seeing the signal flare. Anyone who retreats or delays the attack will be executed. Everyone then remembered that they still had the Terminators. These beings had been able to fight Qin Yi and his group, clad in armor, to a standstill back then. Now, having completed their final evolution, they would only be more terrifying. Although they may seem insignificant in the context of a battlefield with billions of players, if a single breach is made, the entire defensive line could collapse like dominoes. Several Terminators stood at the forefront, exchanged glances, and when they looked at the enemy positions, their eyes were filled with nothing but the instinct to kill. In the next instant, the blue Terminators transformed into crimson hellish Terminators. They roared to the sky, charged in a single file, and simultaneously erected a barrier in front of them to block as many bullets as possible for the soldiers behind them. Chapter 456 Victory? No, there are no winners in this war. When Moore saw the Hell Terminator appear, his eyes widened instantly, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it! How could I forget about these guys? I shouldn't have brought them out in the first place. He was filled with remorse. He had supported the Heavenly God sect, hoping to have an extra trump card, but he never expected it would end up causing such a huge problem. Gunfire erupted ahead, a hail of bullets raining down, but all were stopped by the force field barrier before the Terminator. That invisible barrier became an impenetrable wall against enemy fire. The Terminators soared into the air, leading the charge forward. Shells, bullets, and even high-tech weapons couldn't breach their defenses. Moore roared, "Are you all dead? Can't you see the Terminator is coming out? Stop them." The subordinate hurriedly replied, "Sir, we can't go down. The 10 generals are holding us too tightly, and the 3rd Marshal just died in battle. We're under too much pressure. If we split up, more people will be killed." Moore roared, "Enough nonsense. Send some troops to hold them off. 3 days, just 3 days." The 1st Marshal gritted his teeth and agreed. Originally, their high command had enough combat power, but half of them were killed by Qin Yang's unpredictable wormholes, which is why they are in such a passive situation now. Qin immediately saw through their intentions and flew into a rage. "Don't you treat me like a human being? We're being beaten down, and you still want to send people down to help." At his command, Qin Air and his men unleashed their full power, their offensive even more ferocious than before. The 1st Marshal felt immense pressure and inwardly groaned. When Moore heard that they couldn't escape, he roared angrily, "Hold on even if you die. Once the Terminators get here, the ground won't last a day, and then it'll only be a matter of time before we're completely routed." The 1st Marshal could only shout, "4th and 5th brothers, get down. Stop showing off. Stop talking nonsense. Finish the battle as quickly as possible." 2 massive mechs descended from the sky, crashing down in front of the Terminators. The 4 Terminators exchanged a glance, immediately splitting into 2 to engage them, while the other 2 led their soldiers to circle around to the other side and continue the charge. The 4th and 5th brothers were furious. "You bunch of beasts! How dare you look down on us?" Before he could finish speaking, the red lightning suddenly exploded, and the 2 Terminators instantly broke through the defenses, closing in and punching the mech in the face. The massive mech was sent flying backwards on the spot. The 4th and 5th brothers were completely blank-minded and had no idea what had happened. The 1st Marshal, who was being attacked from above, nearly vomited blood upon seeing this scene. He had clearly warned them not to be arrogant and not to talk too much, yet he was beaten to a pulp the moment he landed. 2 Hell Terminators were relentlessly hammering down 2 mechs, and Moore's face turned ashen. They had originally been sent down to relieve the pressure on the ground, but the enemy had only sent 2, and they still couldn't defeat them. With the situation tense both in the air and on the ground, the battle line was on the verge of collapse. Moore gritted his teeth, donned his armor, and charged out. He cursed angrily, "A bunch of useless trash. Qin Yang hasn't even shown up yet, and you've already forced me to take action myself." Moore charged straight at the 2 Terminators who continued their advance. The Terminators stopped and spoke for the first time. "We can only take you this far. The remaining 100 meters are up to you." The soldiers behind him shouted back, "Thank you, comrades. We will definitely take this position." This word, comrade, caused the Terminator to tremble slightly, as if he were being truly acknowledged by the world for the first time. The next second, the 2 Terminators charged at Moore simultaneously. Moore roared, "You 2 beasts die." The 2 forces clashed head-on, producing a deafening roar and exploding red lightning everywhere. To Moore's astonishment, the 2 Terminators working together actually forced him back half a step. Moore was completely dumbfounded. "What kind of monsters are you? Weren't you created using our genes?" He had been holding back his actions to guard against Qin Yang's sudden appearance and disruption of the balance of power. But now he realized that he didn't even need to wait for Qin Yang. These 4 Terminators alone had already thrown them off balance. Their strength even slightly surpassed that of Qin, Yi, and the others. Moore's heart sank. He could only hold on and wait for his last resort. On the ground, the ordinary soldiers suffered the most. Gunfire raged, and shouts of battle shook the heavens as they charged relentlessly towards the 3rd line of defense. That last 100 meters, though seemingly short, was like a chasm filled with human lives. The battle raged for 3 full days before the Earth Alliance finally broke through the final barrier. Cheers erupted from the trenches. "We've taken it. Hey, where's the heavy machine gun? Set it up for me." With the last line of defense breached, the enemy had no more defensible positions. Moore's mech was half shattered, and the 2 Hell Terminators had exhausted him both physically and mentally. Seeing this, he slowly closed his eyes, then soared into the sky, opening up the battlefield. At the same time, the last remaining Marshal in the sky collapsed, and the elite squad was completely wiped out. Qin E and his group, panting heavily, cursed, "Damn, this is exhausting. We're like leeches." The Earth Alliance seemed to have won a great victory, but Moore took a deep breath and said coldly, "You think you've won? No, you haven't won, and neither have we." He burst into wild laughter. "There are no winners in this war. Everyone must die. All of you die with me. Chapter 457 Qin Yang insulted me, and they joined in the fun, so let's fight." Boom! The sky suddenly trembled, and then the entire world seemed to be torn apart. All the continents shook simultaneously, the seas split open, and tsunamis and waterspouts erupted one after another, as if the whole world was facing its end. Qin E and the others' expressions changed drastically. Qin E roared, "What have you done?" Moore laughed maniacally. "Since we can't win, then none of us should win. This is our final resort, and even those above us might not be able to handle it. You lot are all just waiting to die." Above, Lin Tian and the others' expressions darkened. Wang Yingjie couldn't hold back any longer, because among these people, he was the only one who had truly witnessed the terrifying gap between three-dimensional and four-dimensional combat power. At that moment, another majestic voice rang out from the sky. "No one is allowed to interfere, or your side will be wiped out as well." Lin Tian was about to curse when Wang Yingjie stopped him with a stern face. "Wait a little longer. If Qin Yang can't handle it, he'll scold you." Lin Tian's lips twitched as he glared at Wang Yingjie. But one look was enough for him to understand. That kid Qin Yang was really capable of such a thing. Seeing that they did not make any move, the voice from the sky did not sound again. At this moment, everyone on Earth stared in horror at the sky. What appeared above the battlefield was not a wormhole, but a spatial rift that had been forcibly torn open, with turbulent spatial currents churning within. From either side of the crack, a pair of enormous hands suddenly emerged. Turbulent currents pounded against those hands, yet not a single scratch was left. Then, a 3-meter-tall monster emerged from the crack. Its fangs were bared, its skin was crimson, and its aura sent chills down everyone's spines. The Terminator immediately joined forces with Qin E and the others, bringing together all of Earth's high-end combat power. Units across the area quickly turned their guns on each other, and all warships locked onto their targets. The monster simply exhaled a breath, and billowing black smoke billowed from its mouth, immediately accompanied by corrosive, ear-piercing sound in the air. Moore laughed wildly. "This is our greatest achievement, an artificial four-dimensional monster, terror. It was born by absorbing enough fear, and in this world, no one can kill it." Qin E said coldly, "Stop bragging. If you could really control it, why would you only release it now?" Moore had long since lost his mind. His people were almost wiped out, leaving only him and a few remaining soldiers clinging to life. He grinned maliciously. "So what? Killing you is enough." Qin E scoffed. "Kill us? With such an ugly monster?" The words had barely left his mouth when the terror in midair suddenly turned its head and glanced at Qin E. Qin E instantly felt as if facing a formidable enemy, and the next second he coughed up blood, flying backward as his armor shattered on the spot. He crashed to the ground, and it took him a long time to recover. Looking down, he saw that the wound on his chest didn't look fresh. It seemed as if it had been there all along. "Ninth brother! Damn it, I'll kill you!" A roar erupted as the energy cannon blasted towards Terror. Red and Terry charged forward, and the Hell Terminator activated its force field, red lightning exploding around it. Earth's strongest forces attacked simultaneously, but fear only showed disdain. It gently lifted its foot, and when it landed, a black shockwave spread outwards. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Everyone coughed up blood one after another, all of which slammed down beside Qin E. Their armor shattered, and they barely managed to prop themselves up. Qin E wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said irritably, "Why did you all come here? I was fine lying down by myself for a while." Qin Air said with a bitter face, "Brother E, it's come to this. Stop joking around. We can't beat this thing at all." He then looked at Hong Luo and asked, "Wife, did you encounter anything like this back then?" Hong Lu shook her head. "No. Back then, the strongest individual among us was my sister. We've never seen anything like that before." Qin E simply gave up. "Forget it then. Let's destroy it. The strongest one is actually Terry. There's no comparison." Despite his serious injuries, Qin Jiu's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Lily to be the little boss. I feel really safe. I can't beat this one, Terry said in a muffled voice. Everyone on Earth was utterly desperate. The most elite fighters hadn't even touched their opponent before being severely injured by a single kick. Chin E suddenly shouted towards the space carrier. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's give it a shot. The next instant, hundreds of laser beams shot out simultaneously, and the Earth Alliance's bullets and missiles were also fired in rapid succession. The Terror stood motionless. Strangely, all the attacks passed right through its body, finally exploding in the distant sea. Chin E said dejectedly, Forget it. Let's just wait to die. How about we curse Lin Tian a bit and see if that works? Hong Luo's lips twitched. That's her boss. Can't you guys show him some respect? How come insulting Lin Tian is considered a matter of tradition? Fear turned to look at the space carrier. Just then, a steady voice came through the communication channel. Jump. Without the slightest hesitation, the soldiers on the mothership immediately jumped from the nearest position, donned their mechs as they fell, and rushed into the sea. The next second, hundreds of space carriers exploded. They had just annihilated the Moore fleet, but they couldn't withstand a single look of fear. Moore watched this scene and laughed maniacally. Fear. The more you fear, the stronger it becomes. Everyone must die. Everyone must die. But he didn't notice that Chin E and the others' expressions had turned into surprise. A familiar voice rang out. Everything has to die? I just don't believe it. Moore's smile froze. He would never forget that voice, not even in death. Qin Yang. So what if you come back? No one can stop fear, not even that Lin Tian. Lin Tian, who was focused on the battlefield, instantly got angry and rolled up his sleeves, wanted to go down, but was stopped by Wang Yingjie. Lin Tian was furious. Do you all think I'm easy to bully? Do you think I have a good temper? Qin Yang insulted me, and you're joining the fun? Then let's fight. Wang Yingjie's lips twitched. Come on, it's not your place to interfere yet. Chapter 458. A powerful entrance, and this is the result. The 8th continent shatters. Lin Tian pursed his lips, still feeling annoyed. Shouldn't he be seen as a godlike figure by Earthlings? Qin Yang had completely distorted that image. The next second, Lin Tian appeared in midair. At this moment, Qin Yang had already entered his super limit mode, with black lightning crackling around his body and golden patterns flowing from the corners of his eyes. His aura was terrifying enough to make people suffocate. The fear that had been so casual before finally turned around and faced Qin Yang head-on, no longer as dismissive as before. Qin Yang said in a deep voice, Four-dimensional beings, by switching their own time to avoid attacks, and then going back in time to attack others, are indeed troublesome. In a single sentence, he directly exposed the power of fear. For Earth, this method is virtually unsolvable. Moore sneered. Then I should thank you for your explanation. Space is king. Time is supreme. What can you do no matter how strong you are? Qin Yang did not respond, but his internal energy suddenly surged. Black lightning mixed with antimatter force shattered the surrounding space. He said coldly, I can't control time and space, but I can shatter the time and space around me. Fear? Useless. Even if Lin Tian comes, it will be the same. Lin Tian's lips twitched. He didn't want to speak. Wang Yingjie suddenly reminded him. His bringing you up now. Could this have been a prelude to dealing with you all along? Lin Tian thought for a moment, then his expression turned serious. That makes perfect sense. That's definitely what that bastard is thinking. Qin Yang turned to Lei Qingze and said, Have everyone evacuate. Lei Qingze frowned. We can provide support. Since you can limit it, we can help you too. Qin Yang interrupted directly. I am now in command. Everyone obey orders and evacuate the 8th continent. The entire Pacific coastal area must be evacuated. Lei Qingze was about to say something when Qin Yang's voice deepened. No buts. I am the global commander-in-chief. Lei Qingze, obey orders. Lei Qingze gritted his teeth and agreed. Yes. Upon receiving the order, everyone immediately withdrew. All the space carriers within the base were deployed to assist in the evacuation, ensuring the evacuation of personnel from the Pacific coast in the shortest possible time. Throughout this time, fear kept its eyes on Qin Yang and may have launched an attack, but it had no effect at all on the shattered space-time around Qin Yang. Moore scoffed. So what if that's the case? You can only protect yourself. The whole world will be wiped out. And you can't last long in this state, can you? Qin Yang scoffed. You're not worthy to speak to me now. Step back. Who told you I couldn't hold on? Did you think I've been sleeping these past few days? He continued, is it that hard to kill it? It hides at different times, so I'll just fight it up close and shatter the surrounding time and space. You think you can survive? What a joke. Moore's face stiffened. Qin Yang had become this strong? Lin Tian couldn't help but mutter under his breath. They've gone this far. They're definitely after me. Those bastards, they really know how to play the game. As time passed, all personnel evacuated, leaving only Qin Yang, Fear, Moore, and the Eighth Continent. The Earth Alliance even abandoned many warships, since they would eventually become scrap metal anyway. Qin Yang's lips curled into a wicked smile. Now it's just the three of us left. Don't be shy, I'll start. He lifted one leg and gently placed his foot on the ground. Buzz! A shockwave, visible to the naked eye, spread out instantly, accompanied by a low rumble that shook the space, sweeping in all directions. Boom! Everything above the Eighth Continent was completely cleared away, leaving only a thin layer of land. The surrounding seas surged with towering waves, as if the entire Pacific Ocean was being shaken. Seeing this, Lei Chingzi fell silent. This power, then why did we fight for so long? Didn't Qin Yang clear the area as soon as he arrived? Thinking of the martyrs who had sacrificed their lives, he felt another pang of pain in his heart. If Moore had arrived a little later, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been so tragic. Roar! It roared in terror, trying to retreat. Qin Yang instantly rushed in front of it, shattering the surrounding space and time. The terror's expression changed, and it unleashed a punch. Qin Yang also threw a punch, his fist wreathed in antimatter black light. Their fists struck each other's faces almost simultaneously. At the same time, Qin Yang gripped Fear's shoulder tightly with his other hand, not giving it a chance to escape. The moment the punch landed, the heavens and earth trembled. The Eighth Continent began to crumble completely, with rubble shooting into the sky and towering columns of water blasting from the ocean. Moore didn't even have time to react before being blasted to smithereens by the aftershock. All the spectators were stunned. No wonder Qin Yang wanted a decisive battle in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and ordered the evacuation of all coastal cities. But the question is, has the real fighting only just begun? They only saw Qin Yang and Fear punch each other, and the entire Pacific Ocean seemed to explode. If they really went all out, the Earth might be overturned. Qin Yang cursed under his breath, his fists moving so fast they were just afterimages, as he slammed Fear to the ground and beat him mercilessly, almost smashing him all the way into the Earth's core. The Eighth Continent shattered completely under the force of the punch, countless fragments floating on the sea. Qin Yang, carrying Fear, rushed into the sky, standing in midair, while it had completely lost the ability to resist. The Eighth Continent beneath their feet vanished. Everyone was stunned. Wasn't it just so terrifying a moment ago? It's over already? Qin Yang himself was caught off guard. At first, he thought the fear was intense, but after actually exchanging a punch, he realized that his opponent posed no threat at all. In just over 10 seconds, the fear that could kill everyone with a single glance was subdued by Qin Yang. Qin Yang was speechless. No way, that's it? I even tested it out, and this is all I get. Lin Tian, standing above, gritted his teeth. This thing was definitely prepared to my standards. Chapter 459, Offending the Domain of Gods, a four-dimensional war. Smack! Qin Yang exerted force with one hand, crushing the fearful man's head. Thus, this epic battle finally came to an end. However, this final boss, who entered with overwhelming power, died a remarkably hasty death. The battle was so fierce that everyone thought they would have to fight to the bitter end. Qin Yang even ordered everyone to evacuate in advance. But the fear had barely appeared when he crushed it on the spot. Seeing this, Lin Tian smiled and praised. Well done. Wang Yingjin nodded and said, as expected, it was prepared based on your example. Lin Tian replied irritably, there's no need for that. The whole world cheered. Countless people gazed at Qin Yang in the sky, their excitement bordering on disbelief. When fear gripped them just moments before, they had almost given up hope. No one had imagined that they would actually win in the end. But Qin Yang didn't leave. He stood in midair, looked up at the sky, and slowly said, Old Lei, I heard you don't want to go anymore? That won't do. I'm so awesome. How can I leave the people around me behind? So, leave this little thing to me. Lei Chingzi's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. His tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. The next second, Qin Yang's tone suddenly turned serious, and he called out in a deep voice, "Lin Tian." Lin Tian immediately exclaimed, "Damn it, this kid's going to make me do all the hard labor again." Wang Yingjie smiled. These two bickering lovers were indeed interesting. Lin Tian's voice came through. "You say it. Let's make it clear first. I won't be responsible for anything too troublesome." Without wasting words, Qin Yang raised his hand, took out an object wrapped in purple lightning, and pressed it against his chest under everyone's gaze. The object pierced Qin Yang's heart. Everyone was stunned, completely bewildered as to why he had suddenly committed suicide. Wang Yingjie raised an eyebrow and then smiled. "Old Lin, you've done a good job with this task. You'll be busy soon." Lin Tian stared at it for a moment, then cursed, "Damn, this guy is really something. I'm taking care of this." Qin Yang's face contorted in pain, cold sweat and blood streaming down his face. A dozen seconds later, the purple object completely merged with him, and the wound on his chest healed rapidly, as if it had never existed. He let out a long breath. "I didn't expect it to hurt so much. Now, it's time to witness a miracle." Buzz! Qin Yang pressed his hands down, and a huge platform seemed to appear above the sea. Then he suddenly tore open the space 100 meters away with his hands, creating a huge rift. "Kill! I'll fight you to the death." A roar came from the crack. The next moment, one figure after another fell from inside, landing on the plane that Qin Yang had opened up. They looked completely bewildered. Just a moment ago, they were fighting desperately on the battlefield, but now their machine guns, Gatling guns, and grenades had all vanished. As the number of people grew, it became clear that they were all soldiers who had died in the war. "So we survived?" After a brief moment of shock, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. "We won! Long live Qin Yang!" Since Qin Yang appeared here and brought them out, it means the war has been won, and the fragments of the continent are faintly visible all around, clearly indicating that the 8th continent has been destroyed. Just then, a furious shout suddenly came from the sky. "How dare you? Who gave you permission to manipulate time?" Qin Yang looked up and sneered. "What are you all babbling about? If you got the guts, wait until I'm done with this, and then we'll have a fight. Go find Lin Tian first. I don't have time for you." Lin Tian laughed loudly. "That's right, if you want to mess with Qin Yang, you'll have to get past me first. Old Qin, just for what you did today, I'll be your henchman this time." Wang Yingjie stepped forward as well. "If he's not enough, how about adding me?" Panga's rough voice rang out. "Stop talking nonsense. Watch me chop him down with one axe." While maintaining the time rift, Qin Yang explained to everyone, "These people above were the leaders of the previous eras, similar to my current role. That big man is Pangu, the one who created the world. He once tried to elevate Earth to a higher dimension, but he failed. The one with a human body and a snake tail is Manhwa. Manhwa mended the sky, but in reality, she was repairing the rules, giving Earth another chance to ascend to a higher dimension. However, in the next 5 eras, 3 of them must succeed. Those 2 are the successful ones. We are now in the 5th age, and this is our last chance." Everyone was completely bewildered. Who would have thought that a mercenary would know so many secrets? Although they didn't quite understand, it sounded incredibly impressive. At the same time, Lin Tian and the others appeared in the sky. Qin Yang then realized that the sky was not controlled by anyone else, but was created by Earth itself. High in the sky, a cold voice rang out again. "Since you intend to protect this person who has violated the realm of the gods, then you will all die together." Wang Yingjie spoke rapidly, reminding him, "Qin Yang, it's up to you now. The 4-dimensional planets are already saturated, so they don't want us to succeed. Once Earth ascends to a higher dimension, it will definitely impact them. Finish it as soon as possible, then come up and help us. Everyone else, get to work. Today, Earth will challenge the entire 4th dimension." Lin Tian laughed loudly. "Absolutely. Lin Tian, your uncle is here." An endless crowd appeared, its numbers rivaling those of numerous alliances. This is precisely why the other side is so wary of Earth. Chapter 460, the finale. Earth ascends to a dimension, going back to the past to flick you. As the entire crowd appeared, Qin Yang closed the spatial rift and spoke in a deep voice. "We have one last battle. This is a battle for the entire nation. Are you all ready?" Everyone looked up at the devastating battlefield in the sky, then at Qin Yang, and fell silent. They had all understood the introduction and Wang Yingjia's words. The beings above would never allow Earth to gain a foothold. The question is, can they really win? They can only watch helplessly as they face an enemy like Moore, let alone a powerful being from a four-dimensional world. Qin Yang took a deep breath, lifted himself up with one hand, as if his entire arm were pressing down on Mount Tai. He suddenly lifted it upwards, and the entire Earth trembled instantly. The next second, everyone felt an extra surge of energy within them, an inexhaustible flow of power. Someone above shouted in alarm, "Stop them!" Wang Yingjia, clad in his black god armor, charged forward, yelling, "Stop? Come on then. Why waste time talking to him? Just take it down." Lin Tian was stunned. He had always thought Wang Yingjia was gentle and unassuming, but he never expected him to have such a volatile side. Panga laughed loudly. "Didn't expect that, did you? He's been holding back for this day for too long." The old Wang Yingjia was even more arrogant than the two of you. Back then, he dared to fight me and Yuwa down there. Wang Yingjia snapped irritably. "Enough with the nonsense. If you have time, hurry up and help. Leave those elders to me. My black god armor is practically rusting." While organizing Earth's dimensional ascension, Qin Yang gazed at the battlefield above, lost in thought. Wang Yingjia was incredibly powerful. No wonder he was called the Chosen One. He was single-handedly chasing and beating up the enemy's high-ranking officials, as if he didn't need any backup. Qin Yang showed that reset. With a deafening roar, all living things on Earth were thrown into the air. Except for the humans who had already been ejected, even the terminators were lifted into the sky. They continued upwards, seemingly getting closer and closer to Qin Yang and his group's battlefield. Yet it also felt like an endless distance separated them. As they ascended, the group saw the Earth shrinking and the Milky Way gradually shrinking to a point. Then they saw time curves. Each person saw a different scene. Some saw their childhood selves. Others saw the embarrassing and shameful things that happened during their childhood. At that moment, they transcended everything and became immortal four-dimensional beings. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the depths of the universe, spreading in all directions. From Earth's perspective, it appeared as a fleeting aurora borealis, a cosmic celebration of a new species' ascension to a higher dimension. Qin Yang and the others also underwent tremendous changes in their bodies. He suddenly opened his eyes, and everyone behind him woke up at the same time. Qin Yang's lips curled into a smile. "Brothers, let's go." Everyone was instantly filled with excitement, roaring as they charged towards the battlefield. In the instant of their dimensional ascension, they received a wealth of information and understood that Earth must have its own place. Otherwise, everyone would become rootless. Qin Yang rushed towards Lin Tian and laughed loudly. "Old Lin, I'm here to help you." Lin Tian spat. "You call yourself an older brother? I'm an entire era older than you." Before the words were even finished, Qin Yang, Lin Tian, and Wang Yingjia simultaneously donned the Black God armor and unleashed 3 palm fire attacks in unison. The terrifying energy instantly forced back a large number of enemies in front, with those at the very front suffering severe injuries. The Black God armor also completed its transformation at this moment. Wang Yingjia and Lin Tian had been hiding this power since their ascension, and now they suddenly made their move, catching their opponents completely off guard. The elders, looking at the 3 figures at the forefront, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Wang Yingjia stood in the middle, with Qin Yang and Lin Tian on either side. One had dark blue eyes, the other jet black, and the third shimmering with golden light. An elder gritted his teeth and said, "You've been hiding this too well." Wang Yingjia laughed loudly. "This is the day we've been waiting for. Everyone listen to my command. Once inside, destroy the nearest planet. Only by sinking them can we get back to Earth." The elders' expressions changed drastically, and they quickly said, "We can choose one to withdraw and let Earth take over." Wang Yingjia sneered. "No need, we'll do it ourselves. Besides, one person isn't enough. We need to make sure there's enough space." He had long understood that there was too little space above, and even if they came from Earth, they would be threatened sooner or later. In that case, it would be better to destroy half of the planet first. The other party angrily questioned, "Do you really intend to wipe them all out?" Qin Yang sidled up to him with a cheeky grin. "We didn't want this either, but you guys are so weak. I just realized that Earth is the strongest planet, and how lonely it is to be invincible." The elders' faces turned ashen. If Earth weren't so powerful, they wouldn't be targeting it like this. Someone couldn't help but shout, "I challenge you to a one-on-one duel." Qin Yang waved his hand. "What one-on-one fight? I have so many men. What's the point of fighting you one-on-one? I've never cared about saving face since I started out. Brothers, let's go. Gang up on them." The crowd rushed forward, leaving Wang Yingjie and Lin Tian both amused and exasperated, but they had to admit that what he said made a lot of sense. This day became a catastrophe for the four-dimensional world. Half of the four-dimensional planet was shattered, and streaks of aurora kept flashing in the three-dimensional universe. The entire universe turned into a disco, with lights flashing for a full day and night. Until Qin Yang and the others stopped, Earth expanded infinitely in the four-dimensional world, enveloping everyone within it. Lin Tian, panting, looked at Qin Yang and said, "Old Qin, I'm actually taking a liking to you this time, so I won't beat you up." Qin Yang raised his eyebrows and said with a bad smile, "Don't beat me? That's not possible. I have to beat you. Watch me go back in time and play you." Lin Tian's expression changed, and before he could react, Qin Yang had already disappeared. "Holy crap, you're serious?" Qin Yang controlled time in the three-dimensional world, and his abilities improved even further after ascending to a higher dimension. While he couldn't change the future of a key figure like Lin Tian, he could certainly go back in time and flick him. Lin Tian turned and glared at Wang Yingjie. "Why didn't you stop him? Be careful he doesn't flick you too." Wang Yingjie laughed and said, "I am chosen by fate, and he can't touch me." Lin Tian was on the verge of tears, realizing that he was the only one who was injured. The next instant, his face turned strange, pale with a hint of black, and he gritted his teeth and growled, "Qin Yang, I'm not finished with you." Soon, a scene flashed in his memory. Qin Yang, in a cheeky manner, returned to when he was a child and went to the toilet, froze him, and then flicked him. What's even more outrageous is that Qin Yang, who had already left, suddenly turned back and said, "You insulted me? Then I'll have to come back again." Qin Yi quickly put down the communicator, looked up at the sky, and pretended that nothing had happened. Lin Tian angrily shouted, "You've gone too far." Qin Yang laughed loudly. "Old Lin, are you happy?" "I'm happy my ass." The cosmic aurora dance party ended, and Qin Yang's laughter echoed through time and across the entire three-dimensional world. The end.